no part in a rewriting of history that seeks to demonize Boris, exaggerate his faults, or deny his efforts.
On Sunday, the former Chancellor said that China represented the largest threat to Britain and the world's security and prosperity this century. He also proposed a series of measures to reduce Beijing's influence in the UK. Facing the charge from his Tory rival that he is soft over China, and until recently he was planning to hold a UK-China Economic Finance Conference, Sunak went an extra mile to set the record straight. He also proposed a series of measures to prevent China from spreading its soft power in Britain's universities. Sunak said he would ban all 30 branches of the Confucius Institute in the UK. He promised that Chinese would be prevented from spreading their influence through culture and language programs. Britain's higher education has more than £50,000 as foreign funding. Sunak has promised a review of research partnership if voted as the next Prime Minister of UK. Sunak's Ban China blueprint extends to protecting UK tech startups from Chinese investments and a new NATO-style international alliance to tackle Chinese cyber threats. He has also promised that MI5 will help British businesses and universities counter Chinese industrial espionage. The former finance minister's pledge comes after his rival, Liz Truss, accused him of being weak on China and Russia. Truss is campaigning as a foreign policy hawk and has claimed she has been more willing to stand up to Beijing's expansionism. Truss's campaign said she had been clear Britain should not become dependent on China when building critical national infrastructure.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're now understanding a charge sheet has been filed against former J&K Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case. So the ED heat they're mounting on the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Farooq Abdullah. This is in connection with a money laundering case. The charge sheeted in the PMLA case is the update that we're getting in. We'll try and establish a connection with Ashish Merishi to try and find out more details about this case. I believe Ashish Merishi is now joining us with more details. Ashish, what are the details that you're picking up?
So there is a scam called Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association scam where huge amount of money, which was basically handed over to Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association, that money was siphoned out by showing wrongful expenditures. So the books of the Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association was cooked, and there were certain fake bank accounts which were opened through which the entire scam was given, shaped by certain people who were supposed to be very close to Farooq Abdullah, because Farooq Abdullah was the person who was occupying the senior most position at the Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association. The treasurer of the Jammu and Kashmir Cricket Association, Ehsan Ahmed Mirza, he was arrested in the year 2019, and finally it was found that huge amount of money was laundered, or you can say siphoned out of the system. It has been identified by the enforcement. The proceeds of crime is to the tune of around 51.90 crores, so almost 52 crore rupees. And out of that, around 21.55 crore rupees of assets of Farooq Abdullah, Ehsan Ahmed Mirza, and others, which include Manzoor Gazafner and others. So, many people are facing the heat of Enforcement Directorate in the matter. So finally, the assets have been attached, and now a charge sheet has been filed, a supplementary has been filed into the matter. It names Farooq Abdullah as one of the accused into the matter, so certainly a big set by Farooq Abdullah.
Ashish Merishi, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Well, with that, it's a wrap from my side. I'm tossing it over to my colleague Anand Narasimhan for Nation at 5.
Namaste, you're on the Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narasimhan. We move away from the newsroom into the studio on this very, very special edition of the Nation at 5, ladies and gentlemen, with a warning. With a warning that the enemy is ready to disrupt our celebrations 10 days before the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, 20 days before India celebrates 75 years of independence and ushers in perhaps the Amrit Mahotsav and the Amrit Kal of our Azadi. There is the enemy waiting with impatience. We are given to understand that jihadi outfits are desperate to breach our borders and break into our soil and cause mayhem. There is a desperation to show some kind of karnama, and there is an instigation from the establishment too, which fails on any other narrative other than the Kashmir bogie. And with Jammu and Kashmir unfurling the Tiranga and the Har Ghar Tiranga in Jammu and Kashmir like it is across the rest of the country, ladies and gentlemen, there are those who do not want this happening. And that's the reason why there are not just launch pads but terror camps brimming with jihadis who have now been trained under a mixed module where the Lashkar, the Jaish, the Al-Badr and all the other terror outfits like the Harkatul Mujahideen, the Hizbul and the J&K Ghaznavi force have all combined ranks and pooled in their cadre to try, and it's all happening under the aegis of the Pakistani establishment, under the watchful eyes of the ISI and a colonel from the Pakistani army. All of this is part of intelligence inputs that we have unearthed and we have accessed here at CNN News 18. This is a big, big exclusive, and the information comes via our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. Here is the information, ladies and gentlemen. This is what top intelligence sources are telling CNN News 18. Explosive details of terror training camps in Pak-occupied Kashmir. On Friday last, we told you the launch pads. Now we are taking you a step behind to the feeders to these launch pads, that is the terror training camps. What we have learned is that there are 3 prominent clusters that are fully operational in Pak-occupied Kashmir and also certain parts of Pakistan. Now the last regions are in Manshera, Muzaffarabad and also in the Kotli region where these terror training camps have now been established. The ISI has facilitated the terror camps for all groups, and these groups are the Lashkar, the Jaish, the Al-Badr and the Hizbul Mujahideen, largely the bigger chunks. These clusters also have 3 brigades of the Pak army located, namely in Kotli. The main focus of these camps is to work as feeders to the launch pads that are located in the forward areas, and this time the concentration is largely in at the international border and not along the line of control. Now, let's try and understand where they lie. All the camps are active, facilitated by the ISI, coordinated by the Pak army. That's what we are seeing. So you have the first cluster, which is in Manshera, which is Balakot, Garhi Habibullah and Boi. Then you have the next cluster, which is in Muzaffarabad. And in Muzaffarabad, there are 4 camps. There are 4 camps in Muzaffarabad. So that's the Manshera camp, which Balakot, Garhi Habibullah and Boi. Then cluster number 2, as we push it and we see cluster number 2 emerging in the Muzaffarabad region. Muzaffarabad is also the capital of Pak-occupied Kashmir. Abdullah bin Masood, Dulai, Chelabandi and also the Shawai Nala. So these are the 4 camps which are operating in Muzaffarabad. And then you have Kotli. And in this Kotli region, again, just where the Pak army brigades are, around that, you have these camps. So you have in Kotli, you've got the Dubgi, Gulpur, Sensa and Fagosh. So there are 4 locations where you are having the Pakistan backed, the establishment backed, monitored camps of the terrorists. Now we are given to understand that in Shakargarh, one of the launch pads, which is closer to the international border, Asghar Kashmiri or Rauf Asghar was seen. Now he is clearly the Sargana of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Al-Badr has Bakht Zameen Bakht. So he is part of the Al-Badr group. He's been sighted there. Tala Said of the Lashkar, he's also been sighted. So these Sarganas or these heads are the ones who are also supervising these training camps. Now more news coming through, ladies and gentlemen. More news as we get you another input. Now the forward areas, they are just 2 or 3 kilometers close to the line of control in Gurez. So you have, these are the forward areas. So the feeder is happening from this region, POK training camps, and then they're moved towards the forward areas, which are just 2 or 3 kilometers from the LOC and also the IB. So you got the LOC in Gurez, Kale, the Neelam Valley. Then you have the Tangadar, Uri, Chakoti. Then you come down towards Gulmarg, Punch, Rajouri, Naushera, Sundarbani sectors, where you again come in beyond the LOC into the IB. So this is where they are all now stationed in this region, not so far away. Interestingly, these are also the spots from where the drones are coming through. So what happens is Pakistan is able to launch multiple attacks and also execute infiltration operations simultaneously along the LOC, and also now we are given to understand they are focusing southward closer to the IB and in that Jammu sector where they are wanting to get really active, we are given to understand. So the drones also emerge from here. So the Pakistani-backed Pakistani drones, the army-backed drones are from these camps and around these launch pads from where the drones send in the weapons, and then these people are digging those tunnels. Remember the tunnels that were unearthed? They are using those new tunnels and also from the older routes, trying activating some of them to try and push infiltration. More importantly, there is a certain amount of disconcert, or there is a kind of restlessness which is happening in the jihadi outfits ki hame karna hai, cadre are waiting, we need action, kitna training karayenge, action chahiye, action. Now they were asked to sit quiet because there is ceasefire that's been followed, and this ceasefire was largely for to emerge out of the FATF grey list. They wanted to keep the borders quiet, but the infiltration has continued. Now they want to get it active and they want to do something very big because they believe that Kashmir narrative is the only thing that's left for them to survive and to continue. Now we also have the inside track. What top intelligence sources are telling us here at CNN News 18. Top intelligence sources have told us that these training camps are filled with recruits from South Punjab, and the cadre are of all terror groups. Lashkar, Jaish, Al-Badr, Hizbul Mujahideen, Harkatul Mujahideen, J&K Ghaznavi Force, they're all present there. The cadre are mostly youth in their 20s who have come from South Punjab, largely jobless and misguided, radicalized, and they are being trained there. The nature of training is in arms and also fidain, or that is suicide attacks. They move just before winter, and the OGW sitting in Srinagar work as their supervisors. The OGWs also get the weapons sent by the ISI through drones. So the OGW network, their job is to collect the weapons and also act as the receivers to these infiltrators and guide them, give them an idea of the lay of the land, and then they bring them. General A.K. Sivach is with us, defense expert. He served in that region, so he understands the complications there. I have Brigadier Vinod Datta with me and Dr. Monica Verma, strategic affairs expert, also with us this evening. Namaste, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I just want to understand, General Sivach, this desperation to do a Karnama, and especially over the next 20 days, it's very imminent. And there is also clear intelligence which says that the Pakistani establishment believes their politics is failing, their economy is failing, the inflation is sky high, there is no electricity, there are protests in POK and POJK which are happening among the civilian population because wahan khana, bijli, kuch bhi nahi hai. And they are having to fire at the local population there. They believe they have to unsettle Kashmir. One Karnama in Kashmir, it will set the narrative right. The K bogie is the only thing that works for them. Now we have coordinates not just of the launch pads, but also now locations of the terror camps.
Absolutely. See, Anand, I have served in Kashmir Valley for more than 20 years, and I commanded a brigade on line of control at Machal. No doubt about it. There are not only the terrorists which are sitting on a launch pad starting from Gurez, Machal, Tangdhar, then your Baramulla, then coming to Uri, and then Gulmarg, and thereafter Poonch, Rajouri, and Sundarbani. But there are also the training camps are full. There are about 10,000 terrorists which are being trained for Fidain attack, almost about 500 of them. Remember, those who were fighting along with the Taliban in Afghanistan are also now back, and they are equipped with the most modern weapons which were left by the Americans, M4. So the point which is today there, the confusion and chaos which is going in Pakistan, they want the attention to be diverted because Pakistan is politically and economically failing, and inflation rate is almost about 30 to 40% there. That is almost $180 billion. They are in a state of a crisis, and in this scenario, they want that the Kashmir issue should be ignited so that they can divert the attention. Now, what they are doing is they will try to infiltrate maximum terrorists during this window, which is available from now up till November. And all these launch pads are full. They will try to push them. And this time, what they are doing very correctly brought out and appreciated. They don't have to send too many weapons. That they can send it through drones, and the overground worker pick them up and then give to them. So overall, what is happening is they are now restless. They are trying to send maximum terrorists. and Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaise Mohammed al-Badr and JM, they all are active now. And what happened as far as Kashmir Valley is concerned, they are losing a battle because maximum leadership of Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaise Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen have been wiped off. There are about 125 terrorists which are left. But the fresh terrorists, if they come and the fresh leadership, it will create a challenge in Kashmir Valley. That is what Pakistan is now hoping. And Pakistan is not only now looking after North Kashmir, it is also focusing on South Kashmir. Now, this is the change. 2-3 things are changed. One is the terrorists which are sitting are more than 10,000 in POK. Second thing is, in addition to the North Kashmir, they are going to activate South Kashmir. Third thing is maximum weapons, ammunition as well as drugs will be sent through the drone. And before the winter set in, their target is to almost send almost 500 to 600 terrorists in Kashmir Valley to create a mayhem and to show to the world that Kashmir is still a disturbed area and divert the attention of the people of basically Pakistan, where there is a total failure and today there is an economic and political crisis. Anand.
Ji, and more importantly, the kind of focus that they're saying, there is a certain disconcert. The jihadi groups are also, they may just end up doing something which is pushing them to a certain level of desperation because they want to show some activity and they want to earn funding. More interestingly, they are combining ranks. Dr. Monica Verma is there with us, Brigadier Datta, I'll just bring her in and then I'll come across to you. Dr. Monica Verma, these outfits combining ranks. Now, the NIA charge sheet, if my memory serves me right, talked about a United Jihad Council. It talked about a UJC which is now trying to bring these ranks together, and they are now trying to cross-pollinate and also dip into each other's capabilities. This only proves that they is not just doing it on a random basis. They're doing it with a concerted effort, saying that let's all pool in resources now.
Absolutely, Anand. In fact, one thing that I would like to speak here is this, that all of this is taking place while Taliban is back in Afghanistan. And the huge, amounts of ammunition, weapons, everything that the US has left behind in Afghanistan has come in the control of the terror forces. So now, you have around 7 billion worth ammunition that are available for a wrong purpose. And add to that, the desperation to exit the FATF list. This is the only reason why Pakistan was lying low. This was the only reason why, there was not much activity in the POK terror camps, despite, I would like to bring to your notice in October and November last year in 2021, there were a series of reports that how these terror camps have again become activated. And after the surgical strikes by India also, there were certain reports that they are now coming back to life. So all these activities, all these events need to be stitched together. So it's not just the council that you are talking about, it's also the return of Taliban. So right now, POK is suffering from twin problems. It's not just the terror camps, but you also have to add to it the level of discomfort and anger in the POK youth against the Pakistani establishment. And in order to make sure that they stay silent, in order to make sure that they are Taliban is supplying with the weapons, and on the other hand, there is also a lot of drug supply which is taking place in POK. So you may not have access to food, you may not have access to healthcare and education, but you definitely have access to a lot of cheap drugs. So there are news, if you just scan the internet and look at the open sources, these drugs are widely available in the POK region right now.
Yeah.
So on one hand, we have terror camps which are again active, and just, a day before China blocked India's and US have fought to designate Makki as a terrorist. And in 2022, in October, Pakistan is going to face the FATF again. But within all this, one truth that cannot be denied is that all these forces against India are definitely united, and they are becoming dangerous by each passing day.
Yes, and it is surprising. Now, with the fact that we have the details, there is a certain level of concerted integration also which is happening. The source of all this, all the recruits, the cadre is largely South Punjab. Now, South Punjab, Muridke and all those regions is where Ajmal Amir Kasab also emerged. It was his home. That's also the bastion for the Lashkar. It's the Lashkar headquarters. So, you are getting cadre from there, but then you are using Jaish. And interestingly, they are now going beyond their sectarian rivalries. They are moving beyond the Barelvi, Deobandi and the Wahhabi groups, and they are all pooling in resources, Brigadier Vinod Datta.
Yeah, Anand, you're right. Your observation is 100% correct. Now it is basically the southern part of Pakistan now, which is becoming a hinterland for these terrorist activities, or the recruitment is being done from them. The kind of modus operandi they are following is that they are going to various jails like Fort Lakhpat and various other places, from where they are, asking these criminals to, go across India, and they say that yes, we will provide some kind of financial help to your family, and what you have to do is you have to only facilitate in some kind of recruitment, because the recruitment in the valley it has drastically come down. If you take the figures of 216, 510 cadre were enrolled. 2017 it came down drastically by 126, and then in 2018 it was 218. So the cadre strength of all these tanzeems is dwindling very, very badly. Thirdly, you see, even these tanzeems, they have to, give their report card or the performance card to the AQA who are sitting in the Pakistan corridors. So what is to be watched is that now Al-Badr, you see, which has got headquarters in Manshera, is the tanzeem which has to be, kept under surveillance, because it has been seen that China has been funding these terrorist organizations, that you must create some kind of disturbance in India so that the instability or the peace in that area gets disturbed. So this Sino-Pak collusion, which is being garnered by the terrorist activities or these kind of sabotage activities, has to be kept in mind, or they have to be kept in surveillance. Of course, if you see the civilian casualty or the stone pelting, ever since this, NIA had tightened the noose, the stone pelting cases have come down drastically. If you see, in 2019 there were 2,000 cases, but in 2020, 87% cases, they were reduced because there were no funds. The money was not coming. The moolah was not coming from the, from Pakistan.
Right.
So what we have to do is we have to firstly dry up all these sources of money which is coming. Secondly, the surveillance spectrum by the security forces and by army in particular has been tightened so much. Now the surveillance is being done through electronic means. It is being done by foot patrol. It is being done by conventional means. And people are being kept under watch. People are being kept under surveillances. Even their financial, accounts or the financial trajectory of their funds, it is being kept under a check, or it is being kept under observation. So if the money is drying down, so is the recruitment. So what we have to do is that we have to keep an eye and a surveillance activities on whether the camps are in Bahawalpur, Muridke, as you rightly brought out.
Yeah.
That is one spot which we have to keep it in mind, because in the northern parts, the passes will start getting close, say by September or so. So they would try to pump in as many, terrorists or as many as sympathizers as they can. So what we have to do is that we also have to keep a watchful eyes on Muzaffarabad, Mirpur, Bhimber axis, because that is also, like you have already shown, and I can see, that is the area from where maximum infiltration is going to, come inside our boundaries.
Correct, because we see Shakargarh, we are just putting out the launch pads. We put out the launch pad coordinates on Friday. We got those inputs, and the point is that there was confirmation that Asgar was seen, Prof. Asgar was seen at Shakargarh. Shakargarh is the Jaish launch pad. So clearly, each of these sarganas are now getting their individual areas which are their launch pads, like you talked about Al-Badr and Manshera and Bakht Zameen present there. Lashkar has its camps, and where the Lashkar presence in Muzaffarabad is there. They're also, but more importantly, earlier they used to compete with each other. Why? For attention, funds, and they're saying ki maine ye kiya, maine wo kiya, and they used to get designated, jobs to be done. Shivaj Saab. But General Shivaj, in this case, now is the ISI and the Pak army saying enough of these groups. You guys all come together. We will pool in resources. Now, is that also tweaking their strategy, just like they've tweaked their strategy to hybrid terrorism now?
Absolutely correct. Yes, Anand, there is no doubt. So 3-4 things stand out. One is the hybrid terrorism, which is now become more prevalent. When they realize it in Kashmir Valley, they have lost the game. because there are hardly about 100 terrorists left, and the weapons are not coming, ammunition was not coming, and therefore they started with this hybrid warfare through drones, small weapon like pistol given to a innocent chap who is not been otherwise in a hit list, and he is creating a mayhem, and thereafter basically merging with the population. Now, what is the change of tactics was Pakistan had done it three-four. One is that they are now trying their best before the winter set in this year. They must try to infiltrate about 400 to 500, Atankwadi. This Fidain also almost about 100 of them, and not only from Kashmir Valley, also from south of Pir Punjab, and that is they are making an effort.
Yes.
And second thing, what they have done, a coordination between Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen, Al-Badr, and all these groups have to now coordinate with each other, and ISI is taking care of that. So this is a great change which has happened. Otherwise, the coordination wasn't there. Third thing which they are doing is they are now trying to give lot of financial aid to those people who will now infiltrate. Their family will be taken care of, because they are feeling it that they are losing out Kashmir, game. The Kashmir agenda which they have settled for themselves internationally also, there is no taker. And within Kashmir, 100 terrorists, 125 terrorists are left. People are not, now in South Kashmir, you do not find that the youth is coming and getting radicalized. They don't want.
Right.
Second thing is that Hawala money is not coming. NIA has choked it. So there is a short of funds. There is short of youth which is being radicalized. Also, the people are not supporting. There are real-time input coming and very successful operation taking place. In this scenario, the Pakistan is feeling restless, helpless, and it want to create again a sort of insurgency back in Kashmir Valley. And that is why the new target has been set in, and they will now try to pump in all these launch pads which are there. They are full, and all the training area.
Right.
We have not really realized that the 10,000 Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists which were fighting in Afghanistan along with Taliban, they have all come. They are equipped with a modern weapon left behind by Americans. They are threat by themselves. So the point is, we need to now change the tactics. This, if you remember,
no, but General Sahab, there is
of
also this entire aspect that the Taliban cadre, that is largely the Pashtun Afghan cadre, are not very inclined to actually come and attack India, because there is a clear perception there that they have got no bone to pick with India. And their interest is Khorasan, their interest is Afghanistan. So they are more interested there, because the inputs also say that the Pakistanis have been trying to get TTP or certain factions of the TTP also involved into this group, but the TTP so far has refused. They don't want to get involved, and they don't want to see Taliban presence on Indian soil. And there is a reason behind that, because strategically India is doing a lot to help Afghanistan. 50,000 metric tons of wheat is going from India. All the COVID vaccines went from India. Blankets went from India. Humanitarian aid went from India. India is the first one of the nations in this region which said we'll continue to help the people of Afghanistan irrespective of this forceful takeover or changeover which has happened. So there are those elements too. My question is also the fact that if India knows all of this, what are we waiting for? Why aren't we going it and doing a preemptive strike? Or are we waiting for them to fill up to the brim and then eradicate them altogether in terms of the kind of extermination exercise that will happen? Because now Pakistan will be ready for an airstrike. So it's not an airstrike. It's got to happen in another fashion. So if we can get this information, clearly the powers that be have more information as to what is going on over there. Dr. Monica Verma.
I think it's extremely important for us to be doing a preemptive strike instead of just waiting, like you said, waiting for things to turn even more dangerous. But I think right now we ourselves are caught in a lot of things, and these news are not new. Since Taliban has come back in power, we have been looking at certain events taking place in the POK region, and I think we must actually, instead of thinking of the preemptive strike, we can at least do a lot of lobbying and publicity effort at making sure Pakistan does not get an easy exit from the FATF grey list in October. So there is already a lot of effort being put by the Pakistan establishment, and the government is literally lobbying with all the friendly countries so that there's a good image of Pakistan being projected, so that Pakistan is being seen as someone who has cut down on the number of terrorists in the POK region, but that's not quite true. As you know, we are the number one victim, and we ourselves know the kind of reports that are coming in from POK. So I think doing a strike at this moment won't be good or won't suit India's interest as much as, you know, making sure that the world knows about it. And I think this could be done through various methods. You know, we can put our own diplomatic dispensation to that effect. We can also use our own media. We can talk about it at all the platforms that matter. And if this message reaches the important actors who play a great role in the FATF, that Pakistan must not get an exit from the grey list, that would be our task well done.
Well, if Pakistan continues to remain in the grey list, then these jihadis continue to remain in that side, or they will have to look at ulterior motives. That means the cost of war or cost of this proxy war becomes far more dearer to Pakistan. I think what we've done somewhere over the last 3-4 years or 4-5 years is that we've made the cost of waging a war against India far more dearer to the Pakistanis, and it's pinching them because they cannot pull out a penny when they don't have any. So that's what's happening. I've just got an update coming through. Tejinder Sodhi is bringing us a big update, and I'll get your thoughts on this to our panel here, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news, and there's news just coming through at this point, that the Indian Army will set up 4G and 5G based mobile cellular network of its own to be used in mountainous terrain at altitudes of up to 18,000 feet. Now, this move is to counter the 5G network that the PLA has installed on its side along the LAC in eastern Ladakh. The Army has issued an open request for information for this, seeking bids from companies to provide the technology to field formations posted in such high terrain. High-speed network will be installed within 12 months of the contract being signed, and this comes days after the PLA and the CCP installed a 5G along the line of actual control. Tejinder Sodhi now joins us live with more details. So India is also now wanting to match up as far as tech, because one of the concerns was that the Chinese 5G network could actually disrupt our communication lines and it could blind our radars.
Yes, Anand, you see now the Indian Army has issued an open request for information from all the companies which deal in cellular networks, asking them that the Indian Army wants the information about them setting up the 4G and 5G network that could be operational at up to the height of 18,000 feet. So this is being done to counter China. We know that just a few days ago, China had set up its network, 5G network, near the line of control on its own side in the eastern Ladakh, which has been disrupting the communication on Indian side, and it has so as to make sure that there is high-speed data available for the Indian Army, high-speed the voice calling, clarity in voice calling, and also security in those voice calling which the Army needs. So this open request for information has been given by the Indian Army, requesting all the companies across India to come out with the bids and give them the specifications of the network that they would be installing for the Army. Yes, Anand.
Right. Thank you for your inputs, Tejinder. Quick comment from General Sivach and our other panelists. General Sivach, you've served on this side also and along the line of actual control. Now, I'm going to ask you, are we a little too late? Because the Chinese have already, the PLA has already installed its 5G network. Or is it all right?
No, you see what China has now installed a 5G. It has an adverse impact on our side of the communication, because what is happening is it is also intercepting and also jamming. They have a capability and capacity. Now, the action which Indian Army is taking, that 4G and 5G, is a requirement of day. Have we factored in what the Pakistanis are doing? They are also not far behind, and they have also taken 4G, and they are also having a number of stations wherein their communication system is slightly better. So therefore, it is never too late. We should now start doing 4G and 5G, in the sense that we should able to communicate within ourselves, within the valley. At the same time, we are able to sort of jam the enemy's communication, especially very close to the line of actual control and line of control. My point is that as on today, the collusion which is there between China and Pakistan is becoming very real, and it is becoming more real if you see that they have now started constructing, as far as China is concerned, G915, another highway very close to line of actual control going from Xinjiang to Lhasa. So the Chinese are coming very active now, and the collusion which is taking between China and Pakistan is a real threat in future. We have to factor this. This when we talk about basically two-front war, this will become a ground reality in time to come, and hence whenever we talk about the challenge coming from northern, we should factor even western border and see it how things will unfold in future. And remember the point which is coming is that is not only the air power, which is also a naval power, will make a tremendous impact, and we have.
But it all hinges on communication. I've got Karthik Chopra watching the broadcast, and Dr. Monica Verma, final comment, final word from you, because he's saying that we can use Tetra, we can use fiber networks and other techniques. So on our side, without the risk of jamming, but more importantly, in altitude, line of sight is critical. So we cannot have, we cannot be blinded. So is this timely? Are we a little behind, or do we have the wherewithals to play, to catch up and also to get ahead?
I think more than the wherewithal, at least we have shown some willingness to improve our, capacity in the LSC region, because in 2020 only China had installed 5G network in the LSA region, and in fact, forget the military use, the people who live in these areas have been constantly complaining about not getting access to the communication network. They sometimes have access to the Chinese network, the 4G is working, but in the case of Indian network, they're not able to access it. So I think this open call, this open request by the Indian Army to the companies to provide this network is absolutely late, but also, better late than never. So I think finally we have done some good work on that count, and let's just hope that this is executed on an efficient basis.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for your inputs, Brigadier Datta, General Sivaj, and Monica Verma-ji. Thank you for joining us here on this edition of the Nation at 5, a special edition. We brought you a world exclusive. We'll take the story forward later tonight on The Right Stand. For the moment, taking a very, very short break. Stay with us. More coming up.
And Russia. Truss is campaigning as a foreign policy hawk and has claimed she has been more willing to stand up to Beijing's expansionism. Truss's campaign said she had been clear Britain should not become dependent on China when building critical national infrastructure, including projects such as Sizewell C, and that she would update the 10-year Foreign Affairs Strategy Integrated Review to include a chapter on Chinese and Russian aggression. Sunak and Truss are fighting for the support of around 160,000 Conservative members who will begin voting in early August to choose their next leader. The winner, who will be announced on September 5th, will become the next Prime Minister of UK. UK experts see Sunak's stand as further straining relations with Beijing. In a report on 14 July, the Chinese nationalist Global Times newspaper said although Beijing did not expect a sea change in the bilateral relationship under Britain's new leader, it still hoped the two sides could improve ties. It said Sunak had a pragmatic view of developing balanced ties with China. In recent times, the Conservative government has taken a harder stance against Xi Jinping's administration over the crackdown on civil liberties in Hong Kong, including a restrictive national security law and electoral reforms in the former British colony. Mutual sanctions have been in place over China's treatment of Uyghurs in its far western Xinjiang region. On the occasion of the 25th anniversary of the handover of Hong Kong to China, then UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson said UK will not be giving up on the city. Johnson also accused China of not fulfilling its promises.
But on the 25th anniversary of the handover, we simply cannot avoid the fact that for some time now, Beijing has been failing to comply with its obligations. But we are not giving up on Hong Kong. 25 years ago, we made a promise to the territory and its people, and we intend to keep it.
British colonial rule ended in Hong Kong in 1997. Hong Kong was then handed over to China. Britain and China agreed to the one country, two systems agreement under the deal. However, the UK has been critical of Chinese rule after it imposed a harsh national security law in 2020. Massive protests erupted in Hong Kong following the imposition of the law. After Beijing imposed the law, the UK started offering citizenship for British national overseas passport holders and their families from the city.
A day of celebration.
Johnson, in his video message, had claimed that 120,000 people of Hong Kong have applied under the scheme. As UK awaits a new dawn, Rishi Sunak has shown he will be following the road taken by his predecessor if voted as the head of his party on 5th of September. In March 2021, UK's integrated review of security, defence and foreign policy called China the biggest state-based threat to the UK's economic security. Under fierce political pressure from Washington, Boris Johnson had also banned Chinese technology giant Huawei from involvement in the rollout of Britain's 5G network. Laws have also been tightened to make it harder for foreign firms, including those from China, to buy British businesses in sensitive sectors such as defence, energy and transport.
Is to keep going.
He is the poster boy of UK's aspirational class. Rishi Sunak is one step away from 10 Downing Street and he has been making all the right noises.
I will have no part in a rewriting of history that seeks to demonise Boris, exaggerate his faults or deny his efforts.
On Sunday, the former Chancellor said that China represented the largest threat to Britain and the world's security and prosperity this century. He also proposed a series of measures to reduce Beijing's influence in the UK. Facing the charge from his Tory rival that he is soft over China and until recently he was planning to hold a UK-China economic finance conference, Sunak went an extra mile to set the record straight. He also proposed a series of measures to prevent China from spreading its soft power in Britain's universities. Sunak said he would ban all 30 branches of the Confucius Institute in the UK. He promised that Chinese would be prevented from spreading their influence through culture and language programs. Britain's higher education has more than £50,000 as foreign funding. Sunak has promised a review of research partnership if voted as the next Prime Minister of UK. Sunak's Ban China blueprint extends to protecting UK tech startups from Chinese investments and a new NATO-style international alliance to tackle Chinese cyber threats. He has also promised that MI5 will help British businesses and universities counter Chinese industrial espionage. The former finance minister's pledge comes after his rival, Liz Truss, accused him of being weak on China and Russia. Truss is campaigning as a foreign policy hawk and has claimed she has been more willing to stand up to Beijing's expansion.
Back on the Nation at 5 with news just coming through, and this is again from Punjab. The gangs of Punjab, the crackdown there. The Punjab police has got some more success, and this is again the Goldi Barar gang. Goldi Barar Bishnoi gang. 2 more people have been arrested. They were trying to make their escape from Punjab in the Bathinda region into Haryana, but the cops have nabbed them with 7 pistols. Police uniform has also been recovered. Suspects were attempting to escape, like I said, via Patrala village in Bathinda into Haryana. Tejinder Sodhi now joins us with more details. Yes, Tejinder.
Yes, Anand, a big success for the Punjab police, the anti-gangster force of Punjab police. Now they have arrested 2 accomplices of the Bishnoi gang, and these people, those 2 gangsters who have been arrested, they are from the Goldi Barar gang, and they have been arrested with 7 pistols have been recovered from them. These people, they were wearing the police uniform and they were trying to escape to Haryana from Punjab. These 2 people who have been arrested, they have been identified as Malkeet Singh alias Kitta of village Bheni in Bathinda and Hardeep Singh alias Mama of village Akala Jalal in Bathinda. Both these accused are history cheaters, and you see, they are also involved in many crimes across Punjab. Now, after the crackdown by the Punjab Police's anti-gangster force. They were trying to escape into Haryana so as they could escape the hands of law. But the Punjab Police got the information about them and they were apprehended, they were arrested. And the Punjab Police says that this is a major success against the gangster Goldie Barar gang, which has been operating in Punjab, and 7 pistols and police uniform has been recovered from the possession of these 2 gangsters. Yes, Anand.
Well, thank you for your inputs, Tejinder Sodhi. Moving on to news coming through from Madhya Pradesh, where Youth Congress workers have been beaten up by the police. Now, there has been lathi charge and some hard action taken by the cops during demonstration at the ED office. Congress workers had blackened the board of the ED office. A certain amount of vandalism that had happened, so they tried to vandalize using the spray cans. They tried to vandalize the ED office. These are Youth Congress workers, and the cops using then some hard action have even beaten up the workers, Youth Congress workers. So there they are, the cops trying to rough up this Youth Congress worker, even as there is a certain amount of abuse in words that has been exchanged. And now we can see that this is the kind of reaction from the cops that has come in. These are the visuals that are coming through at this point. The cops have arrested some of these workers, but clearly they were being dragged out after which the cops have then gone ahead and taken some hard action. Now, this is one worker. He's the person who defaced the ED office, and after which the worker has been beaten up. Let's try and go across to Manoj Sharma and understand. Manoj, after he was blackened, he was actually being brought out. Did he say or do something because of which the cops decided to beat him up?
In fact, there was all the cops, these police officers, they were trying to control the mob. You can see here in the visual how they were trying to blacken the local ED office, because this is the Enforcement Directorate office for Madhya Pradesh and in fact the entire central region. So this is the local ED office, and they were trying to blacken the office. And the police was requesting them, okay, you have already done your protest, we have registered your protest, you can give, if you want to give, you can give any memorandum which can be sent to the collector, which can be sent to the chief minister, which can be sent to the director of the ED. But they were trying to vandalize, and here you can see that is why the police was forced to take strict action, and they were finally beaten up by the police team over there. In fact, this is the second attempt by the Youth Congress workers. Earlier, the same protest, again there was some vandalism in the earlier protest also, when it was led by former Chief Minister Digvijay Singh and his son, former Minister and presently MLA in Madhya Pradesh Assembly, Jayawardhan Singh.
No, in this case also, if we look at the pictures, he first tries to, now he's being roughed up and he's being beaten up by 3 or 4 cops there, and one of them seems to be an officer. But what has happened is that first, if you look at this and we play back the loop, ladies and gentlemen, and if you see, he is being restrained by the cops. There he is, he's being restrained by the cops, you see the visuals, and then he deliberately goes to blacken the ED board, and this is again vandalism. Then he's being actually taken out. He's being taken out by 3 cops, and suddenly something happens at the exit. Now, there are waiting cameras were flashing, and now the cop pushes him a bit, and this guy is saying something. Now, did he abuse the cop? Did he say misbehave? Did he say something that for the action from this cop? He's the first one who picks up the lathi and tries to hit him, and then the other 2 also come in, and he is trying to resist being taken away, and there is a certain exchange of words which happen. Then he is being pushed to a corner, and then 1 or 2 more blows are landed on him by the cops before they say, isko leke jao, take him away from here. Whereas there are others also. These are the other people who are standing there. They are shocked at the fact that what's gotten into this guy, because he's saying some things. He's saying a few things which is further irritating or agitating, aggravating the action from the cops. Now, what is it that he said? Did the cops need to take this kind of hard action is a big question. But clearly vandalism happening at the ED office there, and thereafter the cops going after and taking it out and really going hard on that Youth Congress worker. We're going to take a very short break. Manoj, thank you for your inputs. Stay with us.
Sunak and Truss are fighting for the support of around 160,000 Conservative members who will begin voting in early August to choose their next leader. The winner, who will be announced on September 5th, will become the next Prime Minister of UK. UK experts see Sunak's stand as further straining relations with Beijing. In a report on 14 July, the Chinese nationalist Global Times newspaper said although Beijing did not expect a sea change in the bilateral relationship under Britain's new leader, it still hoped the two sides could improve ties. It said Sunak had a pragmatic view of developing balanced ties with China. In recent times, the Conservative government has taken a harder stance against Xi Jinping's administration over the crackdown on civil liberties in Hong Kong, including a restrictive national security law and electoral reforms in the former British colony. Mutual sanctions have been in place over China's treatment of Uyghurs in its far western Xinjiang region. On the occasion of the 25th anniversary of the handover of Hong Kong to China, then UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson said UK will not be giving up on the city. Johnson also accused China of not fulfilling its promises.
But on the 25th anniversary of the handover, we simply cannot avoid the fact that for some time now, Beijing has been failing to comply with its obligations. But we are not giving up on Hong Kong. 25 years ago, we made a promise to the territory and its people, and we intend to keep it.
British colonial rule ended in Hong Kong in 1997. Hong Kong was then handed over to China. Britain and China agreed to the one country, two systems agreement under the deal. However, the UK has been critical of Chinese rule after it imposed a harsh national security law in 2020. Massive protests erupted in Hong Kong following the imposition of the law. After Beijing imposed the law, the UK started offering citizenship for British national overseas passport holders and their families from the city.
A day of celebration.
Johnson, in his video message, had claimed that 120,000 people of Hong Kong have applied under the scheme. As UK awaits a new dawn, Rishi Sunak has shown he will be following the road taken by his predecessor if voted as the head of his party on 5th of September. In March 2021, UK's integrated review of security, defence and foreign policy called China the biggest state-based threat to the UK's economic security. Under fierce political pressure from Washington, Boris Johnson had also banned Chinese technology giant Huawei from involvement in the rollout of Britain's 5G network. Laws have also been tightened to make it harder for foreign firms, including those from China, to buy British businesses in sensitive sectors such as defence, energy and transport.
Is to keep going.
He is the poster boy of UK's aspirational class. Rishi Sunak is one step away from 10 Downing Street and he has been making all the right noises.
I will have no part in a rewriting of history that seeks to demonise Boris, exaggerate his faults, or deny his efforts.
On Sunday, the former Chancellor said that China represented the largest threat to Britain and the world's security and prosperity this century. He also proposed a series of measures to reduce Beijing's influence in the UK. Facing the charge from his Tory rival that he is soft over China and until recently he was planning to hold a UK-China Economic Finance Conference, Sunak went an extra mile to set the record straight. He also proposed a series of measures to prevent China from spreading its soft power in Britain's universities. Sunak said he would ban all 30 branches of the Confucius Institute in the UK. He promised that Chinese would be prevented from spreading their influence through culture and language programs. Britain's higher education has more than £50,000 as foreign funding. Sunak has promised a review of research partnership if voted as the next Prime Minister of UK. Sunak's Ban China blueprint extends to protecting UK tech startups from Chinese investments and a new NATO-style international alliance to tackle Chinese cyber threats. He has also
Welcome back. The ruckus in the monsoon session of Parliament refuses to abate. After suspension of 4 Congress MPs from Lok Sabha, As many as 19 MPs were suspended from the Rajya Sabha today. Of these, 7 MPs belong to the Trinamool, 6 to the DMK, 3 MPs each to the TRS and the CPIM. The MPs were suspended under Rule 256 of the House. The MPs have been suspended for a week now.
Ma'am, 19 MPs have been suspended today under Rule 256. What the chair said was that your behavior was unruly. Your reaction, ma'am?
It's simple. Price rise is a massive issue impacting the people of India. The way GST has been imposed on basic essential commodities, people have an outcry. We demanded to debate that and suspend all other business, but the chair did not allow it. We moved various members of parliament from all opposition parties have consistently moved notices to debate these two issues. We have not been allowed. We had to protest because that's the mood of the nation.
So what happens from here on Monday? Because you continue to sit in the house even after you were named.
Yes.
You know, from tomorrow onwards, will this protest continue?
We will now sit in our party office with other opposition parties and decide. But the nation and the people of the country should know that we were not allowed, despite consistent demands to debate on price rise and GST on essential commodities, and that is throttling our democratic right. Suspension has happened because this government has no answers. They do not know how to reply to inflation and price rise. That's the whole point.
सदन की बात आपने की, पहले 4 फिर 19। विपक्ष को कहीं ये बैठे बैठाए मुद्दा तो नहीं मिल गया है कि सदन की को डिस्टर्ब करने का?
देखिए, आखिरकार सदन चलना चाहिए। अगर डिप्टी चेयरमैन, स्पीकर, इन सब के आगे आप प्ले कार्ड लेकर आते हो और आगे दिखाते हो, बाकी मेंबर सदन के हैं वो अधिकतर मेंबर चर्चा करना चाहते हो, लेकिन आपके पास मुद्दे नहीं, आपके पास तर्क नहीं, तो आप सदन नहीं चलने देना चाहते। आप केवल एक परिवार के आसपास खड़े होना चाहते हैं। तो ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि आप चाहते ही नहीं कि सदन की कार्रवाई चले, और अगर चेयरमैन या स्पीकर ने कोई निर्णय किए हैं तो सदस्यों के और सदन के हित में किए हैं, और रूल्स जो कहते हैं उसके अनुसार ही किए हैं। क्या कांग्रेस का भारत की जांच एजेंसियों में विश्वास खत्म हो गया है? क्या कांग्रेस का भारत के संवैधानिक पदों पर बैठे हुए लोगों के पर विश्वास खत्म हो गया है? क्या कांग्रेस को लगता है कि गांधी परिवार के लिए अलग से कानून बनना चाहिए? क्या कांग्रेस को ये लगता है कि गांधी परिवार से जांच करनी भी गुनाह है? क्या कांग्रेस केवल एक परिवार तक सीमित होकर रह गई, या सदन में आकर देश के हितों के मुद्दों को भी कभी उठाएगी, या गांधी परिवार के ही चक्कर काटेगी?
Well, we turn the spotlight towards the United Kingdom as we continue to track Rishi Sunak versus Liz Truss in the race to become Britain's next Prime Minister, and the race between the two is only now heating up. It's ignited a war of words, and this is around China. After Rishi Sunak labelled China as the #1 security threat to the United Kingdom and the world and suggested building a NATO-style international cooperation to tackle Chinese threats in cyberspace, while promising to remove and close down the 30 Confucius institutes spread across the length and breadth of Britain, China has reacted on his remarks, showing its displeasure. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs has warned UK politicians not to use China in arguments and not hype the China threat theory for their political agendas. The Chinese Foreign Ministry said it will not solve their real problems.
How excited are you that Rishi has come this far already?
Yeah, I think it's pretty exciting. I heard him last night, and I see that he's very bold, driven, and I see that he has set targets for something that really matters for Britain.
And what is this doing for the Indian community that someone from the Indian community, the British Indian community, let's say, has come this far already?
Right. I think it's a matter of great pride for all of us. But I think I'd also want to say that he has not favored any ethnic majority or minority. He's been pretty neutral, and the impact he's created is great, I think. And I hope that he continues to do the same.
He is an Indian-looking Brit.
Yes.
Is that a problem?
Well, it shouldn't be a problem in 21st century. We just look at the Financial Times of the last Saturday, and Rishi Sunak's picture shows him much darker than he actually is and much more gaunter. This is known as subtle racism. When you look at Liz Truss's picture, it is shown in a very different light. And we all know, having lived in this country, how racism works. That apart, my main reason for supporting Rishi Sunak as a doctor is that he has a very good, crystal clear plan for the NHS to cut down the 6 million plus waiting list and to bring it long waiters 6 months before the current government has planned.
I'll tell you, it's such a great pride, not just within the Indian community, but within the wider Indian diaspora and the wider communities at large within Britain, because I think it shows that Rishi has done the work right during the pandemic, how he has actually pulled out the disadvantaged people and how he can do. So I think basically, I know there are comments about racism, the Indian sort of culture, but I think basically he's born and brought up here in Britain, and he is a British at heart, and that will never change anything, and I'm sure everybody will support him because the Conservative Party is not racist.
Sanjay Suri is with us. Sanjay Suri, as I'm given to understand that you're en route to tracking Rishi Sunak in action as he's going around campaigning and canvassing his cause and his blueprint for Britain, if I may say so. But when you ask this question on ethnicity, they said that even the tabloids are trying to play this up subtly. Is that true?
Well, what is true is that they are doing this not very subtly. It's a very, very clear campaign. Look at two signs following on from the debate last night. One is that overwhelmingly and indisputably, it is Rishi Sunak who prevailed. He was the one who came across as someone who knows what he's talking about. He had knowledge on his side. He had analysis on his side. He had a plan on his side. Liz Truss was a pale comparison, and yet you have a newspaper like the Daily Mail saying that she won the debate. Second, an opinion poll today, following yesterday's poll, shows no shift. And as we know that, as these polls suggest, Liz Truss is significantly ahead, and nothing that he has said or no argument that he has offered seems to have shifted a lot of voters. The dismal message that is coming across at the moment.
What's the sample size of this poll that is being conducted? Is it being conducted across the 180,000 odd voters of the Conservative Party, or is it a small sample? And does that actually represent public opinion? And what's the kind of traction that he's getting when he's out on ground among people?
Well, the poll, of course, is not going to be all of 200,000 people. It's among 1,000 party members. And that shows no significant change following the debate yesterday. The traction that he is getting within the Conservative Party is something that is behind closed doors. A lot of these hustings are not open to the media, and therefore it's very difficult to say what kind of traction he's getting. At these events, people will come and listen and not necessarily declare which way they will go. But clearly he's coming across as very convincing to those prepared to listen. The question is whether enough people are prepared to listen.
But from the Sunak camp, what's the understanding? Because there is going to be a steady build-up. The next 30 days are going to be quite heated. The decision is the 5th of September. So you've got at least nearly a month to try and correct things. So is there a change inevitable, or is there a clear backing of the Boris Johnson faction and throwing their weight and might behind Liz Truss?
Well, that last bit is obvious, and that is a factor that has been clear from the start. But in the Sunak camp, there is great determination to go ahead. There's great optimism. There's great energy. People really are pushing, and Sunak himself is pushing. He's out there. He's going from almost door to door, meeting to meeting. This meeting coming up in an hour is just about 150 people. But he's doing the rounds. He's doing what he can to convince people, engaging in public debates. He has something to say. He has a convincing message. A poll suggests that were he to be elected, he would be the better prime minister of the two. But clearly, there is weeks to go, and Rishi is going for it.
Yes, and if he's really clear, he's not afraid or shirking from stirring the pot too. If the Chinese Foreign Ministry has to respond to his comments, it is imperative, it is important. And if he's ruffling a few feathers and he's not shirking away from it, will that count? We'll have to wait and watch. Winding up the nation at 5 on that note. Stay with us. Viewpoint up next. For Uddhav Thackeray, it's now purely about existence. सरकार गई, अभी party and symbol भी चला जाएगा.
Question the fact that recruitment is happening based on caste and religion. That is actually completely deviating from what the point is, and you could actually be misleading the youth.
So is there acknowledgement from the court that some of the comments that they made on the 1st of July may have had a role in the subsequent events where the death and rape threats to Nupur Sharma increased manifold?
Governments of the day in Haryana have failed to really control this menace. A criminal can kill in a broad daylight with nothing happening against him. And even if there is an action, the cop's life won't be back.
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zakir Jacob. 19 opposition MPs were suspended today in the Rajya Sabha after chaotic scenes when no discussion happened and placards were being waved. This after 4 Congress MPs were suspended yesterday in the Lok Sabha. The government says that the presiding officer in both instances had no choice because the opposition was just not keen on letting the House run. The question is, clearly the opposition wants to put the government on the mat on issues of its choice. Why doesn't it allow the discussion to happen, the House to function, so that their own purpose of cornering the government is served? But first, the story of how it's been a suspension spree in Parliament.
The House and shout slogans. It is against the will.
Fireworks in Parliament have become synonymous. But this monsoon session, we are witnessing a string of suspensions of opposition MPs. As many as 23 in 24 hours. Today, 19 MPs from Rajya Sabha were suspended for the rest of the week. They have been reprimanded for misconduct by entering the well of the House and indulging in sloganeering.
That is throttling our democratic right. Suspension has happened because this government has no answers. They do not know how to reply to inflation and price rise. That's the whole point.
But even after the suspension, the 19 MPs continue to sit in the House in protest. The latest showdown comes a day after 4 Congress MPs in Lok Sabha were suspended for the rest of the monsoon session. They had held placards inside the House despite warnings from Speaker Om Birla.
We once again repeat and request that the House be allowed to function smoothly and the government will be ready to discuss any issue, including price rise.
Ever since the monsoon session began last week, both houses have been repeatedly adjourned, with the opposition demanding discussions on price rise and GST. But the suspension spree is only likely to escalate the opposition's fury against the government. So is there no end in sight to the deadlock in Parliament?
All right, on the talking point this evening here on Viewpoint, Tom Vadakan, BJP spokesperson, joining us, Swati Malik, Congress Party spokesperson, Manojit Mandal, TMC member and political analyst, and Varun Singh, political analyst, also joining us. Let me start with Swati Malik. As per Rule 374 of the Conduct of Business of the House, placards are not allowed. This is the laid down rule in both houses. MPs are supposed to adhere to this basic parliamentary etiquette. Why are members of parliament keen on breaking this rule? And if they break this rule consistently, then why are you taking offense to the presiding officer? Because what choice was that person left with?
Zakir, let me remind you of another rule, Rule 267, under which the demand of the opposition, of the united opposition, can be permitted and should be permitted by the central government, by the speaker for that matter. We should be allowed under Rule 267, should be allowed to have those debates on GST, on price rise, on the Agnivat scheme. We should be permitted to have that. But to say that, okay, we will do it and still not giving a specific time date, why not have a debate now? Why
because
not?
the minister concerned is not available, Swati. I mean, what is the point of doing a debate on price rise and GST if the finance minister is ill?
And what about the other? What about Agnipat? What about other aspects? What about misuse of the central agencies that the opposition wants to raise the question of? There's so many topics that we want to debate upon. If the finance minister is not available, okay, we can wait a day. But what about the other topics? But to say that yes, we will do it. करने को तैयार हैं, लेकिन कब तैयार हैं? That is what we're not getting.
Tom Vadakan, it's a routine practice that adjournment motions are moved under 267. Oftentimes, governments in the past have agreed to short duration discussions. Why is the government, or at least the impression that's going out, and the opposition is conveying this impression, that the government is shying away from discussing pressing issues like price rise, GST, Agnipath, etc.?
Zaka, it is a reality. This suspension spree is not something that was invented in Parliament. You have seen that in Maharashtra. 12 BJP MLAs were suspended in the year 2022. And for a year, believe me, and Supreme Court had to intervene. That's one. And that was a coalition partnership with Congress. Now, as to the question of Bengal, yes, there has been suspension and other issues also. When there were issue of the violence that happened there, and about 5 BJP MLAs were suspended. So let the matter rest on suspension. It is not a murder of democracy. It is a practice, a rule. If there is ruckus in the house, you create an environment where you cannot talk civilly. A civil discussion is not possible. And in that case, you have an accentuating situation. And as you rightly pointed out, finance minister is down with COVID. We are ready for discussion, Zaka, on any subject under the sun. But the problem is they want to grab headlines. They want to create a ruckus. And when they do this, they think they get headlines. But that's not true. People of India have woken up. They are seeing the reality that they are not ready for discussion. And I want to add something more.
Yeah.
There was, we want positive discussions and solutions. Do you remember Thomas Isaac of Kerala Finance Minister, who said if we have inflation, print more notes and go the Sri Lanka way, you know. This is the kind of solutions they point out. Quick solutions, quick solutions. Print more notes to solve inflation.
Okay, let me ask Manojit Mondal, as of now, as of the last 1 week when the monsoon session convened, the productivity percentage in the Lok Sabha is 16% and in the Rajya Sabha is 25%. If this trend continues for the remainder of the session, it goes on till the middle of August, then it will be the 3rd worst ever productive session since parliamentary research data began in 1999. Do you believe that the people of India are better served with such low productivity in both houses?
To answer to your question, let me quote the famous saying of Mr. Arun Jaitley, whose responsibility is to run the parliament. It is the government. And if the parliament is not run, I think our leader in the Rajya Sabha has extensively spoken on the matter. It is the benefit of the government. The government disrupts. I think government disrupts without even any provocation at times. I mean, papers, placards, I mean, are the issues? When you are talking about the issues, the people's issue, burning people's issue, of price rise, of economic blockade, on GST. I mean, yes, we believe that the finance minister is, sick, down with COVID. We wish her a speedy recovery, but there can be deputies of the finance minister. I mean, the discussion can happen on other issues. You do not want to discuss any issues, any matter
Manojit, the government's argument is the opposition is only hell-bent on creating a ruckus, waving placards which are against the rules of the House. The only thing you want to do is to capture headlines. And that is what is happening. How is the now? Can I ask one question? Manojit, can I ask a simple question?
Yes.
Wouldn't the opposition's own purpose, which is to corner the government, put the government on the mat on issues that are of pressing concern to the people of this country, be better served if there are discussions that happen inside Parliament, rather than this kind of disruption, this kind of placard waving, which has led to the suspension? What you're doing, the strategy you're adopting is counterproductive to your own purpose.
Why does one need to even agitate mildly, softly, moderately? Because we have seen even before the beginning of the parliament how you treated the members of the parliament. You had different kinds of codes of conduct. I believe the government is feared as the lions on these new parliament building. That's why they are showing their teeth. This has become a kind of weapon. Suspension has become a kind of weapon for them.
Okay, let me ask Varun Singh, because the question that's being asked is, okay, finance minister is not available. Surely there are MOSs who can answer questions that the opposition may have. And secondly, there are adjournment motions that have been moved for other issues as well, whether it is Agnipath, the defense minister is available surely in parliament, whether it is use of agencies as the opposition puts it, the Home Minister is available in Parliament. Why is the government not agreeing to those discussions where ministers are available?
To be honest, if you hear what the Speaker yesterday said, he was ready to hold a discussion. But the MPs of Congress, especially in the Lok Sabha, weren't even willing to go back sit on their seats and throw the placards out of the house. That prompted him. He has been very kind, he has been accommodative, and he also said that he wants to hold discussion, and he was allowing to hold discussions, but that wasn't happening. And I think Congress people even learned that what happened in Lok Sabha, that is the reason. In Rajya Sabha, you see all the MPs suspended, none of them belong to Congress. And most of them are, willful defaulters, because previously too, if you see Sushmita Dev in 2018, the other Congress MP who was suspended by the Lok Sabha Speaker yesterday, they have been suspended earlier for similar activities. Ignorance of law is no excuse. You cannot go in the well, you cannot hold placards. These are simple things, and this shows that these MPs who are there to make rules and regulations do not want to follow simple, basic rules. And, wasting such precious time, the people of this country are waiting to hear every particular debate. They want things to move. And, I just want to correct, the government is responsible to run the parliament, but in Ruckus, it can't run it smoothly. But to be fair to the BJP and the NDA, they have passed more than 167 bills since 2020 till 18/7/2022 in the House, even amid all the ruckus that they have been creating.
I want to bring our viewers' attention to the fact that it costs, and this is by the government's own admission some years ago in Parliament, that it costs 2.5 lakh rupees every hour to run Parliament. So what we've essentially lost over the last 1 week of an unproductive session with just 16% in the Lok Sabha and 23% in the Rajya Sabha is tens of crores. So Swati Malik, why is this a waste on the taxpayers' money? People who are funding Parliament, whose job it is for discussion, debate, legislation, that money is going down the drain because of some placards and TV camera angles and as a consequence of that, suspensions.
Zaka, that question should be pointed at the BJP spokesperson here, because they are the ones who are responsible for this. Like I said earlier, if the finance minister is not available, let's start debates. Don't say that we will have it now, and just stop this. If you are blaming the opposition for creating a ruckus, do not give us this opportunity. Stop us there and then. Say yes, okay, let's start the debate. Let's do it now. Why if the government is so innocent in this and absolutely, there's all bona fide in this, then why are we having this debate?
Is the taxpayer money being wasted because of disruption, or is it being wasted because government is saying that let the minister come in and then we'll have the discussion?
Because the taxpayers' money is being wasted because of the government's decision to not continue the debates on any of the topics. That is why the taxpayers' monies are being wasted. All of our money is being wasted.
Let me ask Tom
We are all paying taxes.
Surely you would also agree, Tom, that price rise is an important issue. It is a pressing issue for tens of millions of people around this country. Surely there are MOS finance ministers who are there who can answer these questions. There are various other capable ministers who can answer these questions of the opposition. Why should this discussion have to wait?
Zaka, I accept we have very competent ministers, MOSs and all that. But when you have an MOS taking up an issue, they'll say, where is the finance minister? Why is she busy? Where is she? This is if you have it or you don't have it. You have a situation where they will create a ruckus anyway. We are ready to discuss everything threadbare, Zaka. There's no issue about it. But if you bring an MOS, they'll say, where's the finance minister? And when you bring the finance minister, they'll say, where's the prime minister? This kind of arguments can go on until the cows come home. Ground reality is you're paid, your freebies are all there because the exchequer is paying for it. Zaka, it's your money, it's my money, it's the taxpayers' money. They are not there to hold placards or be street fighters. People have elected them to present their opinion, debate in a civil way. That is how things go forward, not creating a ruckus. And that is precisely what they attempt, and they want to grab headlines every day.
I want to ask Manojit Mandal, it's not the first time that members of parliament have been suspended. In 1963, it was the first time in 1963 when the Congress was in power, a few Lok Sabha MPs interrupted the then president's address. They were suspended in 1963. In 1989, again, when the Congress was in power, this is on the back of the Mandal Commission, 63 MPs were suspended from the Lok Sabha for discussion on the Thakkar Commission report. And in 2010, which is the worst productive session that the Parliament has ever seen on the back of the 2G scandal and the discussions thereof. 7 MPs were suspended from the Rajya Sabha. Please explain to me why you believe what has happened over the last couple of days is so extraordinary that it's different from all the instances that I've listed of MPs being suspended.
I'll answer. Let me take you back to 1 year ago. What happened? Farm bills. Maximum number of suspension happened during that point of time, and Trinamool Congress was singularly targeted. What you did with the farm bill? Did you take it back? Now it's time for you to then apologize for suspending these people. Have you done so? What are you talking about? When we are talking about a legitimate issue where the government had to back out finally, the farm bill, which is a draconian bill, not just the suspending
Sir,
of...
if you remember, I don't know, I can check with my producers to pull out those pictures. No, Manojit, give me 1 second, give me 1 second. The reason why TMC MPs were suspended, I think it was 2 sessions ago, was because some of your MPs physically assaulted marshals inside the House. The issue may have been farm bill, but that's not why they were suspended. They were suspended for physically assaulting marshals.
That's absolutely wrong. There was extreme level of provocation. And look at the manner in which they have been suspended for something which was so legitimate, which was so justified. The government had to acknowledge that it was legitimate by taking the bill off.
Physically assaulting marshals is legitimate. Physically assaulting marshals is legitimate.
No, nothing happened of that sort. Nothing happened of that sort.
Sir, there was CCTV footage.
Certainly not.
There was CCTV footage of marshals of the House being phically assaulted. I clearly remember Dola Sen was one MP's name I can think of, who was seen physically assaulting one of the marshals inside the House.
We could also see women members were assaulted. That's not the point. The bigger point is that how the government is passing the bills. How much discussion do you take, you hold on certain bills? Not even 9, 10, 12 minutes of discussion when you are passing important bills.
Varun Singh, one of the perennial complaints. One second, Manojit, let me ask Varun Singh. Fair point. Discussion is not happening on bills. Varun Singh, one of the perennial complaints of the opposition has been, look at the number of bills that have been sent to the standing committee. I think it's in single digits, the percentage, over the last couple of years or so. Why is there this reluctance to send bills to a standing committee?
I wouldn't say it's reluctance. Probably they are doing whatever the government feels is better. Most of the time, the government brings the bill to the House and wants a fair debate. It is sad that we have people who are defending, attacking marshals and say that, it is a legitimate thing, provocation. I can't believe it. These are MPs who have served for the nation, for their constituency for such a long time, and they get provocated on simple things. And they waste so much time, such precious time and money of ours, which actually should be spent in debating. I only just want to point out one thing to Ms. Malik. The Speaker has been continuously in the Lok Sabha stating that he wants to hold debate, he will allow time to hold debate, but just let's follow something that is called parliamentary procedure. Even that is being not heard by the opposition, and then they expect that everything, yani chit bhi meri, pat bhi meri. You can wake up someone who's sleeping, but not someone who's pretending to sleep, and the opposition clearly looks like that right now.
No, I want to ask Swati Malik. 374A was a rule that was introduced when the UPA was in power. It's not like the BJP introduces. And 374A very clearly says that members of parliament cannot be seen waving placards, cannot be seen disrupting the House. You cannot be tearing up documents inside the House. You cannot be seen shouting slogans. Now, if this has been instituted for the last many years and it is as applicable to BJP MPs as it is to the opposition MPs, then, why are you grudging the presiding officer for going by the rule book?
The grudge, Zaka, is with the intent here. Please understand, first, no debates are allowed. Then when the MPs want to walk to the Rashtrapati Bhavan to present a memorandum, they are not given permission. They are just arrested and taken to far-off police stations. So what I'm trying to say is here that the intent is just suppress the voice of dissent here. Whoever is going to raise any questions, please tell me this 167 bills that were passed, how many were held, how many debates were held on it? And how many were passed unanimously without any debates completely, as if BJP should just do it from their head office? Why even come to the parliament? Why even waste the 2.5 lakh rupees per hour that you pointed? If they have to function in this manner where they don't want a debate, they don't want any questions asked, they should just keep signing. If it's just a signing formality, they should do it from their offices. Why even waste so much money
very
here?
quick response after wrap up after that. How many of these 167 bills were passed by voice vote? How many of them were sent to a standing committee? The allegation by the opposition is you don't want scrutiny of bills, therefore it serves your purpose by suspending their MPs and having disruption in the House, because then you can pass a bulk of these bills by voice vote.
These are outright lies. Issues are discussed threadbare. But yes, if they want to walk out on issues and then go to President's Rashtrapati Bhavan, where Section 144 prevails, she said that, well, you know, we would like to go to the... do you have separate rules for the common men and parliamentarians? That Section 144 is relevant, and they're allowed to go across. You take permission. If you're given permission, why not? There's a democratic way. Now the question is, everything is discussed threadbare. Let there be no doubt about it. Even if it's passed through voice vote, we have the numbers. If we have the numbers, that's not our fault. People of this country have given us the numbers.
Okay.
So if the voice vote also, we carry the show.
Okay, I've got to wrap up. I'm completely out of time. Thank you very much, Tom, Swati, Varun Singh, and of course, Manojit for joining us. But talking about, you know, the politics that happens outside of Parliament on the streets, today again, Congress President Sonia Gandhi is being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. This is the second time again in the National Herald case. And to protest against the ED heat on the Gandhis, Congress leaders and their workers took to the streets. The protest turned ugly at several places, including here in Delhi, in Nagpur and Indore, where public property was vandalized, vehicles were set on fire, and protesters clashed with the cops. It was almost like a rerun of what happened last Thursday when Congress workers wreaked similar havoc in the name of protests. Many Congress workers and leaders have been detained for taking to the streets, including Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, who was leading the protests in the national capital. There were also scenes of the police, in some instances, behaving in a high-handed fashion with some Congress workers as well.
यहाँ पे सारे सांसद आए, हाँ, और उन्होंने महंगाई की बात की, हाँ, और बेरोजगारी की बात की, और ये हमें यहाँ बैठने नहीं दे रहे हैं, हाँ, अंदर बात नहीं करी जा रही है, डिस्कशन नहीं अलाउड है, हाँ, और यहाँ पे हमसे अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं। हिंदुस्तान की स्थिति है, पुलिस स्टेट है, वो तो सच्चाई है। मोदी जी राजा है, पुलिस स्टेट है।
All right, Ashish Meshi joining us live from outside the ED office. Pallavi Ghosh tracking the Congress party for us. Ashish, first things first. So today's questioning seems to be going on for longer. It's in 2 sessions. She was there before lunch and then after lunch. I think it's been going on for the last couple of hours at least. What exactly is the ED trying to ascertain from Sonia Gandhi?
So one thing that I can confirm is that the questioning is happening almost on the line as Rahul Gandhi was questioned. So the questions are almost similar. The Enforcement Directorate is basically looking at 2 things. One is the money trail, and secondary is about you know, the assets that have come into the hands of young Indian, whether they are final beneficiaries or not. What I have been told by sources is that the answer that they are getting is that Section 25 company, that is Young Indian, cannot be a beneficiary. Reason being, there is no profit and loss account. It's a Section 25 company, and you know, there is an income and expenditure account which is prepared. So here the benefit ultimately cannot reach into the hands of the person who are equity holders or shareholders. But more importantly, Associated General is still not closed down. So that is what their take or Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi's take is as of now.
Okay.
But ultimately the Enforcement Directorate believe that this is a sham transaction. It has been designed in such a manner that it looks to be okay, but ultimately the benefit have reached into their hands, and the benefit is to the tune of around 2,000 crore rupees. So let's see how things move forward, Zaka. But Enforcement Directorate, before filing the charge sheet, they have to question all accused. Even in this matter, you know, we already seen that Kharge has been questioned, Pawan Kumar Bansal has been questioned, Rahul Gandhi has been questioned, and now Sonia Gandhi has been questioned. So this is the process under PMLA. So before filing the charge sheet, they are completing the process.
Okay, let me go across to Pallavi Ghosh as well. Politically speaking, strictly, it seems like the Congress protests, or at least comes out in the numbers that they do, only when one of their leaders, one of the Gandhis, is being questioned, whether it was Rahul Gandhi earlier, of course Sonia Gandhi over the last 2 times in the last week or so. Yes, of course, the Congress has every right to protest when their leaders are being questioned. They can call it high-handedness of the agencies. The larger question, though, is political resonance. How much resonance are these issues which are pertain to the leadership of the Congress party having amongst the armed janta? Because when was the last time, for example, Congress party hit the streets on matters concerning the armed janta? Pallavi, can you hear me? Okay, we've lost that link with
Is it
Pallavi.
better now?
All right, go ahead, Pallavi. Yes, I can hear you now, yes.
Is it okay now?
All right. I think there seems to be a problem there with Pallavi Ghosh's audio. We'll try and see if we can get her back. Politically speaking, is the Congress missing a trick or two by coming out on the streets in the numbers that they are doing so for their leaders, but not quite for issues that concern the army, as it were? But Ashish, how long is today's questioning expected to go on? And again, because of her health concerns, is there any special arrangement that's being made by the Enforcement Directorate?
So there were 3 requests that were made by Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. One was that Priyanka Gandhi should stay inside the Enforcement Directorate headquarters as she keeps a tab on her medicines. So she is going to stay, and as we speak, Priyanka Gandhi is still inside. The second request was to keep an open and ventilated room so that, and the officers who are going to question are basically they have to sit at a distance so that she holds little chance of infection because she has recently recovered from COVID. Third request was that all the officers who are going to question her, they need to be RT-PCR negative and their test should be done, a day before. So all these requests have been accepted, and these were the requests that were made by Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. Okay. The questioning, it started, she came in at around 11 here, and it went on till 2:30, and at around 2 o'clock, and then she came back at around 3:30, and since then the questioning is happening. So as we speak, we already crossed 6 p.m. and we are expecting it to get over by 6:30 or 6:45. But let's see, as her health is an issue. We all know that her health is an issue, and it should get over by 6:37. So let's see how things move forward during the day.
To Pallavi Ghosh. Yes. All right, we've just lost that link with Pallavi Ghosh again. In the meanwhile, I want to thank Ashish Maharshi. So the Congress party hitting the streets in numbers in Delhi, in Mumbai, in Bangalore, and of course things getting violent in some parts as well, including the pictures that you're seeing on your right, which is from Indore. So we'll leave it at that. We'll see how this story plays out and whether this has any resonance for the Congress party in the wider janta, as it were. That's a wrap. In a moment, Akansha will join you with the biggest exclusive tonight.
For Uddhav Thackeray, it's now purely about existence. सरकार गई, अभी party and symbol भी चला जाएगा.
Question the fact that recruitment is happening based on caste and religion, that is actually completely deviating from what the point is, and you could actually be misleading the youth.
So is there acknowledgement from the court that some of the comments that they made on the 1st of July may have had a role in the subsequent events where the death and rape threats to Nupur Sharma increased manifold?
Governments of the day in Haryana have failed to really control this menace. A criminal can kill in a broad daylight with nothing happening against him, and even if there is an action, the cop's life won't be back.
A very warm welcome to biggest exclusive tonight with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Now today, the Mumbai police registered an FIR against actor Ranveer Singh. This for allegedly posting his photographs from his nude photo shoot for a magazine that he also shared on his Instagram account. Now the actor has been booked after a Mumbai-based lawyer and an NGO lodged a complaint on Monday. In fact, the Mumbai police today also released a note that says that the actor, with a purpose to earn big money, had ended up being a poor influence on young children and society at large. Ranveer Singh broke the internet while the netizens had mixed reactions towards his photographs. But the complaint application that was submitted at the Chembur police station claims that Ranveer's photographs not only hurt sentiments of women but also insult their modesty. The FIR has been registered under sections 292, 293, 509 of the IPC and also under the IT Act. Here's more.
Like anything negative said about my favorite Ranveer Singh. He'll be eternally a favorite to every one of us actually, and he's given us so much at the movies, so we should only give him love.
Interestingly, remember, this is not the first time that naked celebrity pictures have raised a storm. Here are all those instances when celebrities stirred up the hornet's nest with the naked photo shoots. First up, we have the current incident of July 2022 when Ranveer Singh clicked nude for magazine pictures titled The Last Bollywood Superstar. And what was the result? An FIR has been lodged. In May of 2022, Poonam Pandey was charge sheeted. The nude photo shoot belongs to 2020 at Chapoli Dam. And then, let's go back to November 2020 when Milind Soman stirred the hornet's nest, and this was because of a row of nude beach pictures that were posted on his 55th birthday. He was booked for obscenity. But that's not all. We also have Sapna Bhavnani, the Big Boss contestant. The hairstylist posed naked for a PETA advertising campaign in 2013. And back in the 90s, remember, the first initial controversy in India was when Milind Soman and Madhu Sapre, they advertised in a video advertisement showing Sapre and Soman with a snake. Of course, there was an obscenity case filed, but they were acquitted back in the year 2009. And that's why we pose the big question to all our viewers today: when nude celebrity pics, are they now raising a storm? This is the question that we are asking everyone. Artistry or a schleal? How do you look at it? Call in and share your views on 0120-434-1895. The question is, how do you view Ranveer Singh's nude photo shoot? Is this artistry or would you call this a schleal? Let's also open that question to our guests today. And for that, let me also introduce you to our panelists. I am joined in by Ms. Brinda Adige, who's a social activist, Dilip Cherian, who's the founder and consulting partner of Perfect Relations, and of course, Prahlad Kakkar, who's an ad guru. Brinda, if I may begin with you, one of the charges in the FIR under Section 509 is that the Act intends to outrage the modesty of women. Do you think it outrages the modesty of women, and how so, if at all?
See, personally, I do not think it outrages modesty of a woman because it is not thrust into my face, forcing me to watch it or look at it. If this is a picture that is there on some Instagram chat or Facebook, then you are a member and you make them your friend and member, and then you make a choice to look at it. So that cannot be called outraging modesty of a woman. Modesty of a woman is when you forcibly thrust it into my face and make me to watch it and look at it against my wish, against my will. So this particular picture, I do not think so. So I don't really know why somebody went and filed a case. Earlier, you could have filed a case in Bangalore City because there used to be big hoardings and billboards where some pictures like this used to be there. But right now, it is not like that.
All right, fair enough. That's a very interesting point that Dilip Cherian, we just heard Brinda make. She said that, you still understand when such images are right or placed on a hoarding in the middle of a crossroad. You still understand that. But when it's coming to catering to a magazine, do you still think that it's outraging the modesty of women?
My take on it is absolutely there isn't anything in this shoot which can be construed as very, very sexually suggestive or definitely harmful young minds. As Brinda has very correctly indicated, people who have opted in and selected to be on his Instagram page and Facebook page are the ones who are seeing many other images of his. Also, I think the bigger thing is you have correctly given a whole chronology of actors who have had problems with police cases being filed against them. But what we need to understand is that the new generation, the young people, have access to this more and much, much more at the end of a fingertip. So are they?
All right, I think there seems to be some network connectivity issue with Mr. Cherian, but we also have Jilson from Calicut who's on the phone line with us. Jilson, you heard what the question is. Do you think that this is artistry, or is this ashleel? Is this a cheap publicity stunt, or is it just a freedom of expression? Please share your views with us.
Yeah, all said, Ranveer is a great actor, but what is done today is utterly disgusting, and this is obscene. This is obscene to a level that a man of his stature should never have ventured on this. He could have been more popular, and he could have been more interesting to watch for people by doing some other better movie or something like that. He has wasted his time. I think maybe a few people here and there might be up for him, but generally he's going to be blasted out on this, no doubt. He has done something very bad, I would say categorically. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Jilson. Rajiv from Pune is next. Rajiv, please go ahead.
Good evening to you. I don't think it's either. I think the guy is just trying to make some money. That's about it. He's getting full-cut publicity, and he's going to benefit. It's just about money. That's it.
All right. Thank you for speaking to us. If I could come to you, Prahlad, many are now attacking this photo shoot by saying that it does not bode well with the Indian culture. How do you assess such an argument? Because it's been a very old argument, especially in our country, which is known as the land of Kama Sutra or Khajuraho. Is it hypocritical?
Yeah, of course it's hypocritical. We're an extremely hypocritical society, and all these court cases and hurt my sentiment numbers, which we are now getting a plethora of, are only people looking for their little media space in the sun, and the media is providing them with their platform. I think such and such took Ranveer Singh to court. Now, Ranveer has got a track record of being a great favorite actor. Who is this guy who's, put a case against him? He wants to be right piggyback on him so that his face is also shown. And somewhere along the line, he gets a little 2 minutes of fame in the sun, and that's more than enough for him. So it's, we are a hypocritical society. Let's accept that.
All right.
The fact is that is this a photograph assaulting the public sensibility? Of course not. It's on a platform where you choose to go or don't choose to go. If you choose to go and see it, and if you find it obscene, switch it off.
You know what's interesting? What's interesting, Brinda, if I may come to you, is that the fact that we forget about all those Naga sadhus perching at the Sangam during the Kumbh or Magh. But whenever we see nudity in photo shoots, we always tend to associate it with Western culture.
Remember one thing.
You're absolutely right.
Remember,
I cannot understand why they would like to make this an excuse.
They're covered in ash.
Yes, Prahlad, let's also hear what Brinda has to say. Brinda, please go ahead.
Sorry.
Every time they want to make a point of Indian Samskriti, they always point to the West. They forget that almost all our architecture, from north to south to east to west, You look at any sculpture and you will find that it is nudity that is being celebrated everywhere in various forms and various kinds.
Right.
And the person who was so upset has gone and filed a case must actually be very upset of all the nude photos of children and young women and old women that are posted on the internet free for all. And people who are vulnerable are getting targeted. I mean, he must be angry about that and file a case. This is something that has been done out of choice by this person.
Right.
And again, out of choice, you or I can want to watch it.
Brinda, hold on to those thoughts because I have a very patient caller awaiting his turn. I have Deepak from Mumbai. Deepak, sure, go ahead and share your views, please.
Yeah, ma'am, he's a professional. That's his job. I mean, people for underwear like Rupa and Dollar did all. We have photographs all over the magazines like that. And he's a pro. I mean, he's a professional. Fine. He's got a good body. And I mean, it's okay. I mean, as long as it's not vulgar, it's fine. If you look at it from that point of view, then I mean, that's how you look at it. But he's okay. I mean, fine. Why? You have women posing like that. You see that over for Javed. She's wearing only flowers on the internet, on the Twitter today. You can see that. What about that then? Come on. He's okay, I think.
All right, all right. Dilip Cherin, is this freedom of expression also? How much is too much, considering one of the charges under Section 293 pertains to sale of obscene objects to young people, something that has now also worried parents when it comes to such imagery being accessed by children on the internet?
As you mentioned, children are also subject to pictures of naked Naga sadhus, besides pictures of akhadas which they pass by on their way to school. So, you know, the idea of sexualizing the human body is something which is seeming to gain credence with only people of a certain kind who are either looking for publicity or want to drag an entire society by the hair backwards into some period which does not exist. It only exists as a figment of their imagination. So I suspect that what we are talking about is that you have citizens with very little to do, as Prahlad mentioned,
right.
And you know, they go and find a convenient scapegoat, right. And the police, for want of anything, any way of bringing them out, have to go through the process of filing this. So what we are seeing at this point is, as I said, something which does not have any resonance with today's generation in terms of their terming it either vulgar or obscene. That simply isn't the case.
Right. Brinda, if I could bring you in on this, you know, whenever there's a viral video or such images which are pertaining to nudity or are even remotely naked, there's always this concern, especially when it comes to the internet and the lack of censoring on the internet, considering it's an open space, it's like an unlimited universe. How do you react to those fears of perhaps such imagery being accessed by children?
See, this particular imagery, looking at all the other imageries that you find on the net, seems to be so very innocent. And my government is not able to censor all of those that are available, free and for money. And I think that it is important that my government and my courts start getting worried about all of that is available, which is actually harmful to children and to people, rather than something like this, which is basically perception. And that perception, that messaging is what the caption is all about. My courts are so full with all the cases that they are yet to do anything about. Trusting another case of this nature just because somebody's sentiments have got hurt, I think is a waste of court time. But I also think that it is a waste of unnecessarily telling that, you know, this is a Western culture. This is no longer Western as much as it is Indian and Eastern and whatever it might be. And I think it is more important for my courts to start looking at other issues of the internet, the dark web and
Right.
censoring all of those accesses rather than waste time on this.
Right, and if we have to discuss the Western aspect of it, I'd actually like to go to Prahlad for that. Prahlad, essentially this photo shoot was meant to pay tribute to Burt Reynolds' iconic 1972 shoot for Cosmopolitan. Now, the question that also arises is that if the West could be so accepting of such a photo shoot way back in 1972, why can't India accept it in 2022?
No, because we are a hypocritical society. And we will accept Naga sadhus because we think they're actually dressed. And they're dressed in ash. So it's not, you're not seeing skin, you're seeing ash. So they've got a little outlet there to try and say, oh, the Naga sadhus are not naked. They're covered in ash. Holy ash. Not just any ordinary ash. It's vibhuti. And that you cannot turn down and deny because that's a part of our culture. So what if everything else is seen? I mean, we are a hypocritical society. Let's accept that. Why aren't we accepting the fact that we have such double standards about everything? I mean, the politicians who can sit in parliament and watch porn, and then they want to ban porn in somebody else's house because it's a private, property. I mean, I find that really, really ridiculous. We have
Dilip
wasted so
Charan,
much
if I
time.
could have you add something. Yes, Prahlad, first finish what you're saying.
I think
There's so much time that we are wasting in hurting everybody's sentiments and acknowledging that you are hurting sentiments. I mean, after a while, you won't be able to say anything because it'll hurt somebody's sentiment. I mean, for Christ's sake, I mean, stop wasting the court's time.
Are we becoming an intolerant society, Dilip? Or is this, do you think this is an overnight phenomenon, considering I just went through all those controversies that were that have been taking place ever since the 90s? I'm sure they've been happening even at the time when I was not born. But do you think this is an overnight development, or this has just been an age-old phenomenon?
It's not an overnight sensation. We have been steadily marching backwards. And I think the problem is that in terms of wanting to project India as a soft power, as a nation on the move and getting ahead, every time we make an effort, there is a bunch of people who want to get immense publicity around a non-event which stars and tarnishes us unnecessarily in the eyes of the young, in the eyes of the world. So I think that we need to recognize this for what it is. It is a rise in intolerance, a kind of escapism, of wanting to believe that something that never was really should have been. And that is, I think, what is this clash of lack of culture is what worries me. And I think this is something that needs to be paid attention to. And we certainly need to give no more airtime or support to people trying to do these silly stunts.
No, airtime I can't promise you. I'd love to give airtime as long as we have naked Ranveer Singh. Having said that, I have a caller, Lakshman from Gandhinagar. Lakshman, please go ahead and share your views.
Okay, my little piece is, I think this is nudity. It is not acceptable. It is supposed to be only in private or in adult magazine. If you're going to put it in a magazine that kids have access to, or even children, female, can you imagine what they are going to be thinking or what is going to happen to them? This is so rubbish what is going on right now. It's unbelievable. There been instructions on the magazine that this is strictly for adults, or it has to be kept away from the children? Is there any instruction like that?
All right. All right. Fair enough. Brinda, we heard what our caller had to say. He's clearly demanding that there should be disclaimers associated with such kind of imagery where children can perhaps be, rescued from such imagery.
Children are the most innocent people of all. I mean, they handle nudity much better than adults do. Adults have been conditioned over a period of time to feel ashamed of their own bodies. It's all called body shaming. I mean, if you look at a child and he takes his clothes off and goes running around the house.
I completely agree with the earlier panelist. Body shaming is something that we must refrain from. And somebody spoke about disclaimers. I would like to ask him, how many of the websites have disclaimers? How many of the item numbers that come out on any of the regular movies have disclaimers? How many advertisements that might also show similar kind of poses with, almost 90% nudity have disclaimers? So I think we are going overboard and we are becoming more intolerant, and we are assuming that children are so innocent that they do not know or understand what this is. What we need to tell ourselves is to help children socially get conditioned, which we are not doing. And that, I think, is the mistake and the fault of us adults.
Right, Dilip Cherian and Prahlad both. Let me begin with Prahlad. Prahlad, you've been seeing this over decades. I of course, happen to refer to Madhu Sapre and Milind Soman's photo shoot also of the 90s. I was a kid back then, but I remember it created quite a furor. Having said that, I'm sure you've seen the kind of I don't know if transition is even the right word, because it seems like the controversies have still not died down. Do you see, whenever it comes to nudity, whether it's Pooja Bedi or even her mother Pratima, or cut to now 2022, we have a man. How do you see, has anything changed at all?
We've got worse. We were more sensitive. Our sentiments are so delicate, and we have such little confidence in our own culture and our own country that we get hurt every time somebody farts.
All right. Dilip, if you would like to add to that bit.
What?
No, I think that
I would get hurt
it's very clear that there isn't that much of a sentiment against this kind of thing. And the reason is that as a society, we are moving forward. But as individuals, as makers, enough people to take advantage and to make sure that we make a mockery of ourselves. So what Prahlad talked about hypocrisy, that is what is the raging enthusiasm of certain individuals who probably are also closet watchers of the same things that they are accusing others of dispensing on.
All right, hold on to those thoughts, because I'm also joined in by Nikhil from Mumbai. Nikhil, please go ahead and share your views.
Hi. I really don't think anything's wrong with what's being shown. If there's anything obscene, it's probably someone who is obscene in the head. And I actually second Mr. Kakad with what he's saying.
All right. Thank you, Nikhil, for speaking to us. Brinda, you know, on that note, it's after a long time that, you know, a man's naked photo shoot has been making news. Many are also using this photo shoot to question the deep-seated sexism in our society that would not appreciate the same photo shoot if it were done by a female. What are your thoughts?
I think they would have objected to it even if it was a female, and they have done so in the past.
Right, so that's okay.
The sexism that you mentioned is deepening, and now they are raising their voice, because like one of the panelists pointed out, about a couple of years ago, you had major hoardings with this Rupa
but if you notice, there's always a character assassination when it's whenever there's a woman's naked photo shoot. There's always character assassination. I mean, I know that you know, as a porn star, that's not perhaps what Sunny Leone had to. You know, I'm not just talking about naked photo shoots, but if one were to also focus on the struggles of someone like, say, Sunny Leone, we all know what she's gone through and the kind of struggles she's had to face.
You're absolutely right. Like I was just mentioning, nobody would have raised their voice at that time. But today, they are raising their voice and calling out, maligning the character of the person. That, I think, is the worst crime. You malign somebody because of a photograph or because of their pose and because of their partial nudity, whatever it might be. But why would you want to malign that character? How is it that is going to make you a better, holier than thou? When you say that somebody is showing something like this, just goes to show that again and again, people think that a couple of them are better off than the rest of us. And that is the scary part of it, where a group of people actually think they will decide what the standards for the rest of the nation would be. And that is unacceptable. We are a democracy, and we citizens, each of us can decide for ourselves what we want our standards to be.
Dilip Cherian, is it fair to associate image projection with one's character?
I don't think that this is a situation of just image projection. It is also to do with the kind of characters we are allowing to dominate in our society. That is what I consider the real danger. There are people who want to, capitalize on these opportunities and make heroes or heroines of themselves. And that is what is wrong. We need to have a pushback as a society. And as Brinda said, as a democracy, we need to say that we are evolving, we are moving ahead. These are the people who need to be left behind. Not pay so much attention to them, and we need to allow art in all its sensibilities to flower, and more of such pictures may they actually blossom and bloom.
On a lighter note, Prahlad, I'd like you to comment on the marketing ecosystem, which is also, rapidly gaining pace. I'll refer to Burt Reynolds. His shoot had become an advertising go-to for decades, especially back in the 70s. Everyone from Deadpool to the Burger King, they rocked the bear rug that was sported by Burt Reynolds back then. Interestingly, cut to 2022, the company that owns the Turkish rug on which Ranveer has posed has also posted a photo from the same shoot and captioned it, "See, you don't need anything else if you've got the..."
Whatever that.
Yeah,
Yes.
the company's name. I'm not going to take that.
Well, because-
But don't you see this as an excellent marketing ploy? Or is this just
It
nudity?
is an opportunity because social media goes everything viral. And we never had that phenomenon in the old days. You have to actually work very hard for it to be accepted. But the fact is that at the end of the day, there is, if you look at my DP, which has been on my phone for the last 4 years, there's a nude on it, my nude, after my bypass. A big deal, yeah? Nobody thought that I would take umbrage or they could actually get some benefit out of it because they would get no media mileage if they turn around and put an FIR on me because it's my private phone. It's the same way. If you don't want to see a Ranveer's photograph and if you have such objections, don't see it. It's your choice. Nobody's thrusting it at you. For Christ's sake, at the end of the day, even if it's printed in a magazine, it's your choice. You buy the magazine because of that. And believe me, if they put the photograph on the cover of whatever magazine that they're putting it on, it'll be sold out in 5 minutes flat. And mainly sold out by women. You remember that campaign that the women did, the pink underwear campaign?
Right.
When Ram Sena was trying to target women for dressing in a non-cultural manner.
Right.
They sent the head of every woman in this country, not everyone, a lot of them, sent him a pink underwear. Do you know that? Do you remember that?
No, I of course very much remember that. I'd like to actually quickly give my guests the opportunity to have their closing thoughts. Prahlad, I'd like to take that as your closing thought. Brinda, what would you like to say? Your closing thoughts?
I think we need to evolve. We need to move on. We need to ask ourselves, if we want to watch something and we are adults, it is our choice. I don't think we want anybody else with their own sensibilities and understanding of what is right and wrong.
All right, 5 seconds, Mr. Cherian, your closing thoughts.
Legislators who have often been found absorbed in porn must recognize that it's time to wholesale change these laws which no longer make sense.
Right. Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Cherian, Brinda and Prahlad for giving your precious time to us. And with that, I quickly move over to some breaking news coming in. We're now learning that Sonia Gandhi has left the ED office after questioning for over 6 hours. Remember, she was summoned again. Today was the second round of questioning, and tomorrow she has been summoned again for questioning. It was the second round of questioning for Sonia Gandhi today, and the latest we are now learning is that Sonia Gandhi has left on day 2 of her ED quizzing, which is finally over. Remember, this spanned over the entire day because she also left the ED office for a brief interval for which she had left for her lunch, and now she of course returned to the ED office at around 3 o'clock, and now we are learning that she's done for day 2 of her ED quizzing. For more, let's quickly go across to Ashish Mehrishi. Ashish, we're learning that she'll be back at the ED office tomorrow, but can you give us a sense of how and what was the ED questioning all about today?
So the first story is that she has to appear again. She has been summoned again for tomorrow. And till now, around 55 questions have been asked. In the first phase, around 20 questions were asked. Today, around 30 questions have been asked. Around 25 pages have been typed by the typist sitting inside the
Enforcement Directorate, because there are two ways of doing it. Either you can get your answers typed, or you can get your it can also be handwritten. But here the choice has been taken as you can have a typist inside the room, and the answers are being typed, and Sonia Gandhi has to sign on each and every paper. As far as the line of questioning goes, yes, the line of questioning remains is absolutely same as that of Rahul Gandhi. The Enforcement Directorate is basically looking at the money trail, the money that came in from Kolkata-based Hawala company. And more importantly, they are looking at the beneficiary. The beneficiary in this case is basically a company named Young Indian. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi both have taken the plea that it's a Section 25 company. So essentially, a Section 25 company under the Companies Act is like an NGO. So the benefit cannot accrue to the shareholders. That is the plea that they have taken.
Right.
According to them, it's not a profit and loss account in Section 25 company. It's an income and expenditure account which is prepared. So here, ultimately, whoever the shareholder or whoever the benefit, whoever is at the helms of affairs, they cannot accrue benefits out of a Section 25.
Right.
That is the plea that they have taken.
Right. Thank you, Ashish. We're running short of time, but I'm sure that a lot more clarity will be arrived upon by the ED as and when the questioning moves forward in the coming days. And with that, it's a wrap of this newscast. Thank you so much for watching. Up next is Shivani with Plain Speak.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. Sonia Gandhi was questioned today for a second time in the National Herald scam probe, and her questioning has now ended after 6 hours. None other than son and co-accused Rahul Gandhi led the party protest one more time, performing a sit-in dharna today and being detained eventually. Every time the question of the Gandhis' questioning comes up, the Congress says they have nothing to hide and will face all questions. Yet every time the Gandhis go for questioning, there is a protest drama on the streets. Just when you thought that thankfully at least this time around there was no arson or open vandalism, came the news of a bike being set on fire outside ED office in Delhi. What is the message being sent from all of these protests? That the Gandhis are above questioning? After all, when other Congress leaders were questioned in this very matter, there were no such protests. So is it about vindictive agencies working at the behest of the central government or the person concerned? In other words, is it about the principle or the person? In Congress, there is no denying of the stature that the Gandhis enjoy. But is the party benefiting from such protests or actually cheesing people off? Why protest a probe? What heavens have fallen? It's just the first time that they've been even questioned. People in public life are accountable. Are Gandhis any different? That's the big question we asked today. With Congress protesting this probe just at this stage, the fact that the Gandhis are being questioned on someone's complaint, what's the message being sent to the larger public? But first, here is what happened today with arson being witnessed once again.
Arguments are ongoing between the police officials and the MPs who are present here. They wanted to go to the president to give them the memorandum.
और ये हमें यहाँ बैठने नहीं दे रहे। अंदर बात करी जा रही है, डिस्कशन नहीं अलाउड है और यहाँ पे हमसे अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
क्या कांग्रेस का भारत की जांच एजेंसियों में विश्वास खत्म हो गया है? क्या कांग्रेस का भारत के संवैधानिक पदों पर बैठे हुए लोगों के ऊपर विश्वास खत्म हो गया है? क्या कांग्रेस को लगता है कि गांधी परिवार के लिए अलग से कानून बनना चाहिए? क्या कांग्रेस को ये लगता है कि गांधी परिवार से जांच करनी भी गुनाह है?
First up, getting you some details of today's questioning. As I mentioned, it was a total of 6 hours of questioning today. 35 questions have been asked. So in total, that makes it 55 questions that have been posed to Sonia Gandhi so far. But the big update that we're also getting is that she has been called again for questioning tomorrow. My colleague Ashish Mehrishi continues to keep a close watch on these proceedings. Ashish, what more are you picking up from the agencies? Exactly, how much more time do they need with Sonia Gandhi's questioning?
So it's very difficult to say how much time more would be required. But one thing that we can confirm is that my sources in the Enforcement Directorate tell me that Sonia Gandhi has to appear tomorrow as well. So the questioning as of now is not completed. Obviously, it's taking some time. She is not keeping well. So the Enforcement Directorate officials are also moving a little slow. Till now, what we have heard is that around 55 questions have been asked. Now, these 55 questions, today 35 questions were asked. In the first phase, around 20 questions were asked. As far as the line of questioning goes, I've spoken to my sources in the Enforcement Directorate, and they tell me that it's nearly the same, as the questions were put forth to Rahul Gandhi.
Right.
Now, what is the Enforcement Directorate looking at? The Enforcement Directorate is basically looking at two things. One is the money trail, the money that started from West Bengal, Kolkata, through a shell company named Dotex. From there, it landed into Young Indian, and with that company being held by a person who was basically known for providing hawala entries through Kolkata-based shell companies. He was basically controlling that company.
Right.
Further, with that, with some money, around 50 lakh rupees only with Young Indian, they acquired debt of more than 90 crores. That was on the head of Associated General. And with the debt also came in assets worth more than 2,000 crore rupees. So finally, they are looking at the money trail and the end beneficiary. So as far as my sources in the Enforcement Directorate tell me is that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have basically kept similar line of answering as well.
Ashish, I was going to ask you exactly this question. When Rahul Gandhi was being questioned for successive days, the sense that we were picking up from the agencies and you were bringing this to us was that there was a lot of evasion going on. What's the sense that you're picking up with Sonia Gandhi's questioning?
So here again, Rahul Gandhi was basically running a little safe at that point in time, and there is no harm. Reason being that any statement under Prevention of Money Laundering Act is basically admissible in the court of law as evidence. So he was basically changing his answers. He was shifting paragraphs, shifting lines, changing words. All this was being done, and that is why it was taking a lot of time. But here Sonia Gandhi is precise, but she's keeping, my sources tell me, the answers are nearly the same as what Rahul Gandhi has said.
Okay.
The company basically, if you see Young Indian, the plea that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are taking is that this is a Section 25 company. A Section 25 company under the Companies Act is basically something like an NGO. So you don't prepare a profit and loss account in this. You prepare an income and expenditure account, which actually means that, you can't derive anybody who holds equity or holds, if there is any director, you can't derive any benefit out of that company.
Yes, absolutely.
That is the plea that
so we'll leave it at that.
So
Ashish, we'll see how the questioning now goes on forward. I do thank you for bringing us the details from today's 6 hours grilling. Opening this up for our guest today, RP Singh of the BJP, Aishwarya Mahadev from the Congress Party, Tushar Gupta is from Swarajya magazine, Rashid Kidwai is senior journalist and author, tracks the Congress Party very closely, and SM Khan is former CBI officer, all joining us on the show, and I do thank you for your time. The big issue we're discussing today, and Aishwarya, I begin with you, is why is it that we're constantly seeing protests happening, and that too bordering on vandalism, arson, in fact not bordering on arson, but fully with the arson on display successively as this questioning happens? What's the message being sent to the public? That we are going to run amok if Sonia Gandhi is questioned, if Rahul Gandhi is questioned?
Good evening, Shivani. I see everybody has brought their preconceived notions to the table. The singular fact remains that with the Congress party and with the questioning of Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, there are two questions that we ask. One, why is it that all these constitutional institutions, whether it's the IT, it's the ED, or even whether it's the judiciary and whatnot, why is it that it's only opposition leaders that seem to be cherry-picked to fill up the rosters of all these organizations? While the BJP has enough and more people who are out in public with serious offences against them and no action is taken, one. And second is, let me clear one thing for you. When we wanted to start with the Satyagraha, when Mr. Rahul Gandhi where we wanted to walk with him to the ED, you saw the manner in which they imposed 144, the manner in which they walked into the AICC. Today, nationwide, there is a Satyagraha of Congress PCCs, the Pradesh Congress committees. I am part of one currently sitting in our Congress Bhavan, and we have also seen police brutality. We have seen the manner in which they are barging into our own peaceful offices and the manner in which they're removing people.
But Aishwarya, let's be honest, it cannot be one way alone. You may have some objections to how the police is behaving. Frankly, imposing section 144 in central Delhi, I don't know if there's too much to grouse over that. But let's say I take your point that you have certain questions to ask and they're not new. But how do you explain these visuals? I mean, yesterday, the Congress representative of my show was saying that price rise is the biggest issue in the country that needs to be discussed. You believe that the common public is suffering because of inflation and price rise. Yet an innocent person's vehicle is being burnt. What is wrong? What is the wrong that that person did? Who owned this bike?
First of all, I have no verifiable information as to whose bike that was, because there was a case also in Karnataka of the recent. Instances of arson and such are also taken upon by the party seriously. But in the agitation and the anger in which you're treating the party workers, in which you're arresting without any sort of bail. I still have 4 Youth Congress workers here who have not been given bail, though the BJP for their protest seems to get bail right in that instant. And you see that sort of agitation and anger. And this is not just about Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. This is the larger fact. And that's why opposition parties have come together to stand in solidarity. What happened today in front of the Gandhi statue in Parliament?
Is the opposition standing in solidarity with you on this issue? No, one second. Aishwarya, is the opposition standing in solidarity with you on this issue? On these protests? I don't think so.
One second. The opposition did, on the first day of Mrs. Gandhi's questioning, did put out a statement of what? One, saying we believe that there is something absolutely wrong in the fact that, you have only opposition party members being targeted. Today we spoke up about what? The various issues that are plaguing the country. And the manner in which you obviously bulldozed people out of there, the manner in which 19 MPs in the well of the House have been suspended for the rest of the session, mind you, very suspiciously in line for particular voting that will happen. And you want us to believe that everything is free and fair.
No, all of those issues I take. All of those issues I take. I am objecting to the manner in which these protests are happening. As a political party, and I think we've discussed this before when Rahul Gandhi was being questioned, as a political party and as political workers, you have greater responsibility to not have your protest descend into utter chaos. Let RP Singh come in on the points that you've made. Aishwarya, I'll come back to you. Let RP Singh come in. Yeah.
I hope I'll be heard patiently. See, issue is that when Mallikarjun Kharge ji is being questioned in the same case, or Pawan Bansal is being questioned in the same case, they don't get ruckus. They still think that we are monarchy-led country and then they are the privileged class, that no one should question Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi because they are untouchable, they are God sent, they are kings and queens and prince. So that's the problem. In democracy, everyone is equal. So I, so you, so Sonia Gandhi, so Rahul Gandhi, so Mallikarjun, so Pawan Bansal. But that's not the case here. And again, they can keep saying whatever they want to say, but they have to go and answer it to the ED. And then they have tried their best going to the courts, various courts in the country, and every court has rejected their pleas, saying that, sorry, this is not admissible, you have to ultimately go and present yourself to the ED and answer to the ED. So let them answer this. And then how did that money got routed from Delhi to the Dortex and then Dortex to back to the companies here, and the people in the Dortex and people otherwise have spoken now. So the questions will be raised, questions will be asked. They can try, and how the balance sheets are being dressed up, window dressed up. So all these questions will be asked. So they have to answer those. They are not born with silver spoons. I mean, gone are the days when they used to think, oh, no one can touch us. And this case started, let me be very clear, this case started way back in 2012 by the order of the court. And 2012 was a UPA regime, not BJP regime.
No, but let me take that point about the Gandhis being untouchable, because that seems to be the strain that is emerging. Aishwarya, before I go to other guests, I want you to respond on that. It is a fact that when other Congress leaders were questioned by the agency in this very case, there were no such protests.
Shivani, can you give me a timeline of when Mr. Pawan Kumar Bansal and when Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge and other people who are shareholders in this or have any stake or even directors on this were actually questioned, one. And second thing, whether it was Mr. Chidambaram or whether it was my leader, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, that every single time that they were questioned or even when they were jailed in Delhi, that we saw our entire PCC go up, we saw the solidarity of the Congress party. And this sort of purported, you know, this, oh, there is allegiance only to one person and not to the other. And, you know, this sort of slight and rather from the side of the BJP, which is run only by two people, though they seem to have or pretend they have internal democracy, is rank in irony. And Shivani, my party, for whichever leader that has had any of this vendetta politics against them, also across party lines, has stood in solidarity, and it is my prerogative to do so. And if that is the manner in which we want to do so, we will. And you talk about this agitation and anger, Shivani, 10 seconds. We were peaceful today in our protest, and you saw the visuals of how my national president, Youth Congress President Srinivas, was having his hair pulled by the cops. And you expect people not to retaliate. Do you believe that, you know,
are you seriously talking about retaliating to the police?
Shivani, you
Aishwarya, are you seriously talking about retaliating against the police? Your ground's taken. But what you mentioned about Srinivas happened a few weeks ago. Why is this happening today?
Today, have you not watched the news today, Shivani? Have you not watched
the one that you're talking about, B.V. Srinivas, that he was allegedly
kicked? His hair is being pulled and pushed into the vehicle. ANI has clarified. The police department said they'll take action. You have a peaceful protest turning so violent, where that man is basically having his hair pulled out by a cop on national channels in television.
But what is the concept of retaliation here?
About the police brutality.
As a political party, are you going to retaliate physically by burning buses, bikes, cars on the streets of the country? What is your responsibility here?
No. As a political party, we very responsibly wanted to have a peaceful satyagraha, which turned into obviously police brutality and the manner in which they were acting against us. And in that moment, obviously, first of all, we do not condone any sort of violence. Let me reiterate that.
And yet it keeps happening in your protests.
Obviously, this sort of anger and aggression coming out.
I'm sorry, Aishwarya, on national television, I hope you will understand, as a political party representative, anger and angst is not a justification for vandalism and arson. Let's be clear about that.
You should tell the fringe elements of the BJP and all their affiliates of the same. Maybe then we'd have fewer sort of communal skirmishes and riots.
But what goes in those cases goes for you too. I'm not sure why you're bringing that in, but that doesn't absolve the Congress workers. RP Singh, very quickly, I have to go to our other guest now.
What did I say, Mr. RP Singh?
No. Let me answer. 11th. Give me a second, ma'am. 11th April, and then 16th April was the date for Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge and Mr. Pawan Bansal. And for your information, yesterday we had a protest. Our state president was dragged by police. Our state general secretary was dragged by police on the road. We never told our cadre to go and burn buses. Please, I'll send you a video right now, where you can see our general secretary of the state have been dragged by police like anything from one end to the other end. Because we were protesting against what's happening in Delhi, against the liquor scam in Delhi.
Well, that is certainly now going to raise questions over how political parties... I'm not really saying whether one protest is better than the other. But certainly the visuals that are emanating from the Congress protests are the same over and over again.
They don't answer to us. It's not a monarchy, it's a democracy, ma'am. It's no more UPA regime where cops are handled by you, cops are report to you.
Doing to Mr. Kejriwal. The cops would not be doing what they've done with the Delhi administration. Mr. Kejriwal wouldn't be crying foul about how he has no control of his own cops. Right? And that is the reality. Wonderful optics for you that your office bearers got beaten up. But it's not optics for us when our leaders are in the hospital with serious injuries.
I still question the same. My question still says the same. Why was no ruckus created? Why there was no protest when Mr. Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge was questioned?
I can't hear you. You're shouting.
Okay, all right. Let me pull away
special
from this.
people,
Let me go
if
across to
Sonia
SM
Gandhi and
Khan,
already
who's a
saw
former
special
CBI
people.
officer. We obviously are discussing these questionings also happening, as Aishwarya said, in a climate where the opposition continues to maintain, Mr. Khan, that, you know, agencies are basically going on a very one-track focus. They have blinders on. They only see corruption, for example, as far as opposition parties are concerned. I'm not going to ask you a political question, but as far as this case is concerned, the Herald case is concerned, it is at the behest of a complaint of an individual who's pursuing this case that the agencies are conducting a probe. Have the agencies put a wrong foot? Have they done something which is out of line as far as, let's say, calling the Gandhis for questioning is concerned?
No, actually, thank you very much for inviting me. And actually, this case was started on a complaint filed by Mr. Subramaniam Swamy in 2012.
Yes.
And investigation was ordered by a local court. And since then, this investigation has been going on. There are various phases in investigation. Probably ED came into picture later on because PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, gives powers to ED to come in any scheduled offense if they find that their transactions are covering so many accounts and all that. So ED, like what you are saying about the selective investigation and all that, it depends on whose investigation is being taken up at what time. So either you leave it to the investigating agencies to do that, whether it is ED or CBI or NIA or any other agency. But if a motive is attributed to any investigating agency, that can easily be done. And in any case, you see all these investigating agencies are under the administrative control of the government of the day. To say that these agencies are purely independent, autonomous, that to me is not to a large extent correct.
Right.
Because
No, the question I was trying to understand from you, because you're a former CBI officer, you must, you know how the probe is conducted. As far as this case is concerned, as you very rightly pointed out, the complaint was first registered in 2012. We're in 2022, so 10 years have already passed. I'm sure even by Indian standards, nobody can say that there has been some breakneck speed with which this case has been pursued even after 2014, after government change. But the question I was asking you, was, as far as, let's say, calling the Gandhis for questioning is concerned, or doing this preliminary stage of questioning, is it wrong for the agencies to have done this? Or was this not mandated for them?
No, I don't know the facts of this case at all and what they are interrogating and what for they have called Mrs. Sonia Gandhi or Mr. Rahul Gandhi and what kind of questions they are asking. I don't know. I'm not aware of that. But as far as the investigation is concerned, the questioning can take place anytime, but sometimes the timing of questioning becomes controversial. And sometimes people start attributing motive because of undue delay or because of sudden questioning starting. And that is the norm. And sometimes if we don't attribute motive, this is the normal process of an investigating agency to interrogate, because interrogation does not mean that they are implicating, does not necessarily mean that investigating agency is implicating
No, so interesting choice of words. You're saying this is the normal course of any probe, and yes, there will be insinuations on any kind of agency or probe, and this is not the first or only example. But let me broadbase this to our other panelists also. So Tushar, you've heard from what the Congress party is saying. What the larger point that is emanating is that why should the country be witnessing these kind of protests? This is brazen chaos because two individuals from the party are being questioned. What heavens have fallen? This is the first time they're even being questioned in 10 years.
You also had Yashwant Sinha tweeting long back. This tweet surfaced just a couple of days ago that the ED should go to Sonia Gandhi's house and carry out the investigation. Thank the good lords that we do not have him as the president. Nevertheless, Shivani, there are 2-3 questions I want to ask. Has the transaction happened? Yes. Are there entities called Young India Limited and AGL? Yes. Are the Congress's Gandhi's majority shareholders in YIL? Yes. Are the financial irregularities been proven? Yes. Has the Supreme Court refused to quash the proceedings against the Gandhis? Absolutely yes, back in 2016. But between 2016 and 2022, we did not see any dharna from the Congress. We did not see any questioning of the judiciary. We did not see any questioning of the merits or the demerits of the case or the time taken to investigate the case. But just when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are invited to questioning, all hell breaks loose. They want to carry out a satyagraha. My simple question to the Congress is, if you are so sure that there are no irregularities, if you're so sure that you've done nothing wrong, this is your moment to shine. Come out, face the agencies, follow the due course without interrupting the public life, without sitting on the roads, without causing a dharna, and let the law take its course if you're so sure that you're honest. The BJP will be embarrassed at the end of the day. But the truth of the matter, Shivani, is they are rattled. The Congress is rattled. They can talk about inflation, they can talk about economy, unemployment, beat around the bush as much as they want. But it's their party that is losing election after election. No one is even buying their narrative. So my simple question is the Congress rattled? Yes, it does seem so it's rattled.
Shivani,
and this is just another pressure tactic they're applying on the BJP and causing disruption to public in Delhi and elsewhere across the country.
Yes, are these protests really helping the Congress party? I'll take that to Rashid Kidwai. But yes, Aishwarya, you can respond. 30 seconds, please.
You know, Shivani, first and foremost, let's be very, very clear. Madam Gandhi at no point has said she will not be subject to questioning. She has not said she will not be cooperating. She has cooperated in entirety. But with the same cooperation and the converse, let me ask you one question. When you are so gung-ho about investigation on leaders on our side, and we have done nothing wrong, and if the BJP had even an inch of doubt or actually something to go on, by now they would have done more. This is just a protracted battle of a witch hunt being mounted on my leadership one. But let me ask you, let me give you a few names. Himanta Biswa Sarma, Narayan Rane, B.S. Yediyurappa, the Bellari brothers in and around. Don't you believe at any point that they had wrongs against them? Mr. Yediyurappa himself went to jail. But when the BJP came back to power, you obviously removed cases against him. The same about Himanta Biswa Sarma, whose Louis Berger water scandal was so huge that BJP itself protested against it. But the minute he moved to the BJP, obviously he was cleaner than Ganga. Whether the inconvenience or not, whether the perception or optics or not, you are obviously using constitutional institutions to your own, for your own vendetta politics. Please give me an explanation for that.
I'll go to RP Singh for that. I'll go to RP Singh for that. That's a fair question. I'll go to RP Singh for that. But please understand, Aishwarya, I am not questioning the merit of this case or merits of other case. What I'm saying is, what justifies these protests that are bringing, not just harm to common public, but also, disruption of common public life. And what we've seen today is not the worst that we've seen in the rounds of questionings that we've witnessed. I'm only solely focused on that. Whatever your grounds against the agencies is well taken. But I'll give RP Singh an opportunity to respond to that. And you said that Sonia Gandhi has not said she will not cooperate or answer questions. You're absolutely correct. But the Congress party cannot have its cake and eat it too, by one side saying we will cooperate, but on another side unleashing chaos on the streets when that questioning happens. But RP Singh, please respond on why the agencies are so selective and what should the opposition do to get themselves heard, because there's a hegemony of the BJP right now and you're only targeting the opposition.
Well, I'll answer that, but I have difference of opinion with the earlier panelists that this is being done to safeguard Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. No, it's a launch pad. They are using this as a launch pad. Corruption is a launch pad to relaunch or probably for fifth or sixth time Rahul Gandhi back in this system. That's the only thing. But coming back to your question which you asked and Shurya which asked, oh, you have best of the lawyers. Mr. Chidambaram is one of the good lawyers. Mr. Abhishek Manu Singh is another good lawyer. You have another battery of good lawyers. Why don't you ask them to go to court as they have been going to court to defend Mr. Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, to get the case quashed, but still they couldn't get. Let them go to court and then get every case open. Who's stopping you? You can go to court against any one of them and ask Supreme Court to intervene and ask CBI, because this is also happening because of intervention of the court. It's not the ED or CBI or income tax decided on their own. It's after the court order. So you can please,
it's not as simple as that, RP Singh, is it? Why are the agencies not looking at corruption, as the opposition says, that comes from from within BJP fold?
Because there is none. Because there is none. That's what I'm saying. If you have any case, please go to the court. Someone went to the court and, someone went to the court. It was not ED who took the initiative. Someone went to the court and
that may be true in this case, but that's not true for all other cases. In most other cases against opposition leaders, it's the agencies that are following up the cases.
Let's talk about case happening in Calcutta. What's happening? Let's talk about what's happening in Calcutta. What happened in Mumbai? Two ministers were jailed and still they couldn't get the bail, and they went to the court saying what's happening in Calcutta is happening because of the court intervention. When you have 21 crore with one of your friends, lady friends, then obviously you are exposed.
Okay.
And today, Adhiranjan speaks some other language. Adhiranjan speaks some other language in Calcutta, and here he defends Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. There he speaks, no. There he says, oh, it's very good that Partho has been caught, and then this money has been caught. This raid has happened. They had different times.
Okay, I have final 2 minutes left. I want to go across to Rashid Kidwai, who's been waiting very patiently because this political bickering will continue. And Rashid Kidwai, once again, I pose the same question to you. How are these protests looking to the average Indian? Not just the fact that the Congress keeps coming out on the street and does this quote-unquote satyagraha because Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are being questioned. It's not like this is the first time a Congress leader has been questioned in this case. Also, secondly, because these protests invariably every time descend into arson or vandalism of some sorts. How is it really looking to the average Indian? Is it helping the Congress party or the Gandhis' cause, or is it actually hurting it?
Shivani, that I don't know whether it will hurt or it will benefit, but this kind of street protest has been very much part and parcel of our political system. All political parties, when in opposition, they resort to this. The root cause of problem, as I see, since the matter is sub judice, then I would not, unlike other panelists, I would not comment on the merit of the case. The ED has to explain whether Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, are they accused or they are witnesses. मतलब वो मुल्जिम हैं या वो गवाह हैं. There is a lack of clarity. Then the ED's own track record. As per government admission in Parliament, there were over 5,000 ED cases have occurred since 2014, and only 23 people have been convicted. So Shivani, here there is a grave injustice has taken place to over 5,000 people who were in the eyes of law innocent. Now this is a real problem area. A process cannot be the punishment. Mind you, any political figure has roots in society, has a dignity and honor in the eyes of its own kind of constituents and voters. So therefore, I find it a bit, unfair that this kind of,
Rashid Kidwai, I take your point. But in this particular case, for example, as our guests have also pointed out, this is not something that the government opened. This is at the behest of a private complainant, and the court asked for the investigation to continue.
Shivani, we cannot be all that innocent. Who was the complainant? Who was the BJP member of parliament?
Yeah, sure, but the court asked for the probe, right?
Not that time. Not that time. And also, they're out on bail. What are they talking? What is talking about? They're out on bail, sir.
Allow me. No. What I'm
saying
is...
You don't know. You're misleading the people. The two culprits are out on bail.
No. Mr. Bail doesn't mean, conviction. Please understand law. Don't get so carried away by
let me tell you law. When you seek bail,
obviously by all means they should be punished and arrested. But ED has to spell it out. Are they accused? Is there a charge sheet against them? Book them by all means if they are corrupt or if they have done this. But you cannot drag this for years. And I'm not talking about just about Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. I'm talking about over 5,000 people who were booked and raided by the Enforcement Directorate, and later in the court of law there were only 23 people were convicted.
Okay.
This is,
Can I, sir, I'm running out of time. RP Singh, I'll give you 10 seconds only, please.
Only because of this 5,000 cases, more than 1,00,000 crore rupees has been have been taken by the ED. Has been brought to the government exchequer by the ED. One. Secondly, they're out on bail. They went to the court saying that quash the case. The court said no, we can't quash the case. The case has to go on, and you're answerable for that. And the police can arrest you, or police can take you for ED can arrest you and take you in custody.
Yes, generally in a witness's case, you don't need bail because there is no threat of arrest in that sense. So I think while Rashid Kidwai is right about the slight grey area that exists in this case because there is no charge sheet, etc., or even as the Congress party says, there's no precise FIR. Even though there are rules under the ED norms that allow this complaint to go on. At the same time, Rashid Tawai, I think it will also be unfair to suggest that they are witnesses and not people who are persons of interest, if not fully accused. Tushar Gupta, final 10 seconds, please.
Shivani, they say they do not have the conviction. They say that the government does not have the charge sheet. They say that the government does not have the proof of guilt. So why are they protesting? Why are they rattled? My question at the end of the day is, if the Congress is so confident, what is the satyagraha for? What is the arsoning for?
They are saying you're deliberately dragging our leaders through this. You're deliberately dragging our leaders through mud.
Larger than life? But are there leaders larger than life who are there even after losing 2 national elections? Just follow the course of the law.
No.
If you're so sure about your rights,
losing election has nothing to do with all these things, Shivani. Please correct your panelists. You see, the political party which is in governance was out of power for decades, and so is the Congress. So there cannot be a correlation between the two things.
But Rashid Kadwai, you raise a good point, but I'm also wondering that the Congress party till today refuses to, for example, acknowledge the clean chit to Narendra Modi. And that case went through the system for 20 years. How can you do that at one level and then demand extra respect for your leaders then?
No, it's not a question of respect. Shivani, we must look at the system. That is what I'm saying. Even in case of Mr. Narendra Modi, you see, the process should not have become a punishment.
Okay, fair enough. I have to leave it at that. Something tells me we will, of course, debate this, discuss this further. Sonia Gandhi has been asked to appear one more time. We'll wait and see how that goes. Moving on, actor Ranveer Singh has landed in deep trouble over his nude photo shoot, which he has also published on Instagram. Chembur Police has registered a case against the actor under various sections of IPC and even the IT Act. While this matter moves into the legal domain, it has also triggered a social debate over whether such nude pictures by men or women should be acted upon legally. There are certain sections for it. Do these sections exist for a good reason, or could it be time to revisit them? When we discuss something like this, it is also important to remember that we all have freedoms to not view something we don't like. But at the same time, we also have young people, minors, impressionable minds who have access to such material online or otherwise and may not always be able to take it in the right spirit. But before we discuss this further, I want to break down the sections against Ranveer and their severity. The first section is IPC 292, which pertains to sale, etc. of obscene books, etc. It further says any item shall be deemed to be obscene if it is lascivious or appeals to the prurient interest, or if its effect, if taken as a whole, such as to tend to deprave or corrupt persons. A related section is IPC 293, which is sale, etc. of obscene objects to young person. Whoever sells, lets to hire, distributes, exhibits or circulates to any person under the age of 20 years any such obscene object as is referred to in the last preceding section. There is a provision, mind you, of imprisonment of a term which may extend to 3 years and fine up to 2,000 rupees for the first conviction in such a case. Then there is IPC 509, which is a little weird here because it talks about insulting the modesty of a woman. This act says whoever intending to insult the modesty of a woman utters any words, makes any sounds or gesture, or exhibits any object to be seen by such woman, or intrudes upon the privacy of such woman. Punishment in this section also can be 3 years imprisonment and fine. Finally, there is the IT Act Section 67A, which pertains to punishment for publishing or transmitting of material containing sexually explicit act, etc. in electronic form. It further says whoever publishes or transmits any material which contains sexually explicit act or conduct shall be punished on first conviction with an imprisonment of a term which may extend to 5 years, a fine of up to 10 lakh rupees. So all of these sections, mind you, why am I showing you the detail is because they are pretty severe and they exist. So does Ranveer Singh's pictures fall in these categories? That's the big face-off today. 2 artists are joining us to discuss this further. Are nude pics art, offensive, or just a plain stunt in most cases? Ravi Rai is a film director. Kasturi Shankar is an actor. I thank both of you for giving us your time. Ravi Rai, I want to begin by asking you, nudity is something that has been a subject of art for millennia, right? And I'm not just talking about, let's say, the Greek nude statues or the Roman culture where painting statues of individuals were nude. But even in India, we've had art which depicts people nude. So what should be what should be the objection, if at all, to Ranveer Singh's photographs?
I mean, very honestly, Shivani, like they all say ki the difference between nudity and erotica is just one backlight. That makes all the difference. One dim backlight makes something an art, or it makes it very obscene. Over a period of time, we've seen so much of, I don't know whether I should use the word nudity or not, but we've seen so much of body paint, artwork, I mean, which shows everything and which makes us zoom on the parts which are under the wear. I mean, do they fall into the laws that you quoted just now? I mean, do they all fall? I mean, today we are talking about Ranveer Singh. Where does Urfi Javed fall? Does she also fall under these sections of IPC? I mean, why don't we talk about that? And insult of modesty to women, I mean, is there a reverse law to that also? I mean, is there a law which... so I personally feel कि Ranveer पकड़ा गया. Otherwise, we all have our moods. I mean, we have variants about reacting to nudity or... I mean,
what do you think? Are these
erotica,
pictures
whatever we have?
obscene?
I mean, we've seen number.
No, the question, let me take that to Kasturi. Kasturi, I read out these sections that exist. They exist, I'm guessing, for good reason. As a society, we always have norms, which act as a balance, as a checker. And clearly, people in their wisdom, when they were drafting these rules and norms, and yes, they were done after, long time ago, but when they were doing it, they wanted to shield the society from a certain level of either nudity or quote-unquote obscenity. Do you believe that everybody should be mindful when they present their bodies like this? Is it for public consumption, even if he's an actor? Or should such nude pictures be for your personal consumption?
Yeah, first, I'm a lawyer as well, even though I don't practice. I did qualify to be one. So I'm going to start with the legal definition of sexually explicit. The law mentions, even the Indian law mentions sexually explicit or sexually offensive, but they don't say nudity. Nudity is not considered indecent exposure. The phrase that specifically used as indecent exposure. The reason being, India is the land of nirvana. Nudity has been a part of our ancient culture. Our forebears in the medieval times, they wore a uttariya and an antariya. They, in fact, actually, even in my culture, which is the Tamil Nadu South Indian culture, just about 2 generations ago, my great-grandmother, she did not wear an upper garment. She draped a sari, but she didn't wear a blouse. So these are subjective issues.
No, but there's a difference. There's a difference between, Kasturi, one second. There's a difference between culture and there's a difference between using your nude pictures for publicity. I mean, this is not coming from a sense of culture, right? I mean, let's not kid ourselves. This is not coming from a sense of India's ascetic past. So I object to using India's ascetic, leanings and its sadhus and its other culture as a defense for this. Because I'm sorry, this is not coming as an expression of our culture.
Hear me out. What I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to say is nudity should be taken in context. I agree with your point that you cannot compare a religious ritual nakedness to an actor's buff pictures. But here's the thing, he's an actor. Actors are in the business of publicity, are in the business of exhibitionism. That's why they're actors. This is not a political leader. This is not a military leader. This is not an industrialist. If somebody like that had taken off their clothes, that could be news. That could be a controversy. But if Ranveer Singh takes off his clothes, first of all, he's an actor. Second of all, he is known for his quirkiness. So I don't see where the shock value is coming from.
No,
It's not
once
wholly
again, I'm sorry.
unexpected
You know,
to see
I
people
don't
who are
intend
actors
to
who are at the top
paint
end.
the, I don't
Top of
intend to
shit.
paint these pictures as obscene. I think it is subjective. But I do object to the fact that when Ranveer does it, it's okay because he's an actor. If an industrialist was to do it, it's not okay. I don't think the law applies like that. The law doesn't take into account your profession. You're a lawyer, so if Ranveer has the freedom to do this, then anybody has the freedom to do this. If it's a problem for somebody else, it could be a problem for Ranveer. His profession does not define what is obscene or what is not obscene. But that brings me to the other question I'm also trying to, wrap my head around. The problem here is not about what you and I may take it as adults, we're in our 20s, 30s, 40s. Ravi Rai, the issue here, which possibly could be the biggest argument here, is that this is to be consumed by young people, by impressionable minds, by children. Do you feel in that regard this is problematic or still no?
I think no, Shivani. Why? I mean, there is also a lot of audio indecency and obscenity going on. I mean, OTT is full of audio. I mean, what is the difference? Who marks the fences and boundaries of all these? Isn't that indecent?
But that should also then be curbed, right? Or at least there should be a rating system. For a photo shoot, there cannot be a rating.
No, my point there is a visual indecency. Say that. And looking at the younger generation, they are totally open to Hollywood. They are totally open to everything on the net. I mean, I really very honestly, coming back to Ranveer Singh, what you were talking about, I mean, he's an actor, he needs to publicize. वो एक बहुत अच्छा शेर था कि दुनिया है इश्तेहारी, हर शय है कारोबारी, जितनी हो जिसकी शोहरत उतना ही मर्तबा. So now, right now, I mean, I'm talking to you. My colleague is there. What are we giving Ranveer Singh? We are giving him the publicity that he wanted, and we are giving him. I mean, end of the day, I mean, an industrialist doesn't sell on a cover of Stardust, but a Ranveer Singh or a Ranveer Kapoor, or I mean, they do. That's their job. That's their business.
Let me draw a parallel to, for example, sports stars as well. There is a big culture in the West of sports, or of athletes also showing off their bodies. Kasturi, are we becoming very focused on our bodies in the sense that, not just in actors, but even amongst the common public, there is this increased hysteria of showing off your bodies. And I'm not really someone who has a problem with it, but I would not call it progressive either. This over-obsession with working out and showing off your toned bodies, is that truly healthy?
Is this to me?
Yes, Kasturi.
Who's the question addressed?
Yes, Kasturi, this is for you. Go ahead. Hello? I will rephrase. Yes, Kasturi, we're facing some audio issue with you. Can you hear me now? That question was for you, Kasturi.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you asked me if that's healthy. Number one, no obsession is healthy. That said, positive role models and body image models have been there since eternity. In fact, I would actually go further to say that these days we have many progressive body image inspirations, motivators who publish, like, I remember Serena Williams. She had a very beautiful, very tastefully taken pregnancy photo shoot. And that's a pattern now in India as well.
Yeah.
We do have many mothers coming forward with their spouses or with the fathers, you can say, who are taking pregnancy photo shoots. So really, I think there's a good aspect to it, but anything can be abused. Even the most positive things can be abused.
So what's the what do you think is Ranveer Singh trying to do here? Kasturi, what do you think Ranveer Singh is trying to do here? Is this a form of artistic expression, or is this about promoting your body?
I think it's a little bit. It's a tribute to people who have done it before him. It's Burt Reynolds. I think a lot of those pictures look like Burt Reynolds. It's number two, if you have it, flaunt it. You've heard that. He has it and he's flaunted it. Now, it would be offensive if he looked particularly unacceptable, but he looks very nice. I think it's a positive role model. Now, number three, he's an actor. He's a quirky actor with his own way of looking at things, and that shows through in his clothes, and that shows through in his clotheslessness also. I just don't understand. वो कपड़े पहनता है तो भी कुछ कहते हैं लोग, और अभी कुछ नहीं पहना तो भी हम कुछ कह रहे हैं. You know, he can't win. But as far as the shock value and whether it's sexually explicit, I want to talk about the hypocrisy of Indian public who's, quick to outrage, especially on social media. The biggest hit in OTT platforms is a Polish movie called 365 Days. Now that is a sexually explicit movie. It's a soft porn movie with a lot of frontal nudity, full nudity, simulated sex. It's a lot of that. It's the biggest, most watched movie ever in India, according to
I think that is where the question of exactly who is consuming this content is important. In this case, I think the biggest objection to what has happened could be that this is going to young kids as well. There is no filter available. And that's the times we are living in. So should you not maybe use a little bit more discretion?
I don't think kids are going to be spoiled by this.
No, but Kasturi, that's a matter of opinion. You ask many parents, they might be uncomfortable with their kids watching these nude pics. It may be, you may not feel so. But many parents may feel they don't want to expose their children to such nude pictures. So it's a subjective issue and parents could feel uncomfortable with it.
Look at the number of dance shows on TV.
No, that doesn't justify anything else. That doesn't justify anything else.
Item numbers.
Yeah, that's objectionable too. Absolutely. So we've debated that. That's objectionable too.
This is double standards.
Okay, we've run out of time. I do thank both of you for joining us. I'll try and see if I can do a longer debate on this, but certainly something to think about, why these issues keep cropping up. Is there a section of India that is uncomfortable with the quote-unquote progressiveness, then another section displaced? And that is why these conflicts keep happening, because one has moved quote-unquote forward, the other still feels uncomfortable with this. I'll leave it at that. Time for a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the day's biggest stories.
As UK awaits a new dawn, Rishi Sunak has shown he will be following the road taken by his predecessor if voted as the head of his party on 5th of September. In March 2021, UK's integrated review of security, defence and foreign policy called China the biggest state-based threat to the UK's economic security. Under fierce political pressure from Washington, Boris Johnson had also banned Chinese technology giant Huawei from involvement in the rollout of Britain's 5G network. Laws have also been tightened to make it harder for foreign firms, including those from China, to buy British businesses in sensitive sectors such as defence, energy and transport.
Is to keep going.
He is the poster boy of UK's aspirational class. Rishi Sunak is one step away from 10 Downing Street and he has been making all the right noises.
I will have no part in a rewriting of history that seeks to demonise Boris, exaggerate his faults or deny his efforts.
On Sunday, the former Chancellor said that China represented the largest threat to Britain and the world's security and prosperity this century. He also proposed a series of measures to reduce Beijing's influence in the UK. Facing the charge from his Tory rival that he is soft over China and until recently he was planning to hold a UK-China Economic Finance Conference, Sunak went an extra mile to set the record straight. He also proposed a series of measures to prevent China from spreading its soft power in Britain's universities. Sunak said he would ban all 30 branches of the Confucius Institute in the UK. He promised that Chinese would be prevented from spreading their influence through culture and language programs. Britain's higher education has more than £50,000 as foreign funding. Sunak has promised a review of research partnership if voted as the next Prime Minister of UK. Sunak's Ban China blueprint extends to protecting UK tech startups from Chinese investments and a new NATO-style international alliance to tackle Chinese cyber threats. He has also promised that MI5 will help British businesses and universities counter Chinese industrial espionage. The former finance minister's pledge comes after his rival, Liz Truss, accused him of being weak on China and Russia. Truss is campaigning as a foreign policy hawk and has claimed she has been more willing to stand up to Beijing's expansionism. Truss's campaign said she had been clear Britain should not become dependent on China when building critical national infrastructure, including projects such as Sizewell C, and that she would update the 10-year Foreign Affairs Strategy Integrated Review to include a chapter on Chinese and Russian aggression. Sunak and Truss are fighting for the support of around 160,000 Conservative members who will begin voting in early August to choose their next leader. The winner, who will be announced on September 5th, will become the next Prime Minister of UK. UK experts see Sunak's stand as further straining relations with Beijing. In a report on 14 July, the Chinese nationalist Global Times newspaper said although Beijing did not expect a sea change in the bilateral relationship under Britain's new leader, it still hoped the two sides could improve ties. It said Sunak had a pragmatic view of developing balanced ties with China. In recent times, the Conservative government has taken a harder stance against Xi Jinping's administration over the crackdown on civil liberties in Hong Kong, including a restrictive national security law and electoral reforms in the former British colony. Mutual sanctions have been in place over China's treatment of Uyghurs in its far western Xinjiang region. On the occasion of the 25th anniversary of the handover of Hong Kong to China, then
Thanks a lot for staying with us. A quick check of the day's biggest stories we're tracking from across the world. First up, the ruckus in monsoon session of Parliament refuses to die down after the suspension of 4 Congress MPs from Lok Sabha yesterday. As many as 19 MPs were suspended from Rajya Sabha today. Of these, 7 MPs belong to the TMC, 6 to the DMK, 3 MPs each to the TRS and the CPIM. The MPs were suspended for a week under Rule 256 of the House. After grilling Partha and Arpita, now more TMC leaders are under the ED lens in connection with the West Bengal SEC scam. TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya has been asked to appear before the agency tomorrow. Bhattacharya is also the former West Bengal Secondary Education Board president. Meanwhile, multiple documents have been seized from Chatterjee's home, including land, residence and company deeds. The CBI is likely to file a preliminary inquiry against officials of Delhi government as a part of its investigation into the alleged irregularities in the implementation of Arvind Kejriwal government's excise policy. Sources tell News18 that the federal agency wants to know how the policy was formulated and on whose behest it was allegedly influenced. The inquiry into the case will fix the role of individuals. Meanwhile, ED has knocked the Delhi High Court in Delhi Health Minister Satyendra Jain's case, challenging the trial court's order rejecting the probe agency's demand to get Jain examined by an independent hospital. The ED does not want Jain to be examined at Delhi's LNJP hospital, citing that Jain is an influential person and can tamper his report. Incessant rains have wreaked havoc across Rajasthan, leading to flood-like situation in many places.
Heavy flooding in Jodhpur led to several vehicles being washed away. These dramatic pictures show helpless locals looking on as cars are dragged away by strong flood waters. Similar scenes were witnessed in Tonk. The road in the middle of this market turned into a river, washing away everything in sight. People tried in vain to hold on to their bikes, but the current was too strong and they fell into a drain. In Kota, one man tried to drive his SUV on a bridge over an overflowing river, but the car soon got submerged and had to be pulled out with the help of a crane.
In a huge blow to India's medal hopes at the upcoming Commonwealth Games, Olympic champion Neeraj Chopra has been ruled out of the multi-sport event. The Olympian will not take part in the event after concerns over his fitness owing to an injury concern he picked up at the World Championships. The Commonwealth Games begin from Thursday in Birmingham, England. And a day after, Olympic bronze medalist Lavlina Bergerheim said she felt mentally harassed after constantly fighting for her coach's presence at events. One of them, Sandhya Gurung, finally got her accreditation for CWG Village on Tuesday. Gurung has also been assigned a room at the Games Village. Lavlina will represent India in the women's boxing 70 kilograms category at the Games. Over to the race for 10 Downing Street, Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss, the two contenders to be the next UK PM, tore into each other over various issues for the future of the UK economy in their first head-to-head TV debate. The exchanges followed deeply personal attacks, with Sunak criticised over his wealth and wardrobe as Truss faced claims that she was, quote, economically illiterate. Former President of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, is expected to arrive back in Sri Lanka soon. According to a statement from the Lankan government, the former president is not in hiding and is expected to return from Singapore. Remember, Gotabaya has been replaced by Ranil Wickremesinghe as the new president and who is considered close to the Rajapaksas. Over to Texas, US. A large grass fire swept about 300 yards across a tinder-dry open field to a suburban Dallas subdivision, where it burned 26 homes, completely destroying 9 of them and leaving dozens of people homeless. The fire apparently sparked by a mower at a nearby field. The officials are still investigating whether anyone is at fault. And finally, as always, we leave you with something you should see. And today, it's Kargil Vijay Divas celebrations. They were commemorated across the country to observe India's victory over Pakistan in the 1999 Kargil War. Here's how the entire nation came together to pay their tributes to the heroes. Thanks a lot for watching.
Namaste and welcome to this Tuesday edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narasimhan. 4 yesterday, 19 today. If it were the number of bills passed in Parliament, we would only be so proud and so happy. Wow, Parliament is functioning, so much work is being done. Janhit mein kaam ho raha hai. But the reality, ladies and gentlemen, is it was 4 in the Lok Sabha yesterday and it is 19 today in the Rajya Sabha. It's the highest number of suspensions, MPs suspended in a single batch that's happened today. Unprecedented. In the Rajya Sabha, the thinking house, the house that is supposed to ensure that the elected representatives who come into the Lok Sabha do their job properly. It's the upper house in Parliament where this kind of behavior that has forced the chairman to suspend 19 MPs. 19 MPs suspended from Trinamool Congress, DMK, TRS, a lot of them. Makes you also wonder, yesterday it was 4 MPs of the Congress party in the Lok Sabha, today it is all the non-Congress led opposition in the Rajya Sabha. Is there a competition going on between these two? Ki kiske zyada suspend hote hain? Who will then debate? If it comes to vote, if it comes to critical bills that are tabled, will the opposition have the numbers there if these MPs are suspended? The 19 of them have been suspended for a week. There is also the elections for the Vice President coming. So are they really into it? Do they really want Parliament to function? I hope a lot of you remember that Sumitra Mahajanji back in 2019, if I remember correctly, had suspended 45 members of Parliament. That included AIADMK and also at that time, it was the Chandrababu Naidu faction at that time, his party. But Is this what they're going to do? Last year, 12 MPs suspended for the whole year because of din disruption, Bhangra in parliament. We saw that. What is the opposition's game plan here? They are saying important issues are not being discussed. Government is saying you allow parliament to function, we will discuss. At the end of the day, it is your and mine, taxpayers' money, which is being laid to waste in a critical session of parliament after 2 years of COVID, when we are poised for growth in our 75th year of independence. India or ideology? What is the opposition choosing? We ask tonight.
Couldn't care less. Yeah, this government has suspended democracy. Modi and Shah have suspended democracy. What are you talking about MPs?
क्या कांग्रेस को लगता है कि गांधी परिवार के लिए अलग से कानून बनना चाहिए? क्या कांग्रेस को ये लगता है कि गांधी परिवार से जांच करनी भी गुनाह है?
Aparajita Sarangi, BJP MP and national spokesperson, is there with us today. Putting political opportunity above India is the question that we are asking. India or ideology or individual? What should be important? Opposition disrupts parliament is the hashtag. Aparajita Sarangi ji is with us. We are hoping that Babul Supriyo, Trinamool Congress national spokesperson, also with us, a former member of parliament when he was with the BJP. And of course, Jaideep Majumdar, associate editor of Swarajya. Let me ask before I go to Aparajita ji, Jaideep, what would you, can you put a finger on what is going on?
I think there has been a lot of warnings issued by the Lok Sabha Speaker and the Rajya Sabha Deputy Chairman that such sort of disruptions won't be tolerated. And I think it's a good thing that there is an attempt to turn over a new leaf. It's not like, okay, the BJP used to disrupt parliament when it was in opposition. Now, so we are also doing it. So there has to be, it has to stop, there has to be a clean break away from this. And I think that's a good thing, that there will be no tolerance of such disruptions in parliament. I mean, no unparliamentary behavior. Parliament is meant for debates. Parliament, I would, as I said yesterday, also as a taxpayer, I would like to know why the prices of essential commodities or all the commodities are going up. And I'd like to hear the government come up with the reasons for it. But if this sort of disruptions continue, there'll be no scope for a debate in parliament. There'll be no scope for the government to come up with, with the reasons. And as a citizen, I'll be deprived of knowing.
But is it fair for the government? Let me also ask you this, Jaideep. Is it fair for the government to say, all right, we'll discuss it, but allow other business to first happen? We'll do this, all of this business, and we will list this. I know these are your concerns. You want to discuss GST, you want to discuss price rise and inflation, you want to discuss these aspects, but we'll discuss it. Right now, Abhi Finance Minister is indisposed. Abhi time nahi hai. We'll do it after 3-4 days. Let other business happen.
I think it's pretty fair. Is that the finance minister is the one who will be replying to this, to the concerns raised by members of the house, of the two houses. And I think it's only fair that she's indisposed. She's suffering from COVID infection. So why can't the opposition members, wait for 2 to 3 days? That the government is never saying that no, the finance minister is not going to come onto the floor of the house because she is indisposed and this discussion is not going to take place. Government is saying give us 2 to 3 days time. I think it's fair for the opposition to allow the government 2 to 3 days time.
Well, Babu Supriyo is also through with us. Babul, namaste. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Good to have you with us. You're sitting on another bench the last time we spoke on air. Today you are here, and I'm glad to see that you're doing well after you changed tax and decided to take your political career in a different direction. But and greetings to your loved ones also who are taking a sneak peek into this broadcast. But I
did not take my political stand to a different path. I have, Swarajya ji, as spokesperson, we all are expected to have a good debate on television. and I felt that I was not being treated fairly and made a scapegoat for whatever happened in Bengal. So besides the point, what I heard, I can't see the name of the gentleman.
Jaideep Majumdar, editor Swaraj is with us, and we have Aparajita Sarangi, also of the BJP. So yes, Babu Shukla, go ahead, please.
I just want to make 2 points. He was making the points of, Nirmala Sitharaman ji being indisposed. Well, we would definitely wanted to get well soon, but there have been umpteen number of instances in the parliament where the Home Minister has, answered for the Defence Ministry. The Defence Minister has spoken about agriculture, where and several ministers, cabinet, the cabinet is something which is of collective responsibility. So while there could be hue and cry, but there have been BJP themselves have created, the ruling party has created instances where other ministers have answered questions. So what is the most important burning question in the country right now? It is definitely the price rise. It is the GST on commodities, rice, milk, curd. What else can go worse? I understand that there is a agenda. They could have the ruling party, the government must have listed a lot of items that needs to be discussed and debated. But when the opposition and the government meets in the parliament after a long time, it is not that every day you go to the parliament and therefore can follow a fixed routine. There is a routine, but when they meet after such a long time, I think the burning questions needs to be brought on the floor at the first instance. So that there is no reason. It could be the other way around. The government will say, okay, after we are meeting after such a long time, let's discuss what you think are the burning questions, and thereafter we'll carry on with the business. I think that it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that the parliament runs. On the first day, you infuriate the how many. Let me ask you one thing. Let me put it this way, that from 2017 to 2022, not even one discussion has been allowed under Rule 267 in the Rajya Sabha. That this means this is the data. So I don't think this is it is appropriate to suspend MPs. Well, you can bring any rule on the ground, but at a point when one of the biggest questions, the trauma of the country is price rise, whether it is gas, petrol, and one side you bring the prices of the fuel up, and the other side the food prices are going up as well. So that can be met first, and then the government can go ahead with the agenda. But it seems that this bulldozing has been. And when I was on the other side, trust me, in the central hall, all MPs, Sitaro ke aage jahan aur bhi hai, politics ke aage bhi ek jahan hai.
Correct.
There are a lot of friends, we sit together, and there have been discussions where the manner in which the bills were passed in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha last time without any discussion. Farm bills passed without discussion. What is the natija? You just see what is the natija. It is not. It had to be retracted. The government had to retract on that. CA, NRC. Well, at that point of time, I did support that. That was my. I played for that team, so obviously I did what I am expected to do. But the fact is that also did not go with a very healthy discussion. What happened? Even today, it is not notified. Nothing has happened on that front. So the government needs to let the opposition discuss when they come back after a long break. I think that way the parliament is really going to work.
Let Aparajita Sarangi respond. Aparajita Sarangi.
A very good evening. It's extremely unfortunate that today 19 MPs of Rajya Sabha were suspended. And I can say with all conviction that this particular action was taken with a very heavy heart. Now, I would like to draw your kind attention to the Committee on Ethics of Rajya Sabha, which had drafted a report and which was adopted by the Rajya Sabha in April 2005. In fact, this particular committee recommended and Rajya Sabha adopted. It said members should hold in high esteem the constitution, the law, parliamentary institutions and general public. I have gone through that committee's report which has been adopted and it lays down 14 principles. The first principle states that the members must not do anything that brings disrepute to the parliament and affect their credibility. I would request all the esteemed colleagues of mine, both in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, to kindly go through the recommendations of this committee which have been duly adopted. Now, the suspension for a week has taken place under Rule 256, which is also amply clear. I need not waste time on reading out what Rule 256 is all about. See, there has to be maintenance of decorum. We have to live within Lakshman Rekha when we are within the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, right? And there can be absolutely no compromise with the dignity of the House. There has to be a method, there has to be a procedure, and we have to respect the parliamentary procedures. I think all the people of the country, about 140 crore Indians, are expecting a lot from all of us who have been sent with a lot of aspirations and lot of hopes to the Lok Sabha, and all those who are in the Rajya Sabha. I am sure they also carry with them many hopes and aspirations. So I think we need to behave with a sense of responsibility. See, who says we do not want discussion? See, I have a strong hunch, since I'm a member of the parliament and I keep sitting there day in and day out, the opposition does not want to hold discussion. See, they have to understand that there is a difference between Sadak and Sansad. On the Sadak, you can shout, you can create a ruckus, you can indulge in all kinds of hooliganism. But in the Sansad, you have to act as per a certain norm, and we have to conform to those standards of conduct. There can be absolutely no compromise with that. And as far as the discussions are concerned, I will take you to 17th July when the Sarvdaliya Baithak had been convened, and Sri Mallikarjun Kharge had given a list of about 13 issues which they wanted discussion on, and we had said all to the yes to that. And then, you know, there is a system, there is a business advisory committee, and there is a way of putting forth views. And we are all well aware of the fact that finance minister is unwell, she is recovering from COVID, and we are assuring that we would be having discussion. So I think this ruckus, this disturbance is being created to actually remain relevant in the system. They know that they are not relevant, and that is why they are creating this uproar. We want work. Do they want work? Just ask them whether they want work. And I tell you, I'll just give you an example. Give me 30 seconds, please. Day before yesterday, the Antarctica Bill 2022 was passed by the Lok Sabha. Now, what was the situation? When the discussions started, the ruling party members started giving their viewpoints, and suddenly the chair looked towards his left where the opposition people were there, and suddenly they staged a walkout. They said, we don't want to talk. Now, we want viewpoints. We want debate on the bill. We wanted the suggestions of the people, but they were not there. They just staged a walkout. Is this the way to behave? What does the government do? Government has to take the country forward. Now, I tell with all conviction at my command that Prime Minister Modi's government is not just here to run the government. It wants to take the nation forward, and it is a combined responsibility of both the opposition and the ruling party to run the parliament.
Right. Now, Jaideep Majumdar wanted to make an intervention, and then I'll come to you, Babul Supriyo. So he's been raising his hand for a bit. So yes, Jaideep Majumdar.
Just one thing here. I think it's a bit rich for the Trinamool to talk about suspending MP and how wrong it is. I agree with him that burning issues of the day have to be raised in the House, in the Assembly or something. But I'll take him back to March this year, when there was this horrific incident in West Bengal where 8 people were burned to death in retaliation for the death of for the murder of a Trinamool Panchayat worker or a ground level leader. Now, when the BJP MLAs in the House protested against, wanted to raise this or discuss this and raised a point of order, and they took to the well of the House, there was pandemonium. Trinamool MLAs got down to the well of the House and allegedly assaulted the BJP MLAs, and 7 of them were suspended not for just 1 week or the rest of the session, but for 1 year. It's a different matter that these suspensions were later on lifted only last month. But this happens in West Bengal. I think it's a bit rich on the part of the Trinamool to now come out and say that democracy is being subverted in Parliament.
So you're saying they don't practice what they preach in the Assembly, and what they're asking that should be practiced in Parliament. So Babul Supriyo, one by one, Aparajita Sarangis, and then Jaideep Majumdar. Yeah. Respond.
Jaideep, I knew this issue is going to come and you're going to bring this up. But have you seen the footages, or are you aware what actually happened inside the Vidhan Sabha on that day? Chairs were broken. There was what you said, that the ruling party MLAs actually assaulted the opposition, the BJP MLAs. There are two. That's one side of the story. There's the other side of the story that exists, and therefore, the same thing is said by even the MLAs of TMC, that the ladies, there are more ladies in the ruling party than there are in the. How many ladies do we have in the BJP side? So the ladies were assaulted, and the BJP MPs, they were very agitated, and they were too close to female MLAs inside the assembly. So let's not. Yes, they were suspended, but I think that magnanimity was shown. Magnanimity was shown when the speaker said on an appeal that you can write a letter and we are going to take it back, and that's what exactly happened. Now, when it's answering to what BJP madam said, she's talking about relevance. I think that there is nothing more relevant in the country than the GST on rice flakes, rice, milk, curd, or there is nothing more relevant than price rise or inflation. So what is the big harm if you have majority in the Lok Sabha, in the Rajya Sabha? By doing this, I think you are somehow losing the credibility, because the people who can vote against you in certain bills or would debate the validity of certain bills, you are expelling them when you can.
But in the day before Parliament. Day before Parliament, what Aparajita Sarangi is saying, and because you've been there, Babu Supriyo, you'll be able to corroborate this, that there was a list of 13 issues that was presented by the opposition, and the government said we will discuss all issues in this session. They have not said we will not. But at that time, did the opposition actually insist कि कल ही करना पड़ेगा? कल नहीं करोगे तो हम हंगामा करेंगे, परसों नहीं करोगे तो हंगामा करेंगे. ऐसा तो नहीं बोला था.
But that is. See, I have been in the parliament for 8 years. Yes. I'm sitting on the other side. I understand, but let's go by the data. In the last session of the parliament, even in the budget session, there were 10 to 12 opposition parties that we have in the parliament. Was any discussion allowed? No. How many bills were passed? How many bills? 27 bills were passed. What is the average? It's alarming. What is the number of minutes? Which is the average time that was taken to pass a bill? 9 minutes. So if the government is really wanting to discuss something and debate the good and bad sides of a bill, which has been the essence and what the parliament is there for deliberation, for debate.
But she's saying this time around, what she's saying is day before yesterday, when this bill was going to be discussed, the opposition walked out. They said we don't want to discuss the bill. तो ऐसे में सरकार बिल पास ही करेगी. Opposition discuss ही नहीं करने को तैयार है तो walkout करेगा तो क्या करेगी?
That is exactly what I'm saying. That if the opposition brings up relevant, she said it is not relevant, or that she's talking about relevance. With due respect to her, let me understand. Let me reiterate this fact. The country is really reeling from the price rise and everything else. So if the opposition wants to discuss that first, the government bring the bill anyways. And this is the average, that it takes 9 minutes for them to pass it.
No, ma'am, my simple question is, has the government said they will not discuss? They've said yes. Is the finance minister or the person most adequate to discuss, is the person indisposed because of COVID-19? Yes. Did the opposition know about that? Yes. Are there other bills that need to be passed in the business of the house, and should they be debated and discussed? Answer to that is also yes. So then why then disrupt Parliament from the 18th of July and not allow business to be conducted? Yes, Babu Supriyo. And then Aparajita ji and then Jaideep.
Yeah. Just tell me one thing. Let's tell me one thing. This is not a political question. This is a common sense question. The opposition right now has enough muddas, enough issues to put the government on the dock. There are several, like it was Pegasus earlier and all that, which the government did not allow discussion. And the bills were passed when there was pandemonium in the parliament. I was present there.
Yeah.
Now the point is that when the opposition have enough issues to corner the government, why wouldn't the opposition want those issues to be raised in the parliament and want the ministers to answer that and for the country to see it.
It's a fair question that you ask. It's a very fair question that you are asking.
Anand, one second.
Ji.
It's a win-win situation for the government if they do not allow a discussion on the burning topics. One, and it's also a win-win situation if you have people, you have people suspended, or which is unfair, suspended and walking out. You can pass the bills without any kind of
discussion. Like so you are saying that this is a case where the government has a chit mein jeeta, heads I win, tails you lose kind of a situation.
Yes,
Please, Aparajita Sarangi will answer that. My simple point is that if you know that somebody or a person responsible, the minister responsible is out with COVID, and this you know on the 17th of July, 18th of July Parliament begins, you can wait for at least a week, say till the 26th, 27th of July, say let's do all the other business on the 27th or 28th of July. If the Honorable Finance Minister is still not able to come back, then the government has to assure that another person competent enough, either the MOS or the Commerce and Industries Minister, will step in and answer and the debate and discussion will be held. Has that happened?
Anand,
Ji.
Anand, we have sorry, I'm just taking 30 seconds. Not even. For a very long time, we have seen the Finance Minister, giving our press conferences and everything in English, and we had the MOS Anurag Thakur just doing the same thing in Hindi. So if the Finance Minister is not present, let the MOS come, and if he thinks that maybe Nirmala ji is going to do it in English, let him answer it in Hindi. We have seen that. That's the tradition that BJP created. Number one. Number two is, how many questions did Honorable Prime Minister take on the floor of the Rajya Sabha in the last 7 years? Not even a single one. So if this is a burning question, that the opposition wants to discuss.
But first the competent minister has to answer, then the Prime Minister has to offer everything. But you had a fair question. Why can't the MOS Finance answer? Why can't the MOS Finance answer? Why wait? My counter question to that was that if the Finance Minister wants to answer, could you not have waited for 5 days? That's what.
You cannot say why would the Prime Minister come for everything. You cannot say that. It would have been relevant if the Prime Minister had created an example by coming to the Parliament and asking questions.
Correct, but the point is, there what happens is, see, I'm just saying that here this is a heads I win, tails you lose for the opposition. Why? Because if the Prime Minister steps up to answer, भाई ये सरकार में तो एक ही व्यक्ति सब कुछ चलाता है, वो मोदी है ना, अब नहीं जवाब दिया तो मोदी जवाब क्यों नहीं दे रहा है? So it is like, अच्छा इधर से भी ढोल बजाएंगे, इधर से भी बजाएंगे, जहाँ से साउंड ज्यादा आएगा conveniently. But एक मिनट, but you raised a fair point, Babu Supriyo. Let Aparajita Sarangi please answer that you said that why can't the MOS Finance not answer? Why couldn't there be?
Prime Minister has never answered.
Okay, you are saying Prime Minister has never answered. But Aparajita Sarangi, please respond. Why couldn't the MOS Finance or a competent minister answer? These are issues of immediacy. The Janta also wants, just like the opposition wants. Why couldn't you give it primacy in the first week of business of Parliament itself?
We can answer all questions of the opposition. Two things I would definitely like to submit here. Number one, the ex-parliamentarian must realize that about 133 crore rupees have gone away from public exchequer in all these 7-8 days. And who is responsible for this? We are losing rupees 2.5 lakh per minute. And I think this is a waste. And all these people who are creating a ruckus are going down in the estimation of the people of India. This I really wanted to put forth very candidly, very emphatically. This is one part. Number two, I would like to mention here, rather I would take you down to a date in history. 15th March 1989, for unruly and unparliamentary behavior, 63 members of Lok Sabha had been suspended. And that point of time, Sri Rajiv Gandhi ji was the Prime Minister. So it's not that 19 MPs is a huge number and we have done something which is wrong. Absolutely not wrong. There can be no compromise when there is unruly and unparliamentary behavior. Now, the third question, the question that has been raised by Mr. Supriyo, for whom I have tremendous respect. He was ex-parliamentarian, my colleague in the Lok Sabha. I must say that Honorable Prime Minister has a team with him. He was also part of that team once upon a time, and he knows that the minister has to speak on behalf of the Prime Minister most of the times, and that is the decorum, that is the situation, and that is what is expected. And I think we know what the constitution is like and what are parliamentary procedures. So as per the parliamentary procedure, the minister has to answer. And this is a very important issue. I fully agree. GST hike and then, you know, the price rise and the unemployment and whatever they want to talk about. These are very important matters, maybe not for them, but for us. So I think we need to wait for Madam Nirmala Sitharaman to come with facts and figures, and please cross-question us. When she speaks on the floor of the House, do cross-question her. We are ready for any kind of question and we would be giving all answers. But you need to have patience. Don't try to be news items every day. In fact, this is being trying to be news items.
You can't grudge the opposition their need to be in the news and their right to be in the news, and they will protest. But the fact is, if they have agreed that certain aspects are rules and we will not break those rules, then they shouldn't break those rules. I have to wind up because I've got to move to the next debate. Babul Supriyo and then Jaideep Majumdar. 30 seconds each. 30 seconds each. Yeah.
I just want to say one thing in response to what she said. She said that as a part of the ministry, yes, of the Council of Ministers, yes, I know that the MOSs and the ministers will have to represent the cabinet and answer on behalf of the Prime Minister. Now, what I'm trying to say is that since most of the time, she used the words verbatim, that most of the times the minister will have to answer. Since the Prime Minister has never answered anything in the last 7 years, and since he said that every debate is going to be welcomed, as you said, then this probably,
on all issues.
Not one. Come on, please. Let's accept the data.
Okay.
He is the Prime Minister who is
okay,
the most
now it is coming to the fact that why isn't the Prime Minister answering? The first was, why isn't some other minister answering? Why isn't the MOS answering? Now why isn't the Prime Minister? My point is, can there be a wait of another 2 or 3 days till Ms. Sitharaman recovers? Till then, can the opposition participate on other meaningful debates? Because there are other important bills, also key bills that need to be passed, where again we need debate and discussion on behalf of the Janta. Because the opposition is the conscience keeper inside the floor in the floor of the House. And now, Jaideep Majumdar, final word.
A quick observation. Whenever we have had a quick observation. In the past, whenever there have been discussions on, as demanded by the opposition on important issues, what we have seen generally is that the opposition hurls a lot of allegations, and when the minister starts speaking, the opposition becomes hell-bent on not allowing the minister to speak. And as a result of that, the country is deprived from knowing the actual situation. Here also, my fear is that when Nirmala Sitharaman ji starts replying to the opposition charges about price rise and all that, the opposition will not allow her to speak. Mark my words, they will do exactly that.
No, if they do that, then they'll be held accountable, because we'll hold the mirror to them on that day also, and we'll come back and ask. You created din and disruption, seeking answers, and when the answers were given, you further created din and disruptions, and then where is your responsibility? We'll take that forward at that time. Aparajita Sarangi, Babul Supriyo and Jaideep Majumdar. Thank you very, very much. Quickly moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to a CNN News 18 exclusive, and you have to have the alarm bells ringing. 10 days before the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, the 2nd anniversary of the Bhumi Pujan at Ram Janmabhoomi, and of course 20 days before our 75th Independence Day, when India turned 75, there are those who are waiting to launch themselves or unleash themselves on Indian soil. Jihadi outfits are at the ready. We have got the geolocation or the locations of not just the launch pads, but also one step back to the terror training camps. 3 important sectors where the terror factories are operational, fully operational, and it's a mixed module where the jihadi tanzeems have combined efforts like the United Jihad Council. So the Lashkar, Jaish, Al-Badr, Hizbul Mujahideen, Harkatul Mujahideen, and also the Jammu and Kashmir Ghaznavi force. All of them have now actually pooled in resources. Here are the camps in this Right Stand exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple camps. The first one in Manshera, Muzaffarabad and Kotli. 3 ones. First is Manshera with 3 camps in Balakot, Garhi, Habibullah and also Boi. Then the next one is in Muzaffarabad. Muzaffarabad is the capital of POK in that region, the biggest area, biggest city, that is Muzaffarabad. And you have close to that, you have in Abdullah bin Masood, Dulai, Chelabandi and also Shawai Nala. 4 camps there, and then also in Kotli. The next cluster is in Kotli. And in Kotli, The locations are again 4 places. You have Sensa, Kotli, Gulpur, Dubgi, and of course the 5th one, that is Fagosh. So 5 camps in Kotli, 4 camps in Muzaffarabad, and 3 camps in Manchera, including Balakot, ladies and gentlemen. Also, more information that we have, top intelligence sources have given CNN News 18 explosive details of the terror training camps in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now, what we've learned is that 3 permanent clusters are fully operational, and these are in Manchera, Muzaffarabad and Kotli. The ISI has facilitated. All camps are active, and they host a combined training for Lashkar, JEM, Al-Badr, Hizbul, HUM, cadre. That's what they are doing. And they work mainly as feeders to launch pads in the forward areas. That's what they are doing. Now, let's try and understand which are these forward areas and where the plots are. Now, here what we are seeing is the forward areas. So, the forward areas are Gurez, Kale, then you come to the Neelam Valley, there is Tangdar, Uri, Chakoti, Gulmarg, Punch, Rajouri, Naushera and Sundarbani sector. So, these are all the areas where they have forward launch pads in and around, not so far away from the LOC and from the international border, just about 3 to 4 kilometers. That's the maximum range. So some within 2 to 3 kilometers of the LOC and then also near the international border. Now, Pakistan is able to launch multiple attacks, infiltration attempts and execute these operations significantly. Also, we've got to understand very clearly at this point, the information that we've got is that largely the cadre are all coming in. They come here, trained together in mixed modules, Lashkar, Jaish, Al-Badr, HUM, all of them together. The cadre are coming largely from South Punjab. They are youth, just about 20s, in their 20s, recruited from this region. Nature of training, arms and also Fidain attacks. And they move just before the winter. The OGWs, they're supervised and helped by the OGWs, who also pick up the weapons drops that are sent by the ISI via drones. And these drones are also operated from in and around the launch pads, where the Pakistan military also has its brigades, like in Kotli. They have their own brigades. A colonel of the Pak army is actually training all of them. Now, do we need a fresh cleanup and strike? Is that the way forward? Should this be preventive and preemptive? That's the question that we are asking, because all this information is present. If CNN News 18 can access this, clearly the powers that be have more information. I have General J.J. Singh joining us at this point, former Chief of Army Staff. Sushant Sarinji, Senior Fellow at ORF, Strategic Affairs Expert, is with us. And we also have Dr. Kamar Cheema, Strategic and Political Analyst, Pakistan. General Saab, namaste. Sushant ji, namaste. Kamar Cheema ji, namaste. General Saab, let me first ask you, if this is the build-up that's happening, and we are given to understand the jihadi tanzeems are getting restless. They were asked to stay dormant or quiet till the time the FATF grey list Pakistan moved up and there was clarity there and there was a certain settlement as far as ceasefire is concerned. But the pressure is mounting with these tanzeems getting restless. What should India do? Should we still wait and watch, wait for them to come here, or should we launch something which is preemptive?
Anand, in my opinion, Pakistan is getting more and more frustrated because their original plan of Op-Topak is no longer visible. It's disappeared. What they tried to do in 3 stages to grab some parts of Kashmir, if they could not do it in conventional war, they have tried to do with the proxy war. It is clearly failed. Today, Kashmir, with the abrogation of Article 370, is very manageable because there is no political interference in the actions of the government of the day. And what is being seen, I just spent a week in various parts of Kashmir, which included Baramulla, Uri, Gulmarg, Sonamarg, Pahalgam and Srinagar. And I came to the conclusion that the people want peace so that there is prosperity. Also, one recent case, which is the beginning of the, I would say, snowball effect, is the fact that in a village in Kashmir, it is in Riyasi district, the Pakistani LET commander Talib Hussein and another militant were handed over by the people who overpowered them and handed them to the police. Now this is where the role of the people is happening, and I feel Kashmir is going to see its future written in golden letters. Second point, the POK people are watching with interest what's going on in India and in Kashmir, and if they see the kind of development taking place with the railway line, the activity in the airports, the roads being widened, they feel that they are totally neglected and they are going to themselves fall into our lap. We don't have to do much according to my judgment. In a few years they will opt to be with India and we will be with the rest of Kashmir.
So, but what do we do with these tanzeems? Because these tanzeems are operating on what is sovereign Indian soil. They may be occupied by the Pakistanis, but they are very close to where they are. And we've also seen their effort to dig tunnels. They may have 200, 300 of their cadre there, and if there are more, because there are a lot of them who are turning jihadis because there is no other occupation. There's nothing else to do. Here at least there is some sort of guarantee that is given to them, and they believe and they are being fed all these dreams of glory, etc. General Saab. So how does India counter this? Do we wait for a few years?
Yes, Anand. Yes, we have already our strategy in place. That is to give the people a fair chance to progress in their lives and to develop their area, and without any, I would say, without any interest of politicians, which was always playing a game to keep themselves in power. Today there is a government of the Lieutenant Governor and they are going to deliver the goods. I only appeal to them to do it faster and give the youth the jobs that they are looking for and give the people a corruption-free government which they are looking for. And with that strategy, and the armed forces are winning the hearts and minds of the people in a very good way. I have seen it physically on the ground. As also the terrorists have been eliminated, the incidents of terrorist attacks have reduced. So also infiltration. They may train them in any number of camps. I know those camps, and some of them we have also hit directly or indirectly. So we will take appropriate action. Anand, I can assure you that our armed forces are prepared to ensure that there is peace, and as a result of that peace, there will be Aman and Khushhali, peace and prosperity.
True, and the point is that the number of lives that have been claimed by these Pakistani bullets, somebody has to make them count those. But what they are also doing is that this is the only narrative that's working for them. General Saab, I'm just bringing in Sushant Sareen and Dr. Kamar Cheema, and then I'll come back to you, sir. Sushant Sareen, this K bogie is the only one that's working. Now, we've got information and we discussed this on Friday, and this is an extension. Friday, we talked about the launch pads. Today, we are talking about the terror camps. You talked about Bakh Zameen. Now, actually, in Chakargarh, Asghar Kashmiri has been seen. Rauf Asghar has been seen. Chakargarh is the Jaish hand. Manshera is with Al-Badr, and Bakh Zameen has been seen there. So all of these these aspects come in as far as the faces of terror. But there is this desperation, there is this slight confidence where they believe that FATF की grey list से हम उठ जाएंगे तो हमको हमारी हरकत करने दो. There is also a desperation to do some कारनामा ahead of India's Independence Day, that is 15th of August, and to try and do it between the 5th and 15th for various reasons.
So, Anand, I think the report which we had discussed on last Friday, I believe, I think the report which you are released today puts more meat in that particular report. In fact, it corroborates that report. As to what is the motivation, is it merely to strike at India and create some kind of a splash, or is there something even more sinister? I will present to you a possibility which I don't think we should ignore entirely. Look at the situation inside Pakistan. The economy is on the verge of failure. You have a politics which is so toxic that it has become completely dysfunctional. You have a judiciary which is so compromised that you won't even employ one of the Supreme Court judges as a law clerk or a munshi somewhere, given the kind of judgments they are giving. overruling their own judgments and contradicting their own judgments, destabilizing the country in the process. You have an army which is no longer effective and which is being abused left, right, and center by everybody. Now, normally we have seen that in a situation like this, where the country is going down the gutter, what the Pakistanis do is try and create a distraction. Now, they know the Indian doctrine of retaliation. I wonder if this activity or this enhanced activity which we are seeing along the line of control might be actually to provoke some retaliation from India, because then the Pakistan army thinks that it can consolidate support behind it, wave the India threat and stuff like that. It's happened in the past and it could be happening once again. So that brings me to the question which you had put to General Singh. And it's a dilemma. Should you preempt this kind of an attack and then play into the hands of the enemy, or should you let the enemy kind of stew in its own juice and watch the enemy self-destruct? So I think it's a bit of a dilemma for Indian policymakers. Clearly, the reports which you have in your possession, obviously it's not your investigations editor or somebody, your investigative reporter, who has gone, and dug out this information. It's obviously information which has been shared by
government,
which means that the government of India and the armed forces and the security agencies are entirely aware, because we've been getting these reports even for about at least 6-7 months. The army has been repeatedly warning that some of these launch pads have been activated, that the terror camps are back in action. We've been warning about that. Now, if something untoward was to happen over the next couple of weeks, maybe over the next month or so, I think there will be a question before the government whether we should retaliate as per the doctrine, or whether we should let it pass and let the Pakistanis stew in their juice, not give any distraction to the self-destruct mode that the Pakistanis are on. So I think that will remain a bit of a dilemma going forward.
Right.
But the retaliation option has to be kept alive, even if the Pakistanis are able to consolidate some support. Look, the problem is going to be that even if there is some support for the Pakistanis at this point in time, what do they do about their economy, which is completely broken? And the kind of tariffs which they have to raise, the kind of borrowings which they have to do, the fact that it's completely bankrupt. They are borrowing more money every day to pay off old loans and raising their debt in the process. So I think, they have their back against the wall, but given the Pakistani proclivity of doing something when they have the back to the wall, so that they give a message that they are not all finished. But I think they're heading towards being finished very fast at the rate at which they are going and the self-destruct mode they are in.
Right. Dr. Kamar Chima, this is Pakistani soil or Pakistani controlled area that is being used. So some parts of Pakistan, some parts of Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, which is there. So it is under, and some of these camps are 1.5 kilometers from the Pakistani brigade where it is stationed.
Well, I think there are 2-3 perspectives. The first one is that what I am hearing here from these TV studio warriors who are coming up with this jingoism, including 3 of you. And then there is an Indian military which even cannot dare to jump in, or even cannot dare to cross the LOC, or cannot enter for a single inch because they know the consequences of that. The third thing which you are talking, that there are camps, I think this is an old Indian rhetoric. We have been hearing this for decades. There is nothing new. And Pakistan is fully committed. And I think the previous Pakistani governments, and even including the new government, they have said we do not support any kind of a military adventurism in Indian occupied Kashmir. All what we are calling the Kashmir issue is diplomatic, political and moral. So whatever the ills and the faults Mr. Shashank Sareen is talking, Pakistan is falling, economy is disturbed. Yes, things are disturbed. But can the Indian military dare to attack Pakistan? or can they dare to cross an inch? That is a big question. So you being a good TV studio warriors can talk whatever you can talk. But I think the Indian military understand the consequences.
You know, this rabble rousing and daring is point is your Pakistani army. No, Kamar Chima, see 90 who had 90,000 people, 90,000 soldiers surrendered with their hands up and said कि हम नहीं लड़ सकते. वो कौन से देश की आर्मी थी? जरा याद करें. दूसरी बात, see, I'll tell you, I'm talking facts. I'm not trying to rabble rouse. The other, I'm trying to unnecessarily dare. The other thing is, Osama bin Laden 1 किलोमीटर दूर कौन सी आर्मी की छावनी के जो से था. That Pakistan army, a global designated terrorist, was in their backyard and the Pakistanis did not know. So that army did not know. Which army right now has a jihadi tanzim lurking 1 kilometer away from its brigade headquarters in Kotli? Which army is that, sir? So if this is the army which can allow jihadi tanzims to fester all around it, one wonders what its ability is. That jihadi tanzims are able to recruit and they don't have recruitments in the army. Which nation is this, sir?
Yes, they can bring, but that is all theoretical.
Which nation is it, Mr. Kamar Chima? Kamar Chima, I'm asking you, is your army so limp that they cannot fight without jihadis, and they need jihadis to fight their war? They need to breed terrorists to fight, because they still haven't got off the shackles of 1971.
Modi wanted to win elections. I think
so I'll tell you what, remember who came with their hands up and their hands behind their back and saying we don't know how to fight. 90,000 of them came back, and it was the people of Pakistan who told them wear bangles. So do they still wear those bangles that they need terrorists, that they need to breed terrorists to fight a war? Okay.
So look, do not try to raise this jingoism.
No, you try very hard, sir. You try very hard, but I am just saying 1.5 kilometers from your brigade headquarters and your brigade position there in Kotli, there is a terror training camp. So does your army not know? अगर आपको नहीं पता है, हम बता देते हैं और हम कर देते हैं काम. We'll do it, sir. We'll very, very happily and gladly and more effectively do it.
Is weak. They cannot fight.
देखिए, आप ही के देश के क्रिकेटर ने कहा था आपसे 4 सूबे नहीं चलते, 4 सूबे नहीं संभलते, and we can see that on display, sir. Sir, final word to General J.J. Singh. Sir, now Kamar Chima does not know. For Kamar Chima today, it is just go ahead and vomit all that you remember. So and I totally take the fact that because they don't have a response, they also dare to disrespect a soldier. So we can let that slide. But point is, sir, if this is how dysfunctional their unit is and their establishment is, then is it a story that it is whose last chapter or last page is now being written? Final word, General Saab. I have to wind up.
Yeah, Anand, Mr. Kamar needs to be reminded what happened during the Kargil war. I was there as additional DGMO. I know everything in that war, what happened. The people of Pakistan were kept in the dark, like he is being kept in the dark today. The same story, the Pakistan army failed in Kargil miserably. They crossed the line of control, well done, but they didn't think it through. Afterward, they came on their knees, and the Americans helped them to save their face.
Yes.
So he should not forget General Pervez Musharraf's biggest blunder when he came into the heights of Kargil. So I want to tell Mr. Kamar, not only that, please listen.
I'll tell you what.
Please listen to me.
No, Dr. Kamar Chima ka audio kam kijiye. He does not know how to respect a soldier, so he'll not speak over somebody, and I am not going to allow that, please. Yes, General Saab, please complete.
Yes,
I have to
please.
wind up,
Thank
sir.
you,
30 seconds.
Anand. Yeah, so in Pakistan, unfortunately today, the situation is so bad. I agree with Mr. Sushant Sareen that today the people of Pakistan are saying to their हुक्मरान, आप हमें किस दिशा में ले जा रहे हो? पहले बांग्लादेश चला गया, और अगर अब संभालोगे नहीं तो शायद और भी कुछ हमारा हिस्सा चला जाएगा. तो इसलिए आपको ये वार्निंग दे रहा हूं मैं कि आपके खुद ही लोग कह रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान फ्यूचर is a very in a bad situation.
Well,
they will implode like this. They may lose parts of Pakistan. which they now have,
Ji.
and therefore they need to handle those parts rather than worrying about Kashmir.
Ji. General Saab, thank you very much. Kamar Chima and Sushant Sareen, thank you very much. We're over time here on debate number 2, ladies and gentlemen. I have to take a very short break. When we come back with the real report and we tell you why this nation, this pesky enemy across the border is a ticking time bomb. Is a ticking time bomb. We'll tell you why. Stay with us.
Include a chapter on Chinese and Russian aggression. Sunak and Truss are fighting for the support of around 160,000 Conservative members who will begin voting in early August to choose their next leader. The winner, who will be announced on September 5th, will become the next Prime Minister of UK. UK experts see Sunak's stand as further straining relations with Beijing. In a report on 14 July, the Chinese nationalist Global Times newspaper said although Beijing did not expect a sea change in the bilateral relationship under Britain's new leader, it still hoped the two sides could improve ties. It said Sunak had a pragmatic view of developing balanced ties with China. In recent times, the Conservative government has taken a harder stance against Xi Jinping's administration over the crackdown on civil liberties in Hong Kong, including a restrictive national security law and electoral reforms in the former British colony. Mutual sanctions have been in place over China's treatment of Uyghurs in its far western Xinjiang region. On the occasion of the 25th anniversary of the handover of Hong Kong to China, then UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson said UK will not be giving up on the city. Johnson also accused China of not fulfilling its promises.
But on the 25th anniversary of the handover, we simply cannot avoid the fact that for some time now, Beijing has been failing to comply with its obligations. But we are not giving up on Hong Kong. 25 years ago, we made a promise to the territory and its people, and we intend to keep it.
British colonial rule ended in Hong Kong in 1997. Hong Kong was then handed over to China. Britain and China agreed to the one country, two systems agreement under the deal. However, the UK has been critical of Chinese rule after it imposed a harsh national security law in 2020. Massive protests erupted in Hong Kong following the imposition of the law. After Beijing imposed the law, the UK started offering citizenship for British national overseas passport holders and their families from the city.
A day of celebration.
Johnson, in his video message, had claimed that 120,000 people of Hong Kong have applied under the scheme. As UK awaits a new dawn, Rishi Sunak has shown he will be following the road taken by his predecessor if voted as the head of his party on 5th of September. In March 2021, UK's integrated review of security, defence and foreign policy called China the biggest state-based threat to the UK's economic security. Under fierce political pressure from Washington, Boris Johnson had also banned Chinese technology giant Huawei from involvement in the rollout of Britain's 5G network. Laws have also been tightened to make it harder for foreign firms, including those from China, to buy British businesses in sensitive sectors such as defence, energy and transport.
Is to keep going.
He is the poster boy of UK's aspirational class. Rishi Sunak is one step away from 10 Downing Street and he has been making all the right noises.
I will have no part in a rewriting of history that seeks to demonize Boris, exaggerate his faults, or deny his efforts.
On Sunday, the former Chancellor said that China represented the largest threat to Britain and the world's security and prosperity this century. He also proposed a series of measures to reduce Beijing's influence in the UK. Facing the charge from his Tory rival that he is soft over China and until recently he was planning to hold a UK-China Economic Finance Conference, Sunak went an extra mile to set the record straight. He also proposed a series of measures to prevent China from spreading its soft power in Britain's universities. Sunak said he would ban all 30 branches of the Confucius Institute in the UK. He promised that Chinese would be prevented from spreading their influence through culture and language programs. Britain's higher education has more than £50,000 as foreign funding. Sunak has promised a review of research partnership if voted as the next Prime Minister of UK. Sunak's Ban China blueprint extends to protecting UK tech startups from Chinese investments and a new NATO.
Back on the right stand with the real report. Now, Pakistan's terror infrastructure is being supported by an economy that is on the verge of collapse and that is set to implode. Let's get you an overview of that. Of the 100 days of the new coalition government. On the 11th of April 2022, the dollar rate in Pakistan was at 183 rupees, Pakistani rupees. On 24th July, it was 228 rupees. On the 11th of April 2022, the price of petrol in Pakistan was 190 rupees per litre. On the 4th of July, it was 230 rupees per litre. On the 11th of April 2022, the rate of inflation in Pakistan was at 11%. On 24th July, it was at a whopping 21.3%. 11th of April 2022, foreign reserves stood at $10.5 billion, and on 24th of July, it was down to $9.7 billion, and as we speak, it's down to $9.32 billion, ladies and gentlemen. On 11th of April 2022, the interest rate that Pakistan's debt faced was over 12%. On 24th July, it's gone to 15%. So here is what Pakistan needs. Needs $41 billion in foreign exchange over 12 months. That's what it needs. It needs $8 to $9 billion to maintain foreign exchange stability. It also needs to repay $21 billion in loans, needs $12 billion for current account deficit financing. Now, however, this is the rosy picture the finance minister of Pakistan is painting for the nation. Miftah Ismail has said that Pakistan will receive $6 billion from the World Bank and Asian Development Bank very, very soon. He's also turned around to say that $1.2 billion in deferred oil payments from a friendly country will also be received. A friendly country may also invest $1.5 to $2 billion in stocks. A friendly country will perhaps give us gas on deferred payment, and another friendly country may make some deposit. So you are going to take on more debt. Panic due to political turmoil and not economic fundamentals is what he's turning around and saying. This is the la-la land that Pakistan is currently living in, fueled by the corruption and economic incompetence of multiple regimes, which has turned the economy into a ticking time bomb. Pakistan for years has called China and the Middle East its fair-weather friend against India, but that same friendship has left that nation with a begging bowl before the world. In August, India will celebrate a milestone of 75 years of independence, while Pakistan is only witnessing its descent into an economic colony.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zakir Jacob. The Congress party hit the streets of Delhi and several other cities across the country today, once again protesting against Sonia Gandhi's questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in the AJL National Herald case. Now, there were dramatic scenes where Congress party alleged that many of its workers were manhandled. The question is, why does the Congress insist on street protests if they're dead sure about the innocence of their leaders? How was Young India, a not-for-profit Section 25 company, allowed to take over AJL, a newspaper company that had been running for close to a century, and it owed a collective 90 crores to the Congress party? This is despite the fact that AJL was sitting on thousands of crores worth of property. And to the BJP, why has the Enforcement Directorate woken up to this case now, 7 years after a court took cognizance, basis a private complaint, and granted bail to the Gandhis? But first, the story of the day so far.
from clashing with cops to indulging in vandalism. Congress pulled out all the stops as their party president was questioned for the second time by the Enforcement Directorate. While Sonia Gandhi landed up at the ED office accompanied by daughter Priyanka, Congress MPs, including her son Rahul, marched from the Gandhi statue in Parliament to Vijay Chowk. And then all hell broke loose.
Leaders being taken into the buses there by the policemen on duty here. You can see scuffle going on. The media and the Congress party leaders there, you can see how they're being carried away. There's a full struggle between the members of parliament and the police there. Police carrying them away into buses.
From climbing barricades to fierce confrontations, Congress leaders faced off with police who were present in huge numbers. And several of them were detained, including Rahul Gandhi.
सारे सांसद आए, हाँ, और उन्होंने महंगाई की बात की, हाँ, और बेरोजगारी की बात की, और ये हमें यहाँ बैठने नहीं दे रहे, हाँ, अंदर बात नहीं करी जा रही है, डिस्कशन नहीं अलाउड है, हाँ, और यहाँ पे हमसे अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं.
Youth Congress chief B.V. Srinivas, who was also detained, was manhandled by the police. On camera, one police officer could be seen pulling his hair. While Congress called it a brutal crackdown, here is what their party workers did in city after city in the name of Satyagraha. In Kannur, Youth Congress workers blocked a train, got into a scuffle with police and were eventually detained. In Nagpur, Congress workers indulged in arson, setting a car on fire in the middle of the road. In Indore, Congress workers vandalized the ED office, blackening the board to register their protest. And just a few yards from the ED headquarters, where Sonia Gandhi was questioned, a bike was set on fire. We saw similar protests when Rahul Gandhi was questioned 5 times by the ED last month. But why turn a routine questioning into a spectacle?
All right, on the talking point this evening, Supriya Srinath, Congress Party spokesperson, is joining us. Also head of the Congress's digital wing, Nalin Kohli of the BJP, national spokesperson, will be joining us. Kapil Sankla, senior advocate, Hemant Atri, senior journalist, Shantanu Gupta, author, also on the broadcast this evening. Let me start with you, Supriya. Every time Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi is called for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, what should be a matter of routine, Congress Party workers hit the streets. 2 questions. If you're convinced about the innocence of your leaders, why should the same rules of interrogation and probe not apply to them as it did to others in this case, namely Mr. Kharge and Mr. Bansal? Congress Party workers did not come out to the streets when they were questioned.
So I'm going to answer your question in a bit, but because your report and also your opening comments have said some things which are not true, let me bust those myths. You had said, why did Young India take over AJL? I dispute that with all the knowledge in me and all the financial knowledge that I have on this case. AJL has not been taken over by Young Indian. It's a lie the BJP and its IT cell peddles. Don't fall for it. Young India is a shareholder of AJL. Debt was extinguished and transferred as equity like it happens all across the world, including in India. First myth busted, AJL has not been taken over by Young India. The second thing you said was...
One second, Supriya, one second. I just want to clarify. I want to clarify on this. I want to clarify on this. You said debt was converted into equity. How much equity does Young India have in AJL?
You are questioning me on a subject that I have a little prowess over. When you say in your opening introduction, a company has been taken over, it means its assets are transferred to Young Indian. No asset of AJL has been transferred to Young Indian.
Fair enough.
AJL is the
that's not the question I asked you.
Shareholder. Let me finish.
That's not the question I asked you. I asked you a very simple question.
I'm giving you an answer. No. I am exposing something that you said which was not completely true.
Can you answer a very simple question that I asked you? Supriya, again, for the benefit of our viewers.
I am answering a very simple question. No,
how
I think
much?
it's only fair.
How
No,
much
Zaka, this is not how it
equity?
can happen.
How much
No,
equity?
Zaka.
How much
I am
equity
first
does Young
answering.
India
No, Zaka, I
have
will
in
not answer
AJL?
that
It's a simple question.
Zaka, I will again repeat myself. I will not answer your question until I have proven you wrong and
Okay.
your report wrong on three big
I'm
lies
wrong. I
that the
concede.
channel is propagating
I
because
concede.
of the
I'm wrong.
reportage.
I'm wrong. You've
One second,
corrected
let
me
me
on
finish.
national television.
Yeah,
I'm
let
wrong.
me finish.
Now, please answer my question.
will
How
answer
much
your
equity
question. I will
does Young
answer
India
your
have in
question.
AJL?
No, I will not.
Okay.
That's not how it can work. No,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
That's not how it can work. Let me finish my points. I will answer
Okay,
your
go
question.
ahead. Okay, go ahead.
So your first thing was a completely wrong statement.
Okay.
Completely wrong statement. AGL has not been taken over by Young
Okay.
Indian. You said thousands of worth of crore of property. According to the income tax's own valuation that has been submitted, all the property of AGL is valued at 359 crore rupees. So the BJP's media machinery cannot peddle 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 crore rupee lie because
Okay.
that is a lie. On paper, what the income tax department is saying is 359 crore rupees. The third important part that you mentioned and your report mentioned, why does AGL have to be revived? They had so much of loan. Yes, because AGL is a symbol of our national inheritance. AGL played a very important role during the freedom struggle. It had mounting debt. That debt had to be converted into equity. Over 100 tranches through check and bank transfer. 90 crore worth of loan was given from the Congress party to AGL for Provident Fund, for gratuity, for paying taxes, for electricity bills, for VRS.
Okay.
And we are not ashamed of that because we wanted that guiding light of independence to stay alive. Today, AGL publishes National Herald, Navjeevan, Qaumi Awaaz, and has a very vibrant social media platform
Okay.
and digital platform.
Okay.
I will now answer your question.
Okay,
I
yes.
will answer your question.
Yes.
Your report went on to say, why make a tamasha? Why not make a tamasha? How dare 144 section is imposed right outside the Congress headquarters? We said we will sit at Rajghat and protest peacefully. We were denied that permission, not just denied, section 144 imposed at Rajghat also. What sort of a government is this? And this is not routine questioning. Let us remember that. The Enforcement Directorate has a character. It has a character to question people in opposition. The police has a character to manhandle members of the opposition.
I will ask those. I will ask those to the BJP. I will ask those to the BJP. But once again, at the risk of repetition, you started off by saying debt was converted into equity. Young India does not own AJL.
Yes, it was.
It is only a shareholder. So I'm asking you again.
I will answer your question.
How much of the shareholding is with
I will
Young
answer
India?
that question. I will answer that question. And I know the premise of that question because that's another lie that the BJP peddles and the media is consuming. I understand the premise. Young India owns over 90% equity. But Young India is one more shareholder of AJL. And Young India, unlike other shareholders, is a Section 25 company, not for profit. So no matter what Young India does, its shareholders, namely Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and the others, do not get a penny in remuneration, dividend, any other income.
I'm glad
so
you
you
clarified.
are telling me that no money is
I'm glad you
transferred.
clarified.
No, let me finish.
Anyway.
Let me finish.
No,
Zaka,
Supriya, it's been 7
I am
minutes
glad
since
you're
the
giving me
debate
a chance to
started.
speak.
It's been
Give me
7
10 more
minutes.
seconds.
There are 4 other guests who are
It's a
waiting.
question.
So
It's a debate
let me.
on my party.
Yes,
It's
of
a
course,
debate on
of
the lies
course,
that are
of
being
course.
peddled in sections
But there
of
are
the media.
5 other
It's only fair that
participants.
I
So
put
with
it
your
out.
permission,
I have
please.
busted 3 myths
Okay,
that
please
have been
indulge me.
propagated.
Let me go to Nalin
Please go
Kohli
ahead.
now.
3
Nalin
myths,
Kohli.
3 lies exposed.
First,
Three big lies exposed on your
first,
channel.
first thing that Supriya says she has busted is number 1, you are going on and on saying that Young India owns AJL. Young India does not own AJL. She says it's only a shareholding company, just like any other shareholding company. Number 2, she says it does not have thousands of crores worth of property. It only has 350 odd crores of property as per IT returns of AJL. Please respond to both of those points.
No. As per income tax records.
Yes, that's
Not
what I said.
our
As per IT
Income
returns.
tax has said 359
Yes,
crore.
that's what I said.
No. Not IT returns. Income tax.
Okay.
No, there's a difference.
Okay,
What I
okay.
write in my IT
Nalin.
return is different. The income tax on record has said our assets are worth
Okay.
359
All right,
crore
Nalin,
rupees.
yeah.
The income tax department, not us. Wrong there again.
So Zaka, let me make my position clear. I have heard Ms. Srinath speak rather agitatedly. She's entitled to. It's none of my concern. I'm interested to put my point of view, and I hope I have the courtesy of not being disturbed at all. Okay. And I'd also request you to tell your team I'm receiving feedback of my voice backwards, so it's
we'll fix that.
interrupting me.
Yeah.
So before you come to me, perhaps you can go to another guest.
No, go ahead. I can hear you. We'll fix that as you speak. Yes, go ahead.
You can hear me, but I'm getting disturbed with my own voice coming back in my feedback.
It's being fixed as we speak, Nalin.
Yeah, so let's first approach this as the matter is. This case happened 10 years ago, and this is also tweeted by Amit Malviya, my colleague in the party, where the Congress spokesperson or whoever it is from a Congress party acknowledges that the case is 10 years old. It has nothing to do with the BJP government being in power 10 years ago. It was Dr. Manmohan Singh's government which did so. Number two, what is the case? The case involves a company called AJL. This is an old company with assets worth thousands of crores. You may argue it is worth a few hundred crores. It doesn't matter. It has assets. This company was advanced loans by the Congress party. The Congress party is a political party, not a bank or an FBFC. This party then gets money on a basis by collecting it by chanda or donations from people, which means you have an income tax identity, you have an election identity, and your job is not to advance loans to companies or individuals. It is to do political purpose, and those funds are meant purely for that. In the meantime, this company is formed, which is your pertinent question, Young Indians. Young Indians is owned by the Nehru Gandhi family, primarily Sonia Gandhi ji and Rahul Gandhi ji. The entire loans of AGL get assigned to this company of Young Indians for some 50 lakhs or something like that. So it now raises a question. The shareholding of a company with hundreds or thousands of crores gets transferred to a company owned by the Nehru Gandhi family for an amount of 50 lakhs or something like that. And the question is why? If this company was shutting down, it would have got sold, the assets would have got sold, it would have got settled. So the question is pertinent, why is the Nehru Gandhi family taking control of the assets of a company which owns assets worth hundreds or thousands of crores? This case started 10 years ago. On this matter, there is a bail on which Sonia Gandhi ji and Rahul Gandhi ji are out. That means courts are applying their prima facie view and seeing that there is a reason there that is not making sense. They are on bail on the matter, and it is to be believed that no, the BJP is persecuting them. They went to the court. They sought from the court some relief. The court has given them bail but not quashed or destroyed the case registered against them. So no matter what the Congress party's spokespersons may wish to say, the fact of the matter is there is something here that is not right.
Okay.
There is something here that courts and agencies believe that it's credible, that needs to be investigated.
Okay.
And like any other Indian citizen, they are not above the law. They need to be investigated.
Okay. Let
this
me
is not a satyagraha for
let me
any honesty.
let me
this
now.
This is a political stunt.
Let me go to the other guests as well. Kapil one second. One at a time. I'll come back to you in due course. Let me go to Kapil Sankla. Kapil Sankla, one of the primary arguments raised by Nalin Kohli is, as per the Representation of People's Act 1950, a political party is not allowed to give a loan. So how did the Congress party, or in this case, Young India, take over the entire loans of AJL? First of all, how can the Congress party give loans to the tune of 90 crores over a period of time? I'm not saying 1 year or 2 years, but over a period of time. How can it lend as much as 90 crore rupees to the running of a newspaper?
There are two parts of what I'm about to say. One, the purely legal matrix, and then the factual matrix. In terms of section 29A to C of the Representation of People's Act, and also in terms of section 13A of the Income Tax Act, it is illegal for any political party to lend money for commercial use or other purposes. In this case, the money that was given was unsecured, and there have been number of judgments and scams where the Honorable Supreme Court, various courts, CBI courts have stated that and have questioned under what circumstances have you been have you given unsecured loans. So that's the first part, what is questionable as far as the law is concerned. And now the second part of it, just the background on what is the legality or the illegality in the entire transaction. Well, AJL was created with around 5,000 shareholders pre-independence. There are around 1,000 shareholders which are still alive. and they still own the shares in AGL. So the first question was, how could the AGL's assets be transferred to another company without a notice to them? That's the first legal encumbrance which is there, and the fallacy in the argument.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Supriya's contention and the Congress Party's contention is that the assets were never transferred. AGL continues to hold those assets.
I'm coming to that.
Yeah.
I'm coming to that. You see, it's potatoes. I mean, you transfer the shares in a company, the physical shares will never go. It would be the shareholding that would go. So the question is, then you say, oh, physically the property did not go. It doesn't really matter. The shares got transferred. The company for all its purposes is now a part of Young India. Young India owns all its shares. The company only owns freehold and leasehold properties. The properties were given by the government over the years as government largesses, and therefore these properties predominantly belong to the government. Importantly, also are those properties which are leasehold properties. So leasehold property cannot be transferred without the permission of the government department, which actually owns that company. So therefore there is an absolute inherent fallacy in the argument that was being put. And this is no politically motivated. This is what the law is. So, you can call it anything, but the fact is that the assets got transferred.
Okay.
And the assets got transferred without keeping in loop the shareholders of AGL. So, if there were 5,000 shareholders and there are 1,000 shareholders, I think Justice Kaju is also one of the shareholders, because I just read his tweet. The question was that they had to be put to notice. They were never put to notice.
Okay.
That's the first part. The second part is that in 2008, AGL stopped printing. All these properties, predominantly which are leasehold properties or out of government largesses, were given to AGL for the purpose of printing the 3 papers that they were printing. Once they stopped printing, the question arose, would these properties, either they have to change the nature of those properties, and then you of course require government permissions, etc., or these properties go back to the government or the government departments that own these properties.
Okay.
Interestingly, in this case, none of that happens. The properties are still retained by AGL. AGL starts the business of construction and commercial ventures and starts running different, enjoys rental properties from commercial properties, and nobody raises the question. Everything is hunky-dory. The second question then is, how could AGL, of course, change its business model without permission from its shareholders and without first informing the government as far as those properties are concerned, because there are substantial properties which are leasehold properties and not just freehold properties. That's the second legal encumbrance. All right. The third, of course, as you rightly said, that the Congress party could not have given loan, in this case an unsecured loan of a substantial amount of 90 crore to a company. Now the interesting part is, Congress of course is predominantly owned by the Gandhis and the other people who are very closely linked to the Gandhis, etc., which is fine. AGL 33 or 30% odd was owned by the Gandhi family, as well as people close to the Gandhi family. Young India 70 or 75% is owned by the Gandhis directly, and of course people close to the Gandhi family. And so the Gandhi's argument, or the argument of the Congress, is that these are just 3 basic units which are part of the Congress, and therefore you cannot raise any question. But the question here is that AGL that owns, madam, just a second, madam, just a second, madam, just a second, I could be louder,
I think everyone is
I do
best
this for a
served.
living.
Everyone is best served when we go one by one, please.
I could go on and on, madam.
You've been in my position before, so
madam, I understand that. I could understand that.
Please bear with Kapil as he finishes.
What I'm saying is, as far as thank you. As I said, these are just legal arguments as I understand the facts before me and nothing else.
Okay.
So the question here is, and the question is very, very limited, is one, how could AGL transfer its shareholding to Young India? That's one. How could Young India, which was a recently created entity, get itself registered as a not-for-profit organization where all it was to do is to own the shareholding of AGL that owned substantial properties and was earning profit or earning money from commercial ventures.
Yeah.
So that's the second question. And third, of course, yes please, and third of course is very rightly, how could Congress either fund AGL at any time or fund Young India, which is also one of the allegations. I'm not privy to that. So there are 3 issues.
I want to go to Shantanu as well as to Hemant Atri, but Shantanu first. I mean, you heard the legal part. I want to ask the political question. What Congress party and Supriya and all have been arguing is, how come the ED, the IT, CBI never go after BJP MPs or BJP leaders or leaders who were from other parties who joined the BJP, against whom there were corruption allegations, whether it's a Hemanta Biswa Sarma, whether it's a Mukul Roy, whether it's a Suvendu Adhikari. Somehow they seem to be holier than the Ganga, whereas all the opposition parties and their leaders are the ones who are targeted by the enforcement agencies.
Zaka, to my understanding, this complaint against the National Herald also started with a private complaint. I'm sure that every fourth leader in Congress is a lawyer. They have a battery of lawyers in the party. They can go against and file a complaint against these people and follow in the courts of law. I think that is not an argument that because the 5 people are corrupt or seems to be corrupt, you can't probe, you can't do the investigation against the Rahul Gandhi or against the Sonia Gandhi. What kind of argument is that? In fact, just 2 days back, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary lied ED, lied CBI and written a letter to Mamata Banerjee that they should remove Partha Chatterjee from the party. So I think their ED CBI becomes fine, but when they interrogate the Rahul Gandhi and the Sonia Gandhi and other legal luminaries very brightly explained the case, they are not even part of the complying with the investigation. Then the street, then no, you can't even, you can do all the hodgepodge, you can do multiple companies, you can give loan in 50 lakh, you can write off a 90 crore rupee loan to, and Supriya Sinergy said, no, it's not a 2,000 crore rupees crime they have done. They have done a 359 crore rupees crime. Okay, that's fine. But you can't probe them. I think that's the problem we have.
Okay. Hemant Atri, just to take this forward, I think one of the points that I want to take this forward, one of the points that the lawyer made, Mr. Sankla made, is that there was an obvious conflict of interest. Taking the point that he made further, there was an obvious conflict of interest when you have 76% of a not-for-profit Section 25 company owned by Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and the remaining 24-25% owned by 2 other loyalists who are not there with us anymore. In the case of Mr. Vora, who used to be the long-time treasurer of the party, he was involved in all 3 entities. He was part of AJL, he was a shareholder and a director at Young India, and of course, he was a treasurer of the AICC, which had lent 90 crores to AJL. I mean, in the private sector, this would be called conflict of interest, a textbook case of conflict of interest.
Zaka, I hope I have listened to everybody for good 22 minutes. I hope that you will give me at least 2 minutes uninterrupted. See, brother, the thing is, what is happening around? If it is such a serious case as my esteemed lawyer friend was saying, why Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi scot-free till date? It was investigated, investigation started in 2014. It is 8 years hence, on 31st of July, 8 years will be completed. Why are they scot-free till date in a zero-tolerance government like Modi at the top, at the helm of the affairs? Point number 1. Point number 2, the kind of discussion that is happening around, something very disturbing. All these political parties, Zaka, they are political opponents. They are not enemies. If there is some investigation going on, every investigating agency has a right to get into the depths of the thing, details of the thing. My point is something else. Say about a year back or so, they investigated and interrogated Mr. Robert Vadra also. Can you please tell me where is that case now? Has he been arrested or proven guilty? What is ED doing since 1955 till date? What is their conviction rate? Zaka, it is not the issue. See, we are a mature democracy. We are the largest democracy of the world. The kind of things that are happening on the roads, we are not a banana republic. Today, all those MPs who were protesting, everybody has a right to protest peacefully. Were they making any meanings on that? They were not allowed to go to Rajghat also. You please arrest everybody who is there. No problems. But there is a certain decorum and way of handling things and people. The way AICC president was, they held him from the hair. Is it something, is a civilized society that allows? My point is something very different, Zaka. These things should be investigated and investigated properly with not a lot of political noise.
Okay.
See, this is Zaka, a white collar crime. It's not a like 302 case, 302 murder case, wherein you have to, recover many things. It's a black and white on paper crime, if at all it has happened. See, so unless and until you want to get into the depth of it, and you were not able to make into 8 years, why today? Zaka, these questions will arise, my dear brother. Okay. Now the thing is, how Congress takes it. Now the problem comes in a very different way. If they make a hue and cry, you and me ask why they are doing it. If they don't come out on the road, we ask why they are coming on the roads. My point is something very different. In a democratic setup, there are two parts. One is ruling and other one is opposition.
Yeah.
Now, if at all the Congress party is coming on the roads, maybe on a wrong pretext, let me suffice that. They are coming on a wrong pretext for the very simple reason. There are n number of issues which are relating to the masses at large in this country, maybe unemployed, maybe n number of things. Why they are not protesting on that? Why on this?
Okay.
So,
Shantanu wanted to make a quick rebuttal, then I'll go to Supriya. Yeah. All right. Shantanu, quickly, please.
Zaka, my limited point is, I think he's saying police should be more humane. I think we all agree police in India from West Bengal to Rajasthan, from Chhattisgarh to Kerala should be more humane. But that does not absolve that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi should
not be called for questioning. Okay.
Should not be called for questioning.
Okay.
Why don't you arrest them?
No. Arrest happens if in the course of an investigation they find a person not to be cooperating, then yes, then arrest happens. But anyway, Supriya, please respond to the points that couple made. Number one, what was a political party doing lending loans to a company? Number two, this whole conflict of interest.
I heard that.
Okay, go ahead.
I heard it. I heard it. I'm actually quite shocked, and I hope I will be given a patient listening just because I have listened to all the lies that have been peddled on your show right now. What I'm very shocked about it is one thing for authors to come here and faff. It's one thing for actually lawyers to peddle lies and circumvent the law, just like the BJP spokesperson and the so-called lawyer
sorry,
on your
madam,
panel
I would
just
request
did.
you to be very
Who doesn't
careful
understand?
about what you
I did not
say,
speak in
because
between.
as I said that I am not politically motivated.
Okay.
I
Madam, but I did not point fingers at you. I would request that you don't point fingers at me. You could not agree with me, but you could be still humane.
Couple, give her a moment, please. Yes.
You can please keep quiet now. It is not your turn.
Supriya, on merit, please. On merit.
You peddle lies which I will bust on this show.
On merit,
I will tell you something. You are actually liable for a lie that you just peddled.
You could say whatever you want to.
One at a time, please. Thank you.
Of course,
madam, but that's
one at a time, please.
You're
You're all veterans on this show.
Quiet.
Supriya, yeah.
You've said the law, now let me interpret
But Supriya,
it
on
for
substance,
you.
yes.
You said on this show here, on substance, the lawyer on this show here said AJL owned by Gandhis or some people close to him. Absolutely a damn lie. The Gandhis have nothing to do with AJL whatsoever. They have not been directors, they have not been shareholders, they have not been involved in management of the company.
Throwing out
Big
a word,
white
lies,
lie
peddling lies
by
and
a
all
lawyer
that stuff.
sitting here.
आप अपना point
Keep
बनाइए ना.
quiet.
एक तो point
You are
आपके पास है नहीं,
peddling lies.
बदतमीजी से आप
आप झूठ बोल रहे हैं.
ये कोई तरीका है क्या बोलने का?
झूठ बोलते हैं, बदतमीजी मत करिए मुझसे.
झूठ बोल रहे हैं, झूठ बोल रहे हैं.
Nalin, one second. Nalin, you guys are both senior spokespersons.
Absolutely not. We are also guests on the show.
Yeah, of course. Which is why I'll come to you and I'll give you ample.
Controller, ask us to leave.
Sir,
we are not doing any favor sitting here to listen to her.
Sir.
She can have an average tongue for any reason.
Sir.
Unleash it on us.
Sir, you will be given adequate time and opportunity.
Enough of this rubbish from this lady.
Sir, you're a senior lawyer, you're a senior spokesperson. One second. Both of you are senior spokespersons. One at a time. I will give you adequate time to respond. If both of you are speaking at the same time, it serves neither your purpose nor my purpose, because my viewers are left, lesser for it. Okay.
All of you liars.
Supriya, come on. Substance, not adjectives. On substance, on merit, not adjectives, please. Supriya, answer the question, please. Supriya, please, on merit, on substance, no adjectives, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Zaka, I just exposed a lie that was said on your show. This man is liable.
Please answer on merit, ma'am. Please answer on merit. Not with adjectives. Yes.
अरे यार एक पॉइंट तुम्हारे शो पर बोला गया, आपके शो पर एक पॉइंट बोला गया.
He asked a very specific question. How was the shareholding transferred? Simple question.
Zaka, that's your problem. There were lies said. I am going to answer one by one. पहला झूठ बोला गया, AJL का गांधी से लेना देना था, कोई लेना देना नहीं था, झूठ बोला गया, वो झूठ था. दूसरा यहां पर बोला गया एजेएल का एसेट ट्रांसफर हो गया. कौन सा एसेट ट्रांसफर हुआ है सर यंग इंडिया में, जरा मुझे बताइएगा. अगर मेरी कंपनी का ट्रांसफर होता है एसेट तो म्यूटेशन होता है. एक भी म्यूटेशन का रिकॉर्ड है आपके पास? I have said it once again. It's a damn white lie. No asset has been transferred. Two lawyers on the panel lied about it. No asset transfer.
Politicians with some
No
knowledge of law.
asset transfer. You are again lying. Do not lie. Do not lie.
All right. Nalin now respond. Okay, Nalin now respond. Okay, Nalin respond.
I mean, I'm not going to have a colleague of mine at the bar facing this kind of rubbish.
Nalin respond.
I'm also a lawyer and I agree with every word he says.
You should face the rubbish because you are a bloody liar.
Come on, Supriya, come on. No, language, ma'am, no, come on. Ma'am, no, not this language. Not this language. No, not in my show. No, not this language. Not this language, please. Come on, no.
Hypocrisy
all right.
of the worst kind.
Now, Nalin to respond. No, I don't encourage this kind of language. I'm sorry.
She doesn't even have the courtesy of sitting in
a
show.
Nalin again, on merit, please. On merit.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Her contention.
I'm coming straight, Zaka. We are not here to listen to the personal insults of the spokesperson.
Yes.
She wants to be on an insulting trip. Go and do it on the street. Not on the shows when we are sitting. We also spend our time here to come here, prepare it. There's a colleague there in the bar. He's speaking the legal position, exactly what I as a lawyer understand and appreciate. You counter it on merits if you have a point. You go ahead and criticize the decision. Stop using these adjectives, liar, exposing the lie. This fellow is not saying, this is not a drama show. Arey bhai, aisa seedha sawal hai. Why is the Congress Party's first family, Gandhi family, involved in taking over a company? I don't understand. I mean, tell me one other political party that is trying to take over a company with assets. The share transfer is not there. These technical issues not there. If you have such a foolproof case, why did the court give you bail and did not quash the judgment? Why did it not quash the complaint?
You are a liar.
No. Look, I'm curtailing the debate. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. No, I'm curtailing the debate. I'm really sorry. I've never allowed the discourse to go down this low, and therefore I'm forced. I have no choice but to curtail the debate. It's rather unfortunate. It's an issue of great merit. It needs to be debated on merit, on substance. Unfortunately, descended into name-calling and objectification, which, as my viewers know, I don't allow on this show. I'm going to move on and thank the first panel. I want to move on to the other substantial issue that has confronted our parliamentarians today. Today, 19 opposition members of parliament were suspended in the Rajya Sabha. Remember, yesterday, 4 Congress MPs were suspended in the Lok Sabha. The government says the presiding officers in both cases, the Speaker in the Lok Sabha, the Vice Chairperson in the Rajya Sabha, had no choice but to take this measure because the opposition was just not keen on letting the House run. The question that's being asked of the opposition is, there are grave matters of pressing concern which need to be discussed in the House. Wouldn't their purpose, which is ostensibly to put the government on the mat, ask them those tough questions, wouldn't that purpose be better served by having discussions in the House rather than disruption? But first, the story.
The House and South slogans, it is against the will.
Fireworks in Parliament have become synonymous. But this monsoon session, we are witnessing a string of suspensions of opposition MPs. As many as 23 in 24 hours. Today, 19 MPs from Rajya Sabha were suspended for the rest of the week. They have been reprimanded for misconduct by entering the well of the House and indulging in sloganeering.
That is throttling our democratic right. Suspension has happened because this government has no answers. They do not know how to reply to inflation and price rise. That's the whole point.
But even after the suspension, the 19 MPs continued to sit in the House in protest. The latest showdown comes a day after 4 Congress MPs in Lok Sabha were suspended for the rest of the monsoon session. They had held placards inside the House despite warnings from Speaker Om Birla.
We once again repeat and request that the House be allowed to function smoothly and the government will be ready to discuss any issue, including price rise.
Ever since the monsoon session began last week, both houses have been repeatedly adjourned, with the opposition demanding discussions on price rise and GST. But the suspension spree is only likely to escalate the opposition's fury against the government. So is there no end in sight to the deadlock in Parliament?
Let me now go across to 2 members of Parliament, both from the upper house. Rakesh Sinha is BJP Member of Parliament and Syed Nasir Hussain, Congress Member of Parliament. Thank you very much, both of you gentlemen, for speaking with us. Dr. Hussain, I'll start with you because you're a member of the Parliament. You know this rule. 374A is very, very clear of the rules of conduct and business of the House, that no member of Parliament can raise slogans, can display placards, can willfully obstruct the business of the House, which is what opposition MPs did today in the Rajya Sabha. They got suspended, and yesterday in the Lok Sabha, where they got suspended.
You are asking me?
No, Nasir Hussain, sir.
Yeah, Zaka. I don't think there was anybody was obstructing the House. They were only sloganeering, they were protesting, they were asking for a discussion on price rise. It is not for the first time that we have asked for a discussion on price rise. We have been asking from the day this session started, that is from last Monday till now. And we have been asking, according to the rules of the House. There is something called Rule 267, according to which you have to suspend the day's business and discuss an important issue which concern the people of this country. I understand that government will bring its bills, will bring its policies, its programs, its schemes to be discussed in the Parliament. We have always agreed to discuss that. At times we have discussed and passed it with a consensus. But at the same time, in a parliamentary democracy, it is also the responsibility of the government to see that the issues raised by the opposition, which concerns the people of our country, will have to be taken up in the discussion. And that discussion, for that, relevant rules, relevant portions of our rules are there, through which these discussions are enabled.
But Nasir Saab, you are asking for a discussion. You are asking for a discussion on price rise, and you are well aware, as is the country, that the finance minister is down with illness. She's down with COVID. All that the government was saying, let her come back and we'll have that discussion on price rise. Isn't that a fair argument?
Zaka, nobody said this, and this argument is only coming today. The government, the chairman every day, or the vice chairman, deputy chairman who was presiding every day in Rajya Sabha used to just come and say that there will be that these are the number of notices and these are the people, MPs, who are given the notices under Rule 267, and the chairman had decided not to have discussion. That's all.
Okay.
Nothing else.
Professor Rakesh Sinha, why is the government reluctant to have a discussion on price rise? Don't you consider this is an important issue, a pressing concern to the Aam Janta of this country?
You know, Jaka, anybody who is aware of the parliamentary democracy knows the importance of question hour and 0 hour. Both are the members' domain. We members of the Rajya Sabha or Lok Sabha, whether a ruling party or the opposition party, have right to raise anything which is of public importance. And question hour particularly is a very important thing in parliamentary democracy. This is to check the government. Government has to answer the questions raised by the members. Since the parliament began this session, both the question and 0 hour have been disrupted. Now there is one part that you are disrupting your own domain. What you are demanding is some discussion. This is the fact that the government very first said. Unfortunately, our finance minister is not well. She is suffering with COVID. And when she would come, she would respond to you. Nothing is going to harm if you are participating in the parliamentary debate and discourse. Second important thing I am raising that. In parliamentary democracy, you have right to protest. Any extent you can protest. But that extent should not become not only obstruction, but it is a war against the parliamentary democracy. When they play cards, shouting, slogan raising, and you are doing something which is unpalatable, which cannot be telecasted. And if the one side is completely silent, the majority of the ruling party means we constitute majority, NDA, but we remain complete silent. Despite all the provocation, it is no slogan raising, just like abusing the Prime Minister through the slogan.
Okay.
The words they are using, I cannot repeat on TV channels. It is proper for the parliamentary democracy? If you think that this government is a totalitarian government, this government is going against the parliamentary norms, it is tyranny of the majority, you have all, in democracy there are many avenues. Go to the people. In 1974, we went to the people. We mobilized the people against Indira Gandhi. If you think that, we the BJP, we the NDA and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi are going against the democratic norms, go to the people.
Nasir Nasser Hussain Saab, it takes, this is a question that taxpayers of this country are asking. It takes 2.5 lakh rupees for every minute of parliament to function. So by that logic, it takes about 140 to 150 crores to, that has been lost in the last 5 days because no business has been transacted in either house. The productivity of the Lok Sabha in this session is 16%. The productivity of the Rajya Sabha is 25%. If this trend continues, it will be the third worst ever parliament session since PRS data began in the late 1990s. Nasser Hussain.
Yeah, Zaka, who is responsible for this? Didn't the late Sushma Swaraj and late Arun Jaitley said when they were in opposition that it is the responsibility of the government to see that the parliament functions? And aren't we raising the right questions in the parliament? And don't you think this is the issue that has to be discussed? When you are taxing, when you are levying GST on milk, curd, lassi, buttermilk, ragi, wheat, jaggery, honey, rice, wheat flour, barley, and do you think that we shouldn't raise this issue? And then this government says we are not taxing till you buy 25 kilos. And they say that we will tax only up to 25 kilos and will not tax the people those are buying above 25 kilos. So what is this? That means the poor people who don't have money, who buy only half a kg, 1 kg, 2 kg, they will be taxed. People those who have money and who will buy more than 25 kgs will not be taxed.
Okay.
See, the economic philosophy of our country is you tax the rich and help the poor. Here it is ulta. It is the reverse. You are taxing the poor and helping the rich. So this shouldn't be discussed.
Okay. Professor Sinha, I'll give you the final word. Fair enough. Rice. You don't want to discuss because the minister concerned is not there. But adjournment motions have been moved on Agnipat as well. Adjournment motions have been moved on use of ED, CBI, IT, etc. Surely those ministers can answer.
You know, during the Jayaprakash movement, it was anti-corruption which united the opposition like Jansangh to Socialist and Congress O. And this regime, this contemporary India, it is the pro-corruption is uniting the opposition parties. 21 crore in one minister's home. This is tip of the iceberg was found. So Trinamool Congress has the opportunity to divert the attention of the people. And Indra, no, I have not. Don't disrupt. Don't make it.
Sir, one at a time, please. Nasser Hussain Saab, please. He gave you the courtesy of listening. He gave you the courtesy of listening. Please extend him the same courtesy, please. Professor Sinha, only Professor Sinha. Only Professor Sinha, please. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Professor Sinha. Please answer.
Just see how the opposition is courteous, that they don't know the even norms how to debate. This is the land of debate where people say each other, you reject me, but you don't disrupt. And Congress party, ED is investigating. ED is investigating not because Modi ji has instructed, it's because the High Court has instructed, under the High Court. And it is a loot and plunder of not the BJP headquarters. Their own money in National Herald. So the Congress, Trinamool Congress, these parties getting united on the issue of diverting the attention of the people. And last word, the colonial mode was the wreck the system from within. Swarajists adopted this method in 1920s. Now we are in the post-colonial India, where democracy has to flourish. If such a way is the norms of the opposition party, then democracy is going to end. And last word I am telling you.
Okay.
There was a time when Jawaharlal Nehru's son-in-law, just give me 10 seconds, Jawaharlal Nehru's son-in-law, Firoz Gandhi raised the issue of corruption, Mundra case. And the minister had to resign. It was the son-in-law of Jawaharlal Nehru, the issue of the ruling party. Now the time has changed. They are uniting on the basis of corruption. This is most unfortunate. Morality is the essence of democracy.
Right.
If you kill the morality, Indian democracy would be akin to the Latin American democracy.
I am going to wrap up. I want to thank Professor Sinha, Dr. Nasser Hussain for joining us. We'll see how this story plays out. For the moment, these 19 MPs, many of them from Trinamool, other opposition parties, suspended for 1 week. The 4 Congress MPs suspended in the Lok Sabha. suspended for the remainder of the session. We'll take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, there's flood fury from Rajasthan to Madhya Pradesh and Jammu and Kashmir. This monsoon season, there doesn't seem to be any let-up. That story and a lot more when Brass Tacks returns.
But we are not giving up on Hong Kong. 25 years ago, we made a promise to the territory and its people, and we intend to keep it.
British colonial rule ended in Hong Kong in 1997. Hong Kong was then handed over to China. Britain and China agreed to the one country, two systems agreement under the deal. However, the UK has been critical of Chinese rule after it imposed a harsh national security law in 2020. Massive protests erupted in Hong Kong following the imposition of the law. After Beijing imposed the law, the UK started offering citizenship for British national overseas passport holders and their families from the city.
A day of celebration.
Johnson, in his video message, had claimed that 120,000 people of Hong Kong have applied under the scheme. As UK awaits a new dawn, Rishi Sunak has shown he will be following the road taken by his predecessor if voted as the head of his party on 5th of September. In March 2021, UK's integrated review of security, defence and foreign policy called China the biggest state-based threat to the UK's economic security. Under fierce political pressure from Washington, Boris Johnson had also banned Chinese technology giant Huawei from involvement in the rollout of Britain's 5G network. Laws have also been tightened to make it harder for foreign firms, including those from China, to buy British businesses in sensitive sectors such as defence, energy and transport.
Is to keep going.
He is the poster boy of UK's aspirational class. Rishi Sunak is one step away from 10 Downing Street and he has been making all the right noises.
I will have no part in a rewriting of history that seeks to demonise Boris, exaggerate his faults or deny his efforts.
On Sunday, the former Chancellor said that China represented the largest threat to Britain and the world's security and prosperity this century. He also proposed a series of measures to reduce Beijing's influence in the UK. Facing the charge from his Tory rival that he is soft over China and until recently he was planning to hold a UK-China Economic Finance Conference, Sunak went an extra mile to set the record straight. He also proposed a series of measures to prevent China from spreading its soft power in Britain's universities. Sunak said he would ban all 30 branches of the Confucius Institute in the UK. He promised that Chinese would be prevented from spreading their influence through culture and language programs. Britain's higher education has more than £50,000 as foreign funding. Sunak has promised a review of research partnership if voted as the next Prime Minister of UK. Sunak's Ban China blueprint extends to protecting UK tech startups from Chinese investments and a new NATO-style international alliance to tackle Chinese cyber threats. He has also promised that MI5 will help British businesses and universities counter Chinese industrial espionage. The former finance minister's pledge comes after his rival, Liz Truss, accused him of being weak on China and Russia. Truss is campaigning as a foreign policy hawk and has claimed she has been more willing to stand up to Beijing's expansionism. Truss's campaign said she had been clear Britain should not become dependent on China when building critical national infrastructure, including projects such as Sizewell C, and that she would update the 10-year Foreign Affairs Strategy Integrated Review to include a chapter on Chinese and Russian aggression.
Welcome back to Brass Tacks. Incessant rains have wreaked havoc across Rajasthan, in particular in Jodhpur.
Heavy flooding in Jodhpur led to several vehicles being washed away. These dramatic pictures show helpless locals looking on as cars are dragged away by strong flood waters. Similar scenes were witnessed in Tonk. The road in the middle of this market turned into a river, washing away everything in sight. People tried in vain to hold on to their bikes, but the current was too strong and they fell into a drain. In Kota, one man tried to drive his SUV on a bridge over an overflowing river, but the car soon got submerged and had to be pulled out with the help of a crane.
Now, the big reason for such large-scale flooding in Rajasthan is because the rivers across the state seem to be in spate.
Due to torrential rains for more than a week, water levels in rivers have increased. This man was trying to cross a bridge, but the water was flowing so fast that he got stuck. Thankfully, some locals rushed in and managed to rescue him. Almost all the dams in the state are full, and authorities have been forced to open the gates and release excess water. But many are making the most of the situation and enjoying the abundance of waterfalls in Rajasthan. Still, authorities have warned people to be careful because the current is strong. The Met Department has predicted more rains in the state for the next 2 days.
Meanwhile, amid the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, heavy rains around the holy cave triggered flash floods, but an alert was sounded immediately and more than 4,000 pilgrims were safely evacuated. Just earlier this month, flash floods are triggered by heavy rain struck near the shrine, killing at least 16 people. There's some frightening footage from a busy road in Shimla which shows a speeding truck ramming into several cars. The truck driver appears to have lost control of the vehicle. He swerved towards the right and collided bang into the middle of the vehicles. The impact is so strong that the boundary wall of a building is completely smashed. It is unclear, though, if there were any casualties as a result of this accident. The mega 5G spectrum auction has gotten underway and the bid amount exceeded 1.45 lakh crores on day one. The bid is for 72 gigahertz of radio waves. It is worth 4.3 lakh crores. Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel are among the 4 bidders right now. 5G networks will open 10 times faster than 4G. A phased rollout is expected by September. In fact, 7% of India's smartphone base currently is 5G enabled. Torrential rains have also led to some daring rescue operations, this time in Madhya Pradesh.
This tractor was crossing a bridge in Betur but got submerged in flood waters. Some locals saw the plight of the tractor driver and threw a rope towards him. He managed to grab it and was pulled to safety. In Sehor, 6 labourers were trapped in rising flood waters. A mammoth rescue operation lasting hours was launched to bring them to safer ground. A bridge in Sehor collapsed due to heavy rains, leaving several trucks and other vehicles stranded.
There's a big breakthrough in the Bengal SSC scam probe. According to the Enforcement Directorate, they claim to have found a black diary at the home of the arrested Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita Mukherjee. The diary reportedly belongs to the Department of Higher Education and School Education. It has details, supposedly, of cash transactions which she was maintaining. And the probe into the SSC scam is getting bigger. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya for questioning tomorrow. Bhattacharya is the ex-president of the West Bengal Board of Secondary Education. The ED has already searched his home earlier this month. In Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district, dozens have been left stranded because of incessant rains.
This group was stuck beside a river. A team of SDRF personnel tried to reach them on a boat. The river was flowing with such force that the ropes were tied to the rescue boat to prevent it from being swept away. The SDRF personnel managed to reach the group and brought them to safety. 4 women got stuck in a field due to rising flood waters, but the Jammu and Kashmir police and a team of SDRF personnel carried out a daring rescue operation and successfully brought them out. 1 person was seen getting washed away while crossing a flooded road. After getting alerted by locals, police and SDRF personnel rushed to the site to rescue him.
Is India at the risk of slipping into a recession? Here's what a Bloomberg survey of economists says. Right now, according to them, there is zero probability of India slipping into a recession. Experts say that the global impact on India will be moderate. In the short term, Sri Lanka has an 85% probability of going into recession. In fact, all of Asia, the Asian continent, has a 20 to 25% chance of slipping into recession. As far as the United States is concerned, there's a 40% risk, and the odds for Europe are greater than 1 is in 2. So more than 50 to 55% chance of recession in Europe. Recession will pull down the prices of commodities globally, as also the value of assets across the world. Meanwhile, Olympic champion and World Championship silver medalist javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra has pulled out of the Commonwealth Games. Chopra has a groin injury. He's been advised a month's rest by his doctors. Neeraj Chopra is defending champion at the CWG, which begins in Birmingham on Thursday. Boxer and Olympic medalist Lavlina Borgohain's personal coach Sandhya Gurung has received her accreditation for the Commonwealth Games. This comes a day after Lavlina alleged mental harassment by the authorities, who denied entry to her coaches to the Games village. After Bollywood star Ranveer Singh broke the internet last week with his nude photo shoot for a magazine, a case has now been filed against the actor. The complainant has accused Ranveer of hurting the sentiments of women and insulting their modesty because of his photographs. Meanwhile, a shocking incident of moral policing has come to light in Mangaluru in Karnataka, reminiscent of what happened in 2009.
Bajrang Dal members barged into a pub and disrupted a party that was organized by a group of college students. The right-wing group asked the staff to stop the event, alleging that the students were indulging in some illegal activities. They objected to the girls partying there and asked the students to leave the pub. According to the police, the Bajrang Dal members approached the bouncers and asked them if the minor students were being served alcohol. In 2009, at the same pub, members of the Sri Ram Sena had similarly attacked customers and chased them away.
Beijing and Islamabad's latest move on the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor project has left India fuming. China and Pakistan are now inviting third countries to join the project. The MEA has called this move illegal, illegitimate, and unacceptable. The CPEC is part of China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative. It was launched in 2013 to improve Pakistan's connectivity corridor. It in fact passes through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that is something that India has pointed out on a number of occasions to the Chinese. Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss, the two Conservative Party leaders who are both vying to be the next Prime Minister of the UK, had a heated television debate. Truss promised to cut taxes as soon as she took office. Sunak, who was the finance minister, said that he will get inflation under control first.
It's not moral to ask our children to pick up the tab for the bills that we're not prepared to pay. It's not a Conservative thing to do, because if we're not for sound money, what is the point in the Conservative Party? It's the most conservative of conservative values, and that's what I stand for.
We are an outlier. Everybody understands that COVID is a 1 in a 100-year event, and trying to pay it back straight away, so quickly, that we actually damage our economy, that we end up causing a recession, that we end up in people being out of work, and that hard-working taxpayers who do the right thing have seen their taxes rise, despite the fact that we promised in our manifesto not to do it.
Hang on, Faisal.
I think that is what is wrong.
You just mentioned 3 countries. Do you know what mortgage rates are in the US at the moment? Do you want to use them as an example? Their mortgage rates are almost 50% higher than mortgage rates in this country because they're borrowing so much.
I'm sorry, this
Canada.
is scaremongering.
Canada actually
this is Project Fear.
যদি কেউ দোষী প্রমাণিত হয় তাকে যাবজ্জীবন কারাদণ্ড দিলেও আই ডোন্ট মাইন্ড।
এরকম একটা চরিত্রহীন লোক সরকারি সমর্থন মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর আশীর্বাদ ছাড়া কখনো হতে পারে না।
everyone, you're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. The probe into the West Bengal school recruitment scam is getting bigger by the day, and more damning evidence is coming to light. After the mega cash seizures over 20 crore, the Enforcement Directorate has now widened its investigation as more documents have been recovered from Partha Chatterjee's home, including multiple land, residence and company deeds, as well as records of luxury apartments. Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita Mukherjee's name is featured in almost all these documents. She is also the director of 6 companies which the ED believes was used to launder money, because the registered address of one of the companies is the same as her Diamond City South apartment. It is the same place where ED officials actually seized that mound of cash. A black diary has also been seized from Arpita Mukherjee, which has details of cash transactions, which was used by Arpita to keep tab on the deposits. This comes just a day after Enforcement Directorate raids at Partha Chatterjee's home found several admit cards of SSC job aspirants, a merit list of SSC Group C and Group D staff, and a list of 48 names of job aspirants in upper primary levels in schools. The agency says, prima facie, it seems there was a price tag to make it to Partha Chatterjee's list, who was the education minister then. Now, the BJP has accused Mamata Banerjee of being involved in the scam as well, after a stunning memo highlighted that Partha Chatterjee tried to call Mamata Banerjee before his arrest around 4 times. 3 times the chief minister did not answer the call, and the 4th time, when he did try to call her, she blocked his number. In fact, Mamata Banerjee has also distanced herself from the controversy, saying she does not support corruption and those found guilty should be given life imprisonment. But more TMC leaders are on the ED radar, and one TMC MLA named Manik Bhattacharya has been asked to appear before the agency tomorrow. Manik Bhattacharya is also the former West Bengal Secondary Education Board president. Meanwhile, Partha Chatterjee continues to serve as industry's minister. So why is Mamata Banerjee limiting her role to just distancing herself from the controversy? If she stands up against corruption, why is she, in her capacity as the chief minister, not taking action against a minister even as the evidence continues to mount? Joining me on the show, Shishir Bajoria is the spokesperson of West Bengal BJP. Dr. Anshul Avijit is the spokesperson of the Congress. Saket Gokhale representing the TMC. Shantanu Sen, former joint director of CBI. And Kabir Shankar Bose is a lawyer of the Apex Court. Saket Gokhale, purely based on what the evidence that has been found against Partha Chatterjee, the fact is that he hasn't been removed from either the party or the government. This decision of your party boss, party supremo, to not remove him from the government raises questions. How long will you continue to back him?
I'm sorry I did not get the memo where the Enforcement Directorate has become the judiciary which decides evidence and what is not. I mean, as far as at least I know about Indian civics and how the system works, it is the judiciary that considers evidence and decides whether it's evidence or not. As far as backing goes, I think the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal has made it very clear that there is zero tolerance for corruption. And in fact, we have demanded a fast-track court into this case. We have appealed to the ED, we have appealed to the central government to set up a fast-track court and do this case as fast as possible. Partha Chatterjee is guilty, send him for life imprisonment. I mean, we're completely in support of that if he's found guilty. But the question here really remains is, on what basis is, the BJP or any of these parties having a say in it? Because Suvendu Adhikari, about 3 weeks ago, his aide himself admitted on camera Suvendu Adhikari's taken money. There are visuals of him accepting bribe. Himanta Biswa Sarma went into the BJP washing machine. The Louis Berger case, the Sarda scam cases were dropped against him. Yedurappa's diary came out, nothing happens to Yedurappa. Maharashtra, all the Shiv Sena MLAs who had ED cases against them.
I'm just trying to remind you of what Partha Chatterjee is in your party. He is not just any minister. He is the #2 in Mamata Banerjee's cabinet. He is the Secretary General of the party. The propriety demands that someone as powerful as him, if he is in custody and the evidence that clearly takes questions to his doorstep, can the party continue to say that if he is involved in corruption, then only we will take action? What about now?
If custody, sorry, Maria, but if custody were to be considered as culpability, then Amit Shah was in the custody of the CBI in the Gujarat government. Was he sacked as Home Minister? I'm sorry, being in custody does not make anybody guilty. Neither does it make anybody innocent. It's the court of law that decides eventually.
Okay, Shishir Bajoria.
Sorry, who is interrupting? I'm sorry, let me finish what I'm saying, please. Let me finish what I'm saying and then you can interrupt as much as you want and go on and saying whatever you want to. The Chief Minister herself is a epitome of propriety. The ED has tried, but the ED has never been able to even touch the Chief Minister of West Bengal. She does not even take a salary. Even the salary that is due to her, she donates it. She doesn't even take that. So as far as propriety is concerned, we know very well what our party stands for. We know we have zero tolerance for corruption. We don't have a washing machine like the BJP where corrupt people can come in and their sins are washed away.
This is the point that is made by opposition parties repeatedly. That only when a leader who faces corruption charges joins your party, that he becomes completely absolved of everything. That there is no investigation against him.
Maria, first of all, before I answer your question, let me make one point very, very clear. My dear friend Saket Gokhleji, he's got his historical facts completely wrong. When Amit Shah ji became Home Minister, there was nothing pending against him, number one. Number two, I'm coming to West Bengal because I presume today's debate is on West Bengal. On West Bengal, this thing of BJP washing machine, let me ask one question to my Trinamool friend. You all throughout the election kept calling us washing machine. Every leader of Trinamool, you took him back. You used to blame them as corrupt and then say that they are being washed by BJP washing machine. Everyone you took them back. Number one. Number two, if you talk of nothing happening, who told you that CBI is not investigating against Shubhendu Adhikari? Who told you? Even now, if you say that when they were in BJP against Mukul Roy, nothing happened. Of course, twice he was called to ED. Twice he was called. You don't know all this. Despite all that, you took back all your people from that so-called BJP washing machine. Why did you take them back? You knew they were corrupt because you used to say that the BJP ke washing machine se nikal ke aaya. Everyone, not just Mukul Roy, Sabyasachi Datta, Banerjee, everyone. You took them back.
So you admit there is a washing machine.
Please, now when you talk about how great your party and how great your leader is, your leader says, put them under life imprisonment. I do not stand for the guilty. I have not taken a rupee. Let me remind one thing to Trinamool friends. When they came to power, every hoarding used to carry one Bangla saying, I'll say it in Hindi for viewers to understand, Satyata ki pratik. अब आप भी ये लिखना बंद कर दिए हैं. याद कीजिए, आप शायद बंगाल नहीं आते हैं. If you come to Bengal, ask some of your TMC friends, they've stopped writing Satyata ki pratik Mamata Banerjee. And यहाँ पे has once Mamata Banerjee said that this is Partho Chatterjee, I will at least suspend him pending inquiry? No. Mound of cash has been found with his lady friend.
Okay.
Mound of cash.
Saket Gokhale, quick response from you and then I bring in other panelists quickly.
Let me get this straight. Cash has been found in the house of somebody called Arpita Mukherjee, who's neither a Trinamool member, nor is she anyway connected to the Trinamool Congress, nor is she connected to the TMC. It has been found at a person's house who is allegedly an aide of Partha Chatterjee. Partha Chatterjee has not even been charged yet. I mean, forget, there's not even a charge sheet that has been filed.
So if a charge sheet is filed, then action will be taken is what what you're saying, Saket Gokhale?
I have a very small 5-second question for my friend.
See,
5-second question, will you permit me?
No, you asked a okay. You asked a question, or let me respond to it unless you don't want.
Just let me add with one more question. Please respond together. Please permit me that. Has Partho Chatterjee once said, I don't know who this lady is? I've got nothing to do with this lady? Has once he said, rather, their documents are found at his flat and her flat connecting the two. Now please answer.
I mean, this is a BJP debate, you know, at the end of it. You want me to respond, but you're not letting me respond.
Sir,
Point number one.
Quiet, sir.
This, again, this guy's interrupting. Geez, I mean, can you have some civility, please? You guys are used to having...
Okay, Saket, respond, please. You are making unnecessary observations. Please continue with your argument.
No, can I continue uninterrupted?
Go ahead, Saket. You were also interrupting him when he was speaking. Go ahead.
Because obviously I was
go ahead, make your point.
When you
make
talk
your point.
about the cash that has been when you talk about the cash that has been recovered from Partha Chatterjee's house, the Trinamool Congress has nothing to do with the person from whose house it was recovered. Now, if they say that this person was connected with Partha Chatterjee, etc., there are pictures of Narendra Modi also with Nirav Modi and Mehul Chokshi and all of that. So let's not get into those convictions. That's the job of the investigating agency.
Shantanu Sen, the point being made by the Trinamool Congress is that if an individual is being questioned or there is an investigation against him, that doesn't mean that he is guilty. But if that individual occupies a higher office, a high office such as one of the top ministers in a government, what does propriety demand? And given the nature of evidence that has come out now, we have, this is the seizure memo which talks about all that has been seized, which includes, envelope having printed on it, Minister of in charge, Department of Higher Education, School Education, Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal containing 5 lakhs. There are several such documents which have been found from her home, which is certainly talking about her association. And why would these documents be at her home in the first place, which relates to Education Department? So all this evidence, can Trinamool Congress continue to make the argument that they are making, that this has nothing, there is no direct link that has been established, because Arpita Mukherjee, whatever said and done, is neither a TMC member, nor is she directly linked to Partha Chatterjee.
Look, there is an expression in our investigation which is called prima facie, and there is another expression of guilt. Prima facie is the starting point of investigation. This is beyond the starting point. After the investigation was started against a prima facie guilty person who was prima facie held guilty as corrupt, prima facie, by the ED, investigation started and a search was conducted. The search has revealed what you have said. It is astonishing, it is enormous. Now, here was a person who was in connection with a lady from 2012, it's now 10 years. He has been seen with her, he has been active with her. There is enormous evidence, oozing evidence to suggest they were connected. And that has been established by search. His papers have been found in her place, her papers have been found in his place. So prima facie, there is great evidence of something cooking, something corrupt that has taken place, and that has been going on for years. It is very strange that this has been going on for such a long time, and neither the party hierarchy, nor the media, nor the public. It reminds me of that great story of the emperor walking in the park naked and everybody oozing praise and only the child saying, oh, he is naked. Nobody said anything. Now that has been found that he is connected with Arpita, and Arpita has been found full of riches. Naturally, the people and the investigating agencies will link both together. In my opinion, prima facie, he has been found to be corrupted, found to be linked with unlawful, illegal money, violator of the foreign exchange, and without any argument, without any ado, he should quit. He should be made to quit. And this sort of argument, which is going on between two spokespersons, is something I'm amazed to hear. Come on, think. Here is a person who is connected for 10 years, and you are asking for evidence of connection?
Yes.
Here
What
is
more
a
evidence
person
do you need?
who
Fine
is
enough.
found with
Kabir
papers.
Shankar Bose.
It is not evidence. It is prima facie. It's prima facie.
It's
and
prima
facie is enough to ask a person to suspend.
Okay.
That's what happened in the past.
Okay.
If it is not happening now, then we are giving a lot of leeway to the corrupt person.
Okay. Kabir Bose, looking at the documents purely and this particular document which has to do with that his the judgment that came on July 24th, 2022, where Justice Chowdhury talked about how he is the senior most cabinet minister and has immense power and position. It would not be impossible for the accused, with the aid of other political executives, to take shelter under the garb of serious illness and medical treatment to evade. That was the argument, particularly in this judgment. But talking about his position, the buck stops here with the Chief Minister, would you say, because she is the highest executive of the state?
Absolutely. Let's look at the High Court order in perspective. The High Court has gone to the extent of saying that the hospital in which Partho Chatterjee got himself admitted is notorious for giving shelter to high-profile TMC criminals. The High Court has gone on record to actually mention this. I mean, in open court, there were certain observations by the Honorable Judge where he named certain persons. There was another minister in the past who was arrested in a financial scam. He was in this Woodburn unit for the longest time ever. Recently, we've seen that some of TMC leaders also take admission in these hospitals, especially the SSKM hospital, to escape from interrogation by the central agencies. Now, this is a part of the state government. The overall responsibility lies with the Chief Minister. Did the Chief Minister knowingly give shelter to Partho Chatterjee in Woodburn unit of SSKM hospital? Did she knowingly instruct the doctors there that, look, declare him ill so he doesn't have to face interrogation? Was she a part of this? I mean, further investigation should go on. And if she was a part of it, law will take its own course. But yes, I do not believe, as a legal practitioner, Partho called her several times. I do not believe she always says that she is in control of Bengal. So I believe that she was definitely aware, and wherever Partho has tried to subvert the course of justice, she may have been aware. And did she play an active role or not? Investigation will reveal that.
Okay, Saket Gokhale, you heard from a former joint director of the Central Bureau of Investigation and a lawyer. Both of them are of the opinion that the buck stops with the Chief Minister, and in not taking an action against Partha Chatterjee, where he should have been suspended from the party and also from the government, there are several questions that will be asked of the Chief Minister's alleged involvement now.
So two things I wish to respond here is, one, to the gentleman who's the retired police officer. He kept talking about prima facie, prima facie. Let me remind you that even when Aryan Khan was arrested by the NCB, they claimed they had prima facie. Prima facie evidence or not is the job of the court to decide. When Partha Chatterjee's bail application comes up, the court will decide whether there's a prima facie case or not. Prima facie evidence is not your opinion, my opinion, or that of a retired police officer or even a serving police officer. Prima facie is decided by the judiciary, number one. Number two, I'm reminded of what the Honorable Chief Justice of India said yesterday, which is exactly what we are seeing playing out here. There is a certain legal practitioner who says, I believe, I think, I claim. Chief Justice, the Honorable Chief Justice of India said 2 days ago that the media has gotten used to now running kangaroo trials and kangaroo courts on TV. You know, we don't wait for the judicial process to take its course. And this is not me saying it. This is the highest legal authority of the land. This is the Chief Justice of India. They say media conducts kangaroo trials. The media decides who is guilty, who is not, asking all these questions.
But here is not the media that is saying that he is guilty. We are asking questions particularly to do with the credibility of your own party, because there are charges of Sharda Narda, and despite that, if you have got that kind of victory, you have to answer to your own people as well.
Ms. Shakil, if you're saying Sarda Narda, you're not asking a question about Suvendu Adhikari then.
I asked that question.
Can I answer?
I asked that question, no, but but Saket Gokhale, since you have asked that specific question, you have essentially talked in the terms of what, Shantanu Sen was saying. Shantanu Sen, one view certainly is that why should, if there is no, let that come before the court. Why should the investigating agencies be seen as judge, jury, executioner here? Let that come before the court, let the trial begin, and then only the action will be taken.
In prevention of corruption, no. In prevention of corruption, the executive has a role. The executive gives permission for investigation. Executive sees what is prima facie there. And you continue with a person who is prima facie found holding connections with a person who has so much money, so much property.
There's a difference between PMLA and prevention of corruption.
No, I am talking about the executive. He has not been charged with corruption, but take stock of what is found on him and believe that he's corrupt.
Sir, look at, I'm talking about the law.
The executive should find out. No, I am talking about the law also. The executive has a role to play who under you is corrupt. And if you see so much material, you have to come to a judgment. You can't be sitting like a Buddha. You can't be sitting like a Buddha.
The ED is also controlled by the union government executives here.
That doesn't matter. UD is investigating money laundering. But you are faced with, you have to jump ahead. You are faced with a person, you are faced with the evidence of corrupt money. 21 crores and 2 lakhs of money is not a small person. Not a small amount. You have to come to the conclusion. As head of the TMC, you have to come to the conclusion whether he is corrupt or not. Don't forget, he is under ED investigation is fine, but also see whether he is corrupt or not. And this evidence is sufficient for corruption.
Okay.
Prima facie.
Okay, prima facie again. Dr. Anshula Vijit has been very, very patient. Dr. Anshula Vijit, today the Congress was on the streets demanding that, essentially saying that central agencies are being misused by the centre against the political opponents, because ED questioned Sonia Gandhi for the second day. Will you be saying the same in the context of TMC, or because they are your political opponents in the opposition space visibly, you'll be making a different argument?
No. I mean, as far as the TMC is concerned, Mamata Banerjee has made the statement already that she cannot tolerate corruption and the fact that the guilty should be punished and that there should be a fast-track court. She said what she had to say. What I find compelling in this entire debate is the metaphor of the washing machine. I mean, it's absolutely apt. There is a process of laundering that goes on in which you come out squeaky clean and completely unblemished. I mean, do tell me this grand amount of money that has always been spoken about, if the ED went after senior members of the BJP who've been accused of corruption, and there's an entire very, very dazzling list of those members. I don't have to repeat them. You know that very well. Some names have already been mentioned. There are chief ministers, there are former chief ministers, there are land scams, there are police recruitment scams, there is Vyapam scan. There is the recent washing machine metaphor can be applied to the legislators in Maharashtra, the chief minister of Maharashtra. Do tell me, has the ED gone on knocking at the doors of any of the members, small, any worker of the BJP? I mean, isn't that a little bit amiss when we discuss this entire story of the ED and getting after people? Of course, corruption is not tolerated. It's intolerable. They shouldn't be there. Mamata Banerjee's statement is absolutely correct. But there must be something amiss about this.
This is the charge that is coming from your political opponents. Just about every party in opposition says that you have misused central agencies. And if anything, the conviction rate, the low conviction rate, particularly of the Enforcement Directorate, is a classic example that this is being used just because you want to threaten them.
Arya, let me give 2 live examples of West Bengal. They go on and on and on that nothing is happening to Shubhendu Adhikari. Who says that the investigation has stopped? Who says? Number 1. Number 2, I'll give you an example, and I'm going to repeat this example. When Mukul Roy was in BJP, he was called twice. Did BJP know, did the agencies know that he's going to go back to Trinamool? Did anybody know that he'll turn turtle again? That he'll go back? No. He was called twice. Was he happy about it? No, he was not. But he was called. And now my question to Sri Saket Gokhale, once again the question, answer this question, Mr. Gokhale. Why did your party take them back?
What about other
Why?
members of the
The so-called
who have not got indicted?
अरे भैया सुनने
Forget
में
about
अच्छा
the
लगता
yeah,
है.
what about the other members? I mean, there's a long list of them.
एक सेकंड धीरज रखिए.
उनका तो जवाब दीजिए सर.
ये सुनने में बहुत अच्छा लगता है. वॉशिंग मशीन. अभी कांग्रेस को
नहीं,
आज
वॉशिंग मशीन को छोड़ दीजिए. हाँ, सुनने में बड़ा अच्छा
because
लगता है.
of,
क्लीशे भी बन गया है. लेकिन और सारे सियासतदान है भाजपा के.
The crown prince of Congress was protesting on the streets. Delhi police had to arrest him. So उनको चुभ रहा है. Washing machine somehow.
नहीं, वो तो protest इसलिए कर रहे थे क्योंकि महंगाई के विषय में कर रहे थे.
Okay, before I give the final words to Kabir, I have a question for Saket Gokhale. I have a question for Saket Gokhale. Saket Gokhale, Mamata Banerjee as a leader has always taken the moral high ground on a range of issues, from probity to transparency. This example of corruption within, don't you think undermines her credibility?
No, it doesn't, because we have seen this happening across the board. Today, just because Mr. Rahul Gandhi or Madam Sonia Gandhi are called for investigation doesn't mean they're guilty, number one. They're doing the same thing in Delhi with Mr. Satyendra Jain, now with Mr. Manish Sisodia. So are we saying that every time ED goes after someone, that person should be dropped? That person is guilty by association?
22
and
crores! Hey, my dear friend, hello. 22 crores from the girlfriend house. I'm sorry, from the lady associate's house. My apologies.
सवाल का जवाब सुनने की हिम्मत रखिए फिर. You are asking us why did we take those people in? Then please tell me, why did your party at 6 o'clock in the morning form the government with Ajit Pawar, drop all the ED cases against?
Answer the debate. Don't go around the solar system looking for defense when you don't have a defense. Please.
आपके washing machine का उस दिन.
Sir, Saket ji, you blamed a retired joint director of CBI. You called the media kangaroo media. Hey, come on, yaar. Please, sir, please.
नहीं सर, आप सबसे ये देश में सबका साथ सबका विकास, नरेंद्र मोदी हमारे भगवान
Maria,
हैं.
I have one question for Mr. Gokhale.
Yes, okay. Saket. Kabir Bose is a lawyer. Kabir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Am I audible, Maria?
Yes. Loud and clear. Go ahead, Kabir. I have 1 minute left in this discussion.
We've heard a lot about washing machines. We've heard about prima facie. When an order of the court comes, it's a finding. It's a judicial finding. The judicial mind applies his mind and gives a finding on paper. We don't talk about that. My question to Mr. Gokhale is: the Honorable Calcutta High Court, the highest court of the state, has made a finding that TMC leaders take umbrage in state-run hospitals to escape interrogation. This is a finding of the High Court, sir. What do you have to say on this? This is not prima facie. This is not washing machine. It's a finding of the High Court.
Our experience, it says, our experience as a common man with regard to the role of the doctors attached to the SSKM Super Speciality Security Hospital is not a happy one. In the recent past, more than one high-ranking political leaders belonging to the ruling party were arrested or directed to appear before the investigating authority for interrogation, and they successfully avoided interrogation by taking shelter in the said hospital. When they found that there was no possibility for the investigating agency to interrogate the suspects having strong political background, they were discharged from the hospital.
What I find really funny is that
yes,
they even did a dialysis of a Trinamool leader's dog.
Okay, let him speak now. Yes, Saket, quickly.
We talk about court observations. The court is well within its pali. Observations are done dime a dozen. I mean, it was the BJP, in fact, that was crying about the Supreme Court making observations on Nupur Sharma. The bottom line is the court has the power to shut down the hospital then. See, mere, platitudes and saying things, rhetoric doesn't mean anything.
Okay, all right.
If the court has a finding, shut down the hospital.
All right.
The Chief Minister also has the power. The Chief Minister also has the power, but she is remaining quiet.
Shantanu Sen, Kabir Bose, Anshul Avijit and Shishir Bajoria, thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus now to debate 2, where the ruckus in the monsoon session of Parliament refuses to die down. After the suspension of 4 Congress MPs from the Lok Sabha on Monday, as many as 19 MPs were suspended from the Rajya Sabha today from the DMC, the DMK, the TRS and CPIM. Despite repeated appeals from the chair, there was pandemonium in the House as opposition MPs protested in the well, raising placards and even throwing papers, disrupting the entire proceedings. Opposition MPs in the Rajya Sabha have been demanding an urgent discussion on issues like price rise and the GST hike. The union government has said it is ready for a debate on price once Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman recovers from COVID and returns to Parliament. However, the biggest loser here is the Aam Aadmi, where our taxpayers, where our taxes, in fact, are wasted by this deadlock. Remember, it costs 2.5 lakh rupees per minute to run the Parliament. So, are these scenes from Temple of Democracy dissent or disruption? And who is to blame for this impasse? Before we get our MPs panel, here's how the story played out today.
The House and shout slogans. It is against the will.
Fireworks in Parliament have become synonymous. But this monsoon session, we are witnessing a string of suspensions of opposition MPs. As many as 23 in 24 hours. Today, 19 MPs from Rajya Sabha were suspended for the rest of the week. They have been reprimanded for misconduct by entering the well of the House and indulging in sloganeering.
That is throttling our democratic right. Suspension has happened because this government has no answers. They do not know how to reply to inflation and price rise. That's the whole point.
But even after the suspension, the 19 MPs continue to sit in the House in protest. The latest showdown comes a day after 4 Congress MPs in Lok Sabha were suspended for the rest of the monsoon session. They had held placards inside the House despite warnings from Speaker Om Birla.
We once again repeat and request that the House be allowed to function smoothly and the government will be ready to discuss any issue, including price rise.
Ever since the monsoon session began last week, both houses have been repeatedly adjourned, with the opposition demanding discussions on price rise and GST. But the suspension spree is only likely to escalate the opposition's fury against the government. So is there no end in sight to the deadlock in Parliament?
And joining me now, Anurag Sharma, Member of Parliament of the BJP, Sushmita Dev is suspended TMC MP, Amiben Yagnik is the spokesperson and Member of Parliament of the Congress Party. Anurag Sharma, 19 MPs suspended today, 4 yesterday. Is the BJP of the opinion that it should face no question, no opposition and continue with this suspending of opposition MPs drive?
Okay, first things first, suspensions have happened in the past. And I think the highest number probably goes to Mr. Rajiv Gandhi's government of 63 MPs being suspended at one go. But let's put that aside. I was in the House the day this happened, in the Lok Sabha, where the Honorable Speaker distinctly said, and so did the Parliamentary Affairs Minister say, we're happy to have a discussion. Please have a discussion on price rise or any other such matter you wish to raise. That was very clearly said by him. He also told them very clearly that you cannot bring in placards to the House. Now, there is a custom in the House that some people do tend to come into the well of the House, but invariably they never cross over to the Treasury benches. This has been happening repeatedly. They've been bringing placards. You can.
Did the BJP never bring placards when you were in opposition?
No, I really don't think so. I'm not very well aware of that matter. I will well aware of what Mr. Jaitley said. Mr. Jaitley had said once that disruption is allowed. But when did that disruption happen? Let's put it in context. The context was a 2G scam where the courts had said, and they refused to have a discussion. Here, we were willing to have a discussion. It was said on the floor of the House by the Honorable Minister and also said by the Lok Sabha Speaker, let's have a discussion. Now, for one entire week, which is wasted the taxpayers' money, no discussions have happened in the House. Now, if you wanted to bring up discussions, you could have brought them under you could have brought them under Rule 377 during question hour.
So what exactly is the issue with the opposition MPs that you are saying, sir?
I'm sorry?
What exactly is the issue?
Repeat that.
Are you saying that they are not ready for discussion, or what exactly is the issue here?
I'm saying they're not probably ready for discussion.
Okay, you are saying that they are not ready for discussion. Okay, Sushmita Dev, you heard from Anurag Sharma. That is the reason why you have been suspended.
You see, it's very simple. We are talking about the taxpayers' money, i.e. the interest of the taxpayer. Please understand, these taxpayers are citizens of this country, and it is the citizens of the country who are bearing the burden of this government's policy, which is leading to price rise. You've seen the price of fuels, you've seen the price of LPG gas, and apart from that, the way the GST has been implemented from the back door on packaged goods, which has impacted very basic food items. Now, please tell me, as members of parliament who are representing the people and we sit inside parliament, should we just sit there and say yes sir to the treasury bench and please carry on doing whatever business? It doesn't matter what the mood of the nation is. Maria, go anywhere on the streets of this country. Everyone is suffering due to two reasons. One is the absolutely out of control price rise. If today I walk into parliament and wait for 15 days to raise such a burning issue, I don't think I will be able to face the people of India who are outside the parliament. So, with all due respect to the spokesman of the Bharatiya Janata Party, it is very simple. We said accept our notice, debate price rise, debate inflation, debate the imposition of GST, let the government give an answer and let the people of the nation hear what is it that the government has to say. The same government which said, "Bahut hui mehengai ki maar." But we've been denied consistently. You cannot suppress the opposition and dictate the business of the house. That is totally undemocratic, and that's what we were protesting.
If the opposition wants to debate issues such as that was talked about by Sushmita Dev, these are issues that concern the Aam Aadmi, then why is the Treasury bench not ready for it? Is it because the finance minister is unwell and let her recover and then the discussion will be held? What exactly is the reason that you have suspended TMC MPs, DMK MPs, CPI MPs, Congress MPs, everybody in opposition will be suspended?
Look, let me be very, very clear. It was said by the Speaker of the Lok Sabha that we are ready to have a discussion. We're supposed to give a notice, the time frame would have been fixed. The only request which we had was let Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister of this country, be present in the House. We could have started the discussion. The only thing, and that probably takes another 3 or 4 more days.
That certainly, because you know, the finance minister is best placed to respond to questions related to GST, related to price rise. What's wrong in waiting for another 3-4 days?
I think this response that let us wait for the finance minister, I am really very surprised at these kind of replies being given, especially on the television, because the notices under 267 have been given from the time, even in the last session the notices were given, and the rulings are given just like that, well, the notices are not accepted. Now, continuously, when you do not follow the procedure of the parliament, and when the opposition parties, each one of them are giving notices, please listen to us, because we are representing the people of this country. We are bringing their burning issues to the parliament. We want a discussion, because a common man cannot go. Where would he go to voice his concern about GST and the inflation? Where would he or she go? So they want the representatives to take up this issue. But the issue is not being taken up because the representatives are not heard. There is a procedure, set procedure in the Parliament House, but that procedure is not being followed. So the rule, despite there being a notice, there are several notices by several opposition parties, none of them are being taken up for discussion. And I think this argument that the finance minister is not well, fine, but there is an MOS, somebody can come and at least give some preliminary, because somebody would be equipped with the finances and something like that, can come and say, but not a word is being told that let us have a discussion. Not a word. Just saying no, and then I'll not hearing the notice.
Seek an answer from Anurag Sharma.
Very quickly.
And so I think the opposition is not being heard at all. And so the people of this country are not being heard.
See, very quickly, Maria, let me put on record the following. The fact that Nirmala ji is not well was brought to the notice of the opposition. And we said we wish her well, please get well soon. We want her to. But we also said no issues, don't delay this. Get any senior minister or MOS to reply. Now, let me also remind your viewers that when the farm law, the farmers' bills were introduced, the Defence Minister of India addressed the Parliament. So if in that case, the Defence Minister can issue an agricultural bill and a farmer's bill, today the BJP to say, oh, Nirmala ji is not well, I think is just an excuse. Secondly, when we protested the farm bills where so many members were suspended, and this government and this party put out the same arguments that my learned friend from the BJP has put out, we were stood vindicated because the Prime Minister of India had to withdraw the farm bills. So they have to understand that what the opposition MPs are asking for inside the house is the mood of the nation.
Okay.
Don't bypass it. That's undemocratic.
Anurag Sharma, on one hand, you make this argument that the opposition is not concerned about the Aam Aadmi. They are only concerned about themselves, like what is being said in the context of Sonia Gandhi and the protests of the Congress party. Same thing being said in the context of the Aam Aadmi party, that they are interested in what is happening with Satyendra Jain and not with the Janta and the issues of people. If the opposition MPs are interested in raising questions that impact the Aam Aadmi, then why not ask any of the other ministers to respond to them?
Let me just clarify two things. One, we've said we are willing to have a discussion. Secondly, it's on GST. If they're so keen on the GST argument, the GST, the finance minister represented the central government. So she needs to be there because she knew what exactly the discussion happened. We all really don't know what exactly happens in the GST. If they were so keen on knowing, they could have asked their own finance ministers of the Congress ruled states or the TMC ruled states, why did they not put any dissenting note when the GST on these items, which they are now harping about, could have been done. I really see no dissenting note has ever been put up by any of the finance ministers from the Congress ruled states or the TMC ruled state. Now, the other thing, if you're really so keen on the Aam Aadmi, where were you on the day Mrs. Sonia Gandhi was called for question? There wasn't one single Congress MP present in the House then. They were all out on the streets protesting. So if you were so keen, you should have been in the House. If you're so keen about them, you should have had a discussion. We were willing to have a discussion.
Again, the same point
we've allowed
that for you, the
to
family is priority. The Congress party, for them, the family is priority. And that is the reason why we saw protests happen again today, because Mrs. Gandhi was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for the second day of questioning.
Sonia Gandhi ji is our president, and when you are misusing and abusing the powers of the Enforcement Directorate and central agencies, everyone knows that by now. And we may not go into details of how the ruling dispensation is behaving. But when the president is called again and again, and in an open and shut case of documentary evidence, and when there is nothing, you are just putting everybody to harassment. We took up this issue not for everybody, that you are using the central agencies, whether it's ED, whether it's the CBI, whether it's income tax, and you are misusing the powers instead of having fairness in proceeding against anybody and everybody. And so why not we should stand by our president? That is the first thing. Second thing, that every time to bring that, yes, you are not taking up the issues. I am telling you how many issues we have taken up in the House. Mengai, we have taken price rise, we have taken petrol hike, diesel hike, farm laws. Every time when we want to take up the issue, there is a notice by several parties, no hearing on the notice. And I think the media also should look at the main aspect, that you are never shown the left side of the chairperson sitting in the parliament. You are not shown how and in what manner people are asking for the notices to be heard, to be taken up. You always see the other side.
Why isn't the Business Advisory Committee allocating time for discussions on these very key issues?
The issues of the common people.
Why isn't the Business Advisory Committee allocating time? These are issues which are important, which should be debated in Parliament of India.
Look, we were even willing to have a discussion post 6 p.m. They were told this. The Business Advisory Committee has repeatedly said, let these bills, which are the business of the nation, be finished. Let's have a discussion post 6 p.m.
Okay,
What's the big deal?
Sushmita
We can sit down after 6 p.m. The parliament is run till 11,
Sushmita
11:30, 12, 1 o'clock at night. We've had long discussions.
You
And
are
as
in that
far
list
as
of
the
those
farmers' bill,
MPs, 19 of
farmers'
them who
bills
have
have
been suspended today.
Ma'am, if you are going
You
to have
see,
behavior
to
like
say
this,
that let me please put something, make something very clear. Please
Ma'am,
don't
I didn't
mislead the
interfere.
viewers. It is nothing
I
new. It now whose turn is it? Whose turn is it?
I thought you had asked me.
Okay,
Maria, who's
Sushmita Dev,
supposed
go
to
ahead, go
speak?
ahead, go ahead. I'll give the final words to Anurag Sharma. Yes, go ahead. Sushmita
Yeah.
Dev.
Go ahead.
Because I don't want to get into a tutu meme. There is nothing new about the fact that in a parliament session you can have a discussion on any topic and debate a bill. So do not tell the viewers that it is something very unusual that is going to happen. In the Business Advisory Committee meeting, opposition leaders told the chair that yes, please pass the important bills, no problem, they are small bills, allocated 2 hours, 3 hours, and simultaneously please put up our notices and we will wait for Nirmala ji, even if it takes 1 more week to come and reply or somebody else can reply. But there is a certain urgency. The message to the nation is wrong that when there is a burning issue and we all walk into parliament and keep saying, yes, yes, pass these government bills and like there is no problem that the people are facing, it gives a wrong message to the nation. And I think a government which feels they are justifying mehengai should take it on and tell the people, give them an explanation why you're looting the nation with such high prices of fuel and LPG.
Okay.
Put your arguments forward.
Okay. 30 seconds to you, Ami Ben Yagnik, and then I'll give the final words to Anurag Sharma. Go ahead.
Yes, I think the ruling dispensation is only out to have its obstinacy in a sense. It does not want to hear the people of this country. It does not want to hear the representatives of the people of the country who are coming by way of opposition parties to the house and not giving a single chance. This kind of, I think, I wouldn't use a harsh word like intolerance, but this kind of behavior does not befit a ruling party.
Okay.
It's a ruling dispensation who has
Anurag
to take
Sharma,
everybody.
Anurag
It's the
Sharma,
government who
since
has
you
to see
quoted
that the session has to
the
go on.
former LOP, Mr. Jaitley, I'm going to quote him again. He had said that disruption is that the onus of running the house, is always with the treasury benches. What efforts have been made by your government to ensure that there is that something happens to end this deadlock? How will this deadlock end?
2. 1. When the Lok Sabha Speaker himself says the government is willing, that means we have given it in writing to the Lok Sabha Speaker that we are willing to have a discussion on the subjects brought up by the Honorable MPs. Second, when the Parliamentary Affairs Minister gets up on his chair and says to the opposition members that please sit down, go back to your benches, we are willing to have an entire discussion on the matters being brought to the House. What more assurance do you want? What do you want it to us? To hold placards in the House and say we're willing to have a discussion? Can you disrupt the House when the Honorable Minister has said that we are willing to have a discussion? Please check the Lok Sabha records. I was there. We all heard it. Now, when these burning issues of G are concerned, let them also go talk to their finance ministers and bring those questions. We'll also like to hear them. I'm more than happy to hear the Honorable MPs from the other side. They have to come with finance ministers in the first place, except the
All
GST
right.
Act.
Anurag
We are all
Sharma,
willing to hear.
Sushmita Dev,
We are
Ami Ben
willing to
Yagnik,
have a discussion.
thank you so much for joining us and sharing your views. The monsoon session of Parliament is still few weeks long. So let's see how events unfold and will there be an end to this impasse. We are slipping into a short break. We'll be getting you all the details in that big race for 10 Downing Street in UK.
Of cash transactions which she was maintaining. And the probe into the SSC scam is getting bigger. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya for questioning tomorrow. Bhattacharya is the ex-president of the West Bengal Board of Secondary Education. The ED has already searched his home earlier this month. In Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district, dozens have been left stranded because of incessant rains.
This group was stuck beside a river. A team of SDRF personnel tried to reach them on a boat. The river was flowing with such force that the ropes were tied to the rescue boat to prevent it from being swept away. The SDRF personnel managed to reach the group and brought them to safety. 4 women got stuck in a field due to rising flood waters, but the Jammu and Kashmir police and a team of SDRF personnel carried out a daring rescue operation and successfully brought them out. One person was seen getting washed away while crossing a flooded road. After getting alerted by locals, police and SDRF personnel rushed to the site to rescue him.
Is India at the risk of slipping into a recession? Here's what a Bloomberg survey of economists says. Right now, according to them, there is zero probability of India slipping into a recession. Experts say that the global impact on India will be moderate. In the short term, Sri Lanka has an 85% probability of going into recession. In fact, all of Asia, the Asian continent, has a 20 to 25% chance of slipping into recession. As far as the United States is concerned, there's a 40% risk, and the odds for Europe are greater than 1 in 2. So more than 50 to 55% chance of recession in Europe. Recession will pull down the prices of commodities globally, as also the value of assets across the world. Meanwhile, Olympic champion and World Championship silver medalist javelin thrower Neeraj Chopra has pulled out of the Commonwealth Games. Chopra has a groin injury. He's been advised a month's rest by his doctors. Neeraj Chopra is defending champion at the CWG, which begins in Birmingham on Thursday. Boxer and Olympic medalist Lavlina Borgohain's personal coach Sandhya Gurung has received her accreditation for the Commonwealth Games. This comes a day after Lavlina alleged mental harassment by the authorities, who denied entry to her coaches to the Games village. After Bollywood star Ranveer Singh broke the internet last week with his nude photo shoot for a magazine, a case has now been filed against the actor. The complainant has accused Ranveer of hurting the sentiments of women and insulting their modesty because of his photographs. Meanwhile, a shocking incident of moral policing has come to light in Mangaluru in Karnataka, reminiscent of what happened in 2009.
Bajrang Dal members barged into a pub and disrupted a party that was organized by a group of college students. The right-wing group asked the staff to stop the event, alleging that the students were indulging in some illegal activities. They objected to the girls partying there and asked the students to leave the pub. According to the police, the Bajrang Dal members approached the bouncers and asked them if the minor students were being served alcohol. In 2009, at the same pub, members of the Sri Ram Sena had similarly attacked customers and chased them away.
Beijing and Islamabad's latest move on the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor project has left India fuming. China and Pakistan are now inviting third countries to join the project. The MEA has called this move illegal, illegitimate, and unacceptable. The CPEC is part of China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative. It was launched in 2013 to improve Pakistan's connectivity corridor. It in fact passes through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that is something that India has pointed out on a number of occasions to the Chinese. Its incessant rains have wreaked havoc across Rajasthan, in particular in Jodhpur.
Heavy flooding in Jodhpur led to several vehicles being washed away. These dramatic pictures show helpless locals looking on as cars are dragged away by strong flood waters. Similar scenes were witnessed in Tonk. The road in the middle of this market turned into a river, washing away everything in sight. People tried in vain to hold on to their bikes, but the current was too strong and they fell into a drain. In Kota, one man tried to drive his SUV on a bridge over an overflowing river, but the car soon got submerged and had to be pulled out with the help of a crane.
Now, the big reason for such large-scale flooding in Rajasthan is because the rivers across the state seem to be in spate.
Due to torrential rains for more than a week, water levels in rivers have increased. This man was trying to cross a bridge but the water was flowing so fast that he got stuck. Thankfully, some locals rushed in and managed to rescue him. Almost all the dams in the state are full, and authorities have been forced to open the gates and release excess water. But many are making the most of the situation and enjoying the abundance of waterfalls in Rajasthan. Still, authorities have warned people to be careful because the current is strong. The Met Department has predicted more rains in the state for the next 2 days.
Meanwhile, amid the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, heavy rains around the holy cave triggered flash floods, but an alert was sounded immediately and more than 4,000 pilgrims were safely evacuated. Just earlier this month, flash floods are triggered by heavy rain struck near the shrine, killing at least 16 people. There's some frightening footage from a busy road in Shimla which shows a speeding truck ramming into several cars. The truck driver appears to have lost control of the vehicle. He swerved towards the right and collided bang into the middle of the vehicles. The impact is so strong that the boundary wall of a building is completely smashed. It is unclear, though, if there were any casualties as a result of this accident. The mega 5G spectrum auction has gotten underway and the bid amount exceeded 1.45 lakh crores on day one. The bid is for 72 gigahertz of radio waves. It is worth 4.3 lakh crores. Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel are among the 4 bidders right now. 5G networks will open 10 times faster than 4G. A phased rollout is expected by September. In fact, 7% of India's smartphone base currently is 5G enabled. Torrential rains have also led to some daring rescue operations, this time in Madhya Pradesh.
This tractor was crossing a bridge in Betur but got submerged in floodwaters. Some locals saw the plight of the tractor driver.
Welcome back. British Prime Ministerial candidates Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss went head-on in their first television debate on the BBC. While the post-debate opinion polls were neck and neck, with Sunak ahead with 39% versus 38% for Truss, but both the leaders tore into each other over the economic policies and tax plans. Liz Truss wants to cut taxes while Sunak wants to keep the current tax rates in place. Sunak said that tax cuts would hinder public services and cost the Conservatives the next election, while Truss said that the current tax rates are pushing Britain towards a recession. Sunak was also criticized over his wealth and wardrobe, while Truss was accused of being economically illiterate.
It's not moral to ask our children to pick up the tab for the bills that we're not prepared to pay. It's not a Conservative thing to do, because if we're not for sound money, what is the point in the Conservative Party? It's the most conservative of conservative values, and that's what I stand for.
We are an outlier. Everybody understands that COVID is a 1-in-100-year event, and trying to pay it back straight away so quickly that we actually damage our economy, that we end up causing a recession, that we end up in people being out of work, and that hard-working taxpayers who do the right thing have seen their taxes rise, despite the fact that we promised in our manifesto not to do it.
Hang on, Faisal.
I think that is what is wrong.
You just mentioned 3 countries. Do you know what mortgage rates are in the US at the moment? Do you want to use them as an example? Their mortgage rates are almost 50% higher than mortgage rates in this country because they're borrowing so much.
I'm sorry, this
Canada.
is scaremongering.
Canada actually
this is
has
Project Fear.
So Rishi Sunak is here in the House right behind me. This is one of those meetings called hustings, where a candidate goes and meets members of the party. And this has been hosted by a member of the party where media has been kept out. It is believed, and certainly it is practiced, that these should be meetings between the candidate and members of the party who are going to cast their vote. I did meet, in a fashion, Rishi Sunak as he was coming in. I greeted him. He was very polite, very pleasant. He greeted me as well, but I threw a question about India and the FTA that is being negotiated. He didn't have much to say about that and made it clear that he is not going to have very much more to say about anything underway. on the street confronted like this. But in the meantime, certainly we have a certain interest in seeing what these hustings look like and seeing Rishi Sunak at these events. It is very clear that a lot of members of the Conservative Party are very keen to join these meetings. They're oversubscribed. There are more people keen to listen to Rishi at these meetings than there is room for. And therefore, it is quite clear that Rishi is popular within the party, even though trust is ahead. And therefore, it is going to be a very, very tense finish by the looks of it. Trust ahead at the moment, but there's 3-4 weeks to go, and a lot of people do believe, and we must believe, that Rishi has some catching up to do, but that he has the resources and the will and the promise to do so.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamal. Breaking news at the top of the bulletin, where Congress President Sonia Gandhi will be grilled by the Enforcement Directorate again tomorrow. Sonia Gandhi has been questioned for 9 hours so far, and the ED has asked her 55 questions in total. Now, CNN News 18 sources at the Enforcement Directorate have told us about the line of questioning that the agency has for Sonia Gandhi tomorrow. The ED questioning is likely to focus more on the money trail surrounding the entire National Herald case and the role of other Congress leaders as well. That includes Sonia Gandhi's son and Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. I'm joined by Pallavi Ghosh on the broadcast, who tracks the Congress party. Pallavi, what more are you getting from the Congress camp? Another day of questioning for Sonia Gandhi tomorrow.
Yes, so there's going to be a meeting in Parliament inside. In that meeting, the opposition parties have also been called. So they're going to work on two strategies, Ayushman. One, of course, is very much the investigation of Sonia Gandhi for the third day in a row. And also, we know, for example, 13 MPs have already been suspended, 4 from Lok Sabha yesterday. So a strategy is also going to be worked out. So we can expect a lot of hangama inside Parliament, where they're going to try and take on the government. And outside, of course, those kind of satyagraha is still going to go out. We've already put out a copy of the letter which has been issued by K.C. Venugopal to all the state units as well. Of course, a diktat over there is it has to be peaceful protest, but as we know, it usually doesn't turn out to be like that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Pallavi, for joining us on the broadcast. So a showdown inside Parliament as well as outside, as Sonia Gandhi will go through a third day of questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. Now, shifting focus to Jammu and Kashmir, where we have seen a mega drug bust by the J&K police. They have arrested 3 high-profile drug peddlers and seized 12 kilograms of heroin and 11 lakh rupees in cash. The police suspect that the drugs have been dropped by drones from the other side of the line of control. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. Those visuals on your screen. 12 kilograms of heroin has been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now, let's get the latest from our reporters from Jammu and Kashmir. I'm joined by Tejinder Singh Sodhi, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. Tejinder, what is the market value of this 12 kilograms of heroin that has been seized by the J&K police?
See, the estimate right now, it seems that the market value of this heroin, which has been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police, is roughly between 30 lakh to 50 lakh. This is the rough estimate, but the market price could be more than that. But what is baffling is the Pakistan has once again been exposed, because Pakistan continues to send these type of narcotics into the Indian side. This consignment of narcotic, which has been recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police, was sent using drones from the Pakistan side. This is as per the initial investigation, and this was disclosed by the Additional Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Mukesh Singh. He says that from the packaging material of the drug, it appears to have been brought by drones. So the further investigation into this case is on. The Jammu and Kashmir police, after they got a tip-off, they stopped a Punjab number vehicle which was on its way from Jammu to Punjab, and during the search of this vehicle, the Jammu and Kashmir police, they recovered 12 kgs of heroin. We are told that this is a high-grade heroin, and also a cash amount of 11 lakh rupees has also been recovered. A case has been registered, and 3 people have been detained by the police who were in this vehicle. They have been identified as Sarwan Singh. He's a resident of Amritsar. Malkeet Singh, he's also a resident of Amritsar. And Dalbir Singh. Dalbir Singh is also a resident of Amritsar. If you remember, Ayushman, just a couple of days ago, Punjab police held a press conference in Pathankot, wherein they said that they had arrested 3 people with large consignment of narcotics, and they said that that consignment of narcotic was sent to the Indian side from somewhere in the Nowshera sector of Rajouri district. So clearly, that also seems to be a ploy of Pakistan by using drones. They are sending these narcotics. So clearly, this is a big success for the Jammu and Kashmir police. They have registered a case and the investigations are on. Yes, Ayushman.
Right. Thank you, Tejendra, for joining us on the broadcast on that piece of breaking news. So let's get a recap for our viewers. So drones are being used by the Pakistani establishment to drop drugs and arms on the Indian side of the line of control, and what we have seen is that those visuals on your screen, 12 kilograms of heroin has been seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with 3 high-profile drug peddlers, along with 11 lakh rupees in cash. We'll continue to track all the developments which are coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, but some more breaking news coming in, where Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has lashed out at the opposition over their criticism of the centre's Har Ghar Tiranga call and changes in the flag code. Now, speaking exclusively to CNN News 18's Siddhant Mishra, Himanta Biswa Sarma has said that if the opposition has any problem with machine-made flags, they can use home-made khadi flags. Listen in.
After the announcement of initiative Har Ghar Tiranga, now the political parties have been claiming that BJP is politicizing the national flag.
In my view, every Indian family has a national flag on their house. Simply, we are going to host that from 13 to 15 August. That's a very simple issue.
They say BJP is doing because they want to benefit the Chinese companies.
मेरा घर का फ्लैग मैं होस्ट करूंगा, इसमें साइना कहाँ से आएगा? Every proud Indian family has already a national flag in their home. They are going to host it. So now, where is the problem? How did Saina angle come? I don't know.
I'm joined by Siddhant on the phone line, who had that exclusive chat with Himanta Biswa Sarma. Siddhant, so the Assam Chief Minister sticking to his guns, saying that at the end of the day, it's the 75th year of independence. Why should there be any politics over hoisting a flag?
Well, exactly. Himanta was one of the few chief ministers to react to this entire controversy. Since the time Prime Minister has announced Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, the opposition parties have been slamming the government for politicizing the national flag, A, and B, for benefiting the factories in China. Because last year there was amendment which was brought in by the government in the flag code, and after which now the machine-made flags can also be used, can also be used by the general public. And using that particular amendment, Congress party is doing the politics that BJP has initiated this entire campaign to benefit the Chinese factory. Now, Himanta Biswa Sarma has reacted to it by clearly saying that where did BJP ask people to use Chinese flag or machine-made flag? We all have been making flags at home. We all have used the flags from the khadi industry. So nobody is asking them to use machine-made flags. A. B. Himanta has to say that each and every year we have been hosting flags. Each and every household have national flags. This time around, the request is to hoist flag for 3 days, and it's an initiative, and nobody should have problem on this initiative. And in fact, the opposition party should also maintain distance, and in fact, before making political commentary on this very initiative. So This was Himanta Biswa Sarma's statement on this entire controversy.
Right. Thank you, Siddhant, for joining us on the broadcast. Now, shifting focus to our top international story. Now, British Prime Ministerial candidates Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss went head-to-head in their first television debate on the BBC. Now, while the post-debate opinion polls were neck and neck, with Sunak ahead with 39% versus 38% for Truss, both the leaders tore into each other over their economic policies and tax plans. Liz Truss wants to cut taxes, while Sunak wants to keep the current tax rates in place. Sunak said that tax cuts would hinder public services and cost the Conservatives the next election, while Truss said that the current tax rates are pushing Britain towards a recession. Sunak was also criticised over his wealth and wardrobe, while Truss was being accused of being economically illiterate.
It's not moral to ask our children to pick up the tab for the bills that we're not prepared to pay. It's not a Conservative thing to do, because if we're not for sound money, what is the point in the Conservative Party? It's the most conservative of conservative values, and that's what I stand for.
We are an outlier. Everybody understands that COVID is a 1 in 100-year event, and trying to pay it back straight away so quickly that we actually damage our economy, that we end up causing a recession, that we end up in people being out of work, and that hard-working taxpayers who do the right thing have seen their taxes rise, despite the fact that we promised in our manifesto not to do it.
Hang on, Faisal.
I think that is what is wrong.
You just mentioned 3 countries. Do you know what mortgage rates are in the US at the moment? Do you want to use them as an example? Their mortgage rates are almost 50% higher than mortgage rates in this country because they're borrowing so much.
I'm sorry, this
Canada.
is scaremongering.
Canada actually
this is
has
Project Fear.
So Rishi Sunak is here in the House right behind me. This is one of those meetings called hustings, where a candidate goes and meets members of the party. And this has been hosted by a member of the party where media has been kept out. It is believed, and certainly it is practiced, that these should be meetings between the candidate and members of the party who are going to cast their vote. I did meet, in a fashion, Rishi Sunak as he was coming in. I greeted him. He was very polite, very pleasant. He greeted me as well, but I threw a question about India and the FTA that is being negotiated. He didn't have much to say about that and made it clear that he is not going to have very much more to say about anything underway on the street confronted like this. But in the meantime, certainly we have a certain interest in seeing what these hustings look like and seeing Rishi Sunak at these events. It is very clear that a lot of members of the Conservative Party are very keen to join these meetings. They're oversubscribed. There are more people keen to listen to Rishi at these meetings than there is room for. And therefore, it is quite clear that Rishi is popular within the party, even though Truss is ahead. And therefore, it is going to be a very, very tense finish by the looks of it. Truss ahead at the moment, but there's 3-4 weeks to go. And a lot of people do believe, and we must believe, that Rishi has some catching up to do, but that he has the resources and the will and the promise to do so.
And now getting you a wrap of all the other news, the ruckus in the monsoon session of Parliament refuses to die down as the 19 suspended Rajya Sabha MPs will continue their protest, this time outside the House. But what has happened inside the Assembly is that 19 MPs were suspended after 4 Congress MPs were suspended on Monday. Now, of these 7 MPs, belong to the TMC, 6 of the DMK, 3 MPs each of the TRS and CPIM. The MPs were suspended for a week under Rule 256 of the House.
We will now sit in our party office with other opposition parties and decide, but the nation and the people of the country should know that we were not allowed, despite consistent demands, to debate on price rise and GST on essential commodities, and that is throttling our democratic right. Suspension has happened because this government has no answers. They do not know how to reply to inflation and price rise. That's the whole point.
And now these 19 suspended Rajya Sabha MPs will continue their protest, this time outside Parliament at the Gandhi statue in the Parliament complex.
At least 19 MPs have been suspended today. How do you see this? What is your message to the government, sir?
It is a threat to democracy. What is meant by Parliament? Parliament is a place to debate, discuss and take the decision. This is the usual activity of the Parliament in a democracy. Till they allow the discussion on price hike and other thing, we will keep on agitating.
Now, after grilling Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, now more TMC leaders are under the ED lens in connection with the West Bengal SSC scam. TMC MLA Margaret Thatcher has been asked to appear before the agency tomorrow. Margaret Thatcher is also the former West Bengal Secondary Education Board president. Latest in the Kanhaiya Lal murder probe, the court has sent the 8th accused to jail after 4 days of remand. The accused Javed recce'd the murder site and gave information to the main accused Riaz. Now, out of the 7 accused, including the main accused Mohammad Ghaus and Mohammad Riaz, 3 accused are on police remand. The other 4 accused have already been sent to jail. The CBI is likely to file a preliminary inquiry against officials of the Delhi government as part of its investigation into the alleged irregularities in the implementation of Arvind Kejriwal's excise policy. Sources have told CNN News18 that the federal agency wants to know how the policy was formulated and on whose behalf was it allegedly influenced. The preliminary inquiry into the case will fix the role of individuals. Heavy rains caused flooding in several areas in Rajasthan's Jodhpur. Cars were seen floating on the roads and there were traffic jams at many places after the rains. The Met Department has issued an orange alert in the eastern part of Rajasthan, expressing the possibility of heavy rain. Train movement and passenger services were affected in northwestern railways due to heavy rains in the region. Several stations and tracks in the zone, including Jodhpur station, were heavily waterlogged. The railways have cancelled 7 trains and have short terminated many because of these conditions. A fresh spell of rain has resulted in severe waterlogging and flood-like situations in Guwahati. Commuters were stuck in knee-high water with motorists struggling to drive on the road. In a huge blow to India's medal hopes at the upcoming Commonwealth Games, Olympic champion Neeraj Chopra has been ruled out of the multi-sport event. The Olympian will not take part in the event after concerns over his fitness owing to an injury in the World Championships. The Commonwealth Games begin from Thursday in Birmingham. A day after Olympic bronze medalist Lavlina Borgohain said that she felt mentally harassed after constantly fighting for her coach's presence in events. One of them, Sandhya Gurung, finally got the accreditation for the CWG village on Tuesday. Gurung has also been assigned a room at the Games village. Lavlina will represent India in the women's boxing 70 kg category at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. Former President of Sri Lanka, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, is expected to arrive back in Sri Lanka soon. According to a statement from the Lankan government, the former president is not in hiding and is expected to return to Sri Lanka from Singapore. Remember, Gotabaya has been replaced by Ranil Wickremesinghe, as the new president is considered to be close to the Rajapaksas. The Black Panther Wakanda Forever trailer has got 172 million views in its first 24 hours, turning out to be one of the Marvel Cinematic Universe's top trailer debuts for a superhero movie. The Wakanda Forever teaser's viewership nearly doubled the 88 million views of the original Black Panther teaser, which the numbers which it garnered in 2017. Addressing the rumors linking Bridgerton star Regé-Jean Page to the role of James Bond, the Russo brothers said that Page could be a great James Bond. Joe Russo and Regé-Jean Page have said that Regé-Jean Page has more charisma in his pinky than most people do in their entire body. The Russo brothers directed Page in the Netflix film The Great Man. And Paul Sorvino, who distinguished himself in a long line of stage and screen performances, passed away at the age of 83. Sorvino was best known for his role as Frank Caretta on NBC's Law & Order, as Mafia Don Pale Cicero in Martin Scorsese's Goodfellas, as well as Kissinger in Oliver Stone's Nixon. Moreover, DC's League of Super Pets is all set to hit the screens next week. Let's meet the voices behind the Super Pets in Cape and Cowl.
Wake up, buddy. It is walk o'clock. I have an owner. He's Superman.
And I'm up. Wayne Johnson and Kevin Hart team up again in animated form in DC League of Super Pets.
This just seems gross.
What do you mean gross? Smelling stuff is one of the greatest joys of being a dog.
Johnson plays super dog Crypto to John Krasinski's Man of Steel.
Let me just iron that out. They should call me Iron Man. No.
While Hart voices Ace opposite Keanu Reeves' Batman.
As a child, my family was taken from me. As a puppy, I was taken from my family. So I steal myself. My emotions always in check. No one ever getting past my impenetrable defenses. What the heck?
Naturally, Lex Luthor shows up, kryptonite happens, and a group of pet store residents attain superpowers and must save the human heroes.
You know what they say about dogs, don't you?
Never feed us chocolate.
We love unconditionally.
That's all we have to pack in on the show, but before we leave, Kargil Vijay Divas was commemorated today to observe India's victory over Pakistan in the 1999 Kargil War. Here's how the entire nation came together to pay a tribute to the war heroes. I will leave you with these visuals.
Of waterfalls in Rajasthan. Still, authorities have warned people to be careful because the current is strong. The Met Department has predicted more rains in the state for the next 2 days.
Meanwhile, amid the ongoing Amarnath Yatra, heavy rains around the holy cave triggered flash floods. but an alert was sounded immediately and more than 4,000 pilgrims were safely evacuated. Just earlier this month, flash floods are triggered by heavy rain struck near the shrine, killing at least 16 people. There's some frightening footage from a busy road in Shimla which shows a speeding truck ramming into several cars. The truck driver appears to have lost control of the vehicle. He swerved towards the right and collided bang into the middle of the vehicles. The impact is so strong that the boundary wall of a building is completely smashed. It is unclear, though, if there were any casualties as a result of this accident. The mega 5G spectrum auction has gotten underway and the bid amount exceeded 1.45 lakh crores on day one. The bid is for 72 gigahertz of radio waves. It is worth 4.3 lakh crores. Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel are among the 4 bidders right now. 5G networks will open 10 times faster than 4G. A phased rollout is expected by September. In fact, 7% of India's smartphone base currently is 5G enabled. Torrential rains have also led to some daring rescue operations, this time in Madhya Pradesh.
This tractor was crossing a bridge in Betur but got submerged in flood waters. Some locals saw the plight of the tractor driver and threw a rope towards him. He managed to grab it and was pulled to safety. In Sehor, 6 labourers were trapped in rising flood waters. A mammoth rescue operation lasting hours was launched to bring them to safer ground. A bridge in Sehor collapsed due to heavy rains, leaving several trucks and other vehicles stranded.
There's a big breakthrough in the Bengal SSC scam probe. According to the Enforcement Directorate, they claim to have found a black diary at the home of the arrested Minister Partha Chatterjee's aide, Arpita Mukherjee. The diary reportedly belongs to the Department of Higher Education and School Education. It has details, supposedly, of cash transactions which she was maintaining. And the probe into the SSC scam is getting bigger. The Enforcement Directorate has summoned TMC MLA Manik Bhattacharya for questioning tomorrow. Bhattacharya is the ex-president of the West Bengal Board of Secondary Education. The ED has already searched his home earlier this month. In Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district, dozens have been left stranded because of incessant rains.